China's one-child policy was implemented to slow the nation's rapidly growing population, but a law that was supposed to save the country may have doomed it instead. Now China's future is looking grim. The one-child policy led to a rapidly aging population without younger generations to support it, a birth rate that is not sustainable, and infanticide of female babies. The saddest part is if China had done nothing, its population growth would have slowed as it developed. Countless lives could have been saved, and a severe economic collapse would not be on the horizon. Let's take a brief look at what the one-child policy was, why it was created, why it had to end, and how it might have doomed China's future. In 1949, the People's Republic of China was formed from the Republic of China, which was preceded by thousands of years of dynastic rule. It was in the infancy of the PCR that the government started promoting birth control and family planning. It was clear that if the nation was going to modernize and move forward toward industrialization, it would need to get its population growth under control. Resources were required to fuel the economy and build infrastructure, which meant there would be less to go around. When Mao Zedong died in 1976, he was succeeded by Deng Xiaoping. When Xiaoping took over, he found the country's population rapidly approaching 1 billion people. It was decided that a new and much stricter strategy for slowing population growth was needed. In 1978, the government announced a voluntary program that would be put in place encouraging Chinese families to have 2 or fewer children. It was framed as reducing the population growth being good for China, and every citizen should do their part. But the following year, the decision was made to lower the number of children a family could have to only 1. This one-child policy applied to mostly urban areas and certain provinces in China. It was these areas that the population was growing the fastest, and it was much easier for the government to keep an eye on the citizens living in cities than it was to enforce this new one-child policy on the more rural areas of the country. On September 25, 1980, the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party published an official bulletin to all party members that the new population control measures should be implemented throughout the nation. This would become the official start date of the one-child policy in China. It's important to note that during the time between the discussion of slowing population growth and the official enactment of the one-child policy, things had changed a lot. Medicine and technology were much more advanced, which meant fewer child-age deaths and that older people were living longer. The catalyst for the perfect storm of demographic problems had its foundation long before the government began restricting the number of children people could have. For centuries, it made sense to have large families so that there were many hands to help work in the fields and carry out manual labor. But this was not the future of China, or at least not the future the government wanted in China. Industrialization made having large families not only less desirable, but obsolete now that machines could do much of the work. If the Chinese government had paused for a moment to think about the ramifications of intervening in the natural family practices that occur during the modernization of a country, they would have realized they were about to make a huge mistake. But this is something we'll come back to later on. The one-child policy is pretty self-explanatory. Basically, the vast majority of Chinese families can now only have 1 child per couple. If they had more, there would be consequences. However, there were several exceptions to the rule. Some minority groups, farmers, fishermen, and people with disabilities were allowed to have more than 1 child to help with the labor-intensive aspects of their lives. Like so many laws in an authoritarian regime, people in power could also be exempt from the policy due to their status. However, the one-child policy applied to pretty much everyone else and was seen as the solution to China's biggest problem. Now things are going to get uncomfortable. If a couple had a second child and did not fall into one of the various exemption categories, they were heavily fined or had to suffer much more severe punishments. The couples could be harassed by the community, lose their jobs, or may have even had their extra child or children taken from them. But things would soon turn even grimmer for violators of the law. After the one-child policy began, there were some initial consequences that arose. To be fair, it did cause birth rates to decline and population growth to slow, but this did not happen in a sustainable or organic way. With each year that passed, the sex ratio between males and females became more skewed. Remember from biology class that a population left to its own devices will have a sex ratio at birth of approximately 50% boys and 50% girls because that's how genetics works. Well, China was messing with the natural order of things by pressuring couples to only have 1 child. And since there was one sex that was more desirable than the other for certain reasons we'll discuss in a bit, you can probably guess what happened next. Now, to be fair, humans are peculiar in the sense that our sex ratio at birth tends to be 51% boys to 49% girls. Scientists believe this happens more because female fetuses die during pregnancy due to a variety of factors. This results in slightly more males being born than females in a given human population. Regardless, what is important is the ratio should be relatively close to 50-50. Instead, during the one-child policy, the Chinese population saw around a 3 to 4% increase in male births compared to female births. This would have drastic consequences down the road, but what it meant initially was both shocking and appalling. Chinese families preferred to have a male baby because sons inherited the family name, which continues the lineage. Males are also traditionally responsible for the care of their elderly parents. This meant that many families given a choice would rather have a male child than a female child, which probably gives you an idea of what was to come. By examining the ratio of males to females who are alive today and born during the one-child policy era in China, we know there are around 120 males to every 100 females. Looking at the larger picture, this means that there are approximately 30 million more males than females in the country. However, this is a nice way of putting it. To put it bluntly, the ratio of males to females has been skewed due to the government's population control policy, which means that researchers estimated around 30 million female babies were either aborted, killed, or taken out of the country as a result of the one-child policy. There were also instances where families had multiple children, but since any babies born after the first child needed to be hidden from the government and unreported, it led to millions of undocumented individuals who would face many hardships later in life. They would not be able to go to school or find employment. Their options for any type of future became very limited. It's estimated that this happened to hundreds of thousands or even millions of people in China. And the ironic part is that now China desperately needs every one of its citizens to work and have offspring, even if they were undocumented in the past. An interesting and less tragic result of the one-child policy was that tens of thousands of Chinese girls were adopted by families around the world during this time. As word of the atrocities occurring in China reached other countries, nonprofits and adoption organizations sprung into action to try to save the lives of as many young girls as possible. This was good news for any female who was adopted by a kind family and able to get out of the country, but not everyone had a happy ending. The removal of young girls from China also led to an even wider gap between the number of males and females in China, since those who were adopted likely did not and will not return to China to get married and live out the rest of their lives for obvious reasons. And this also brings up another ramification of what happened as a result of the one-child policy. Now, around 1/4 of the male population in China will never get married because there just aren't enough women. We're not saying everyone needs to get married or that everyone wants to get married, but we are saying that approximately 17% of the male population doesn't even have the option. It's not clear what the social ramifications of this disparity will be, if any, but some experts suggest it could lead to social unrest in the future. So, the one-child policy caused a huge amount of problems from the get-go and would result in several much bigger problems in the future. However, it did succeed in reducing birth rates and slowing population growth, which was the goal. But eventually, the Chinese government decided to do away with the policy altogether. This was more out of necessity than because they were willing to admit the glaringly obvious flaws in their plans. In 1970, the population growth rate of China was 2.5%. By the year 2000, it had decreased to 0.7%. Unfortunately for China, the one-child policy continued for 16 more years after that, which resulted in long-lasting problems that might lead to economic collapse. Most experts agree that if the one-child policy had ended much sooner, its future consequences could be managed, but that's not what happened. Instead, China continued its aggressive stance on population control for far too long, and birth rates plummeted well below sustainable levels. In 2013, China decided that all couples could now have 2 children if either parent was from a single-child household. The reason for doing this was that birth rates had declined by too much, and the government needed to slowly ramp up population growth if they were going to have a large enough workforce to continuously fuel their economy. It seemed to work as birth rates went up the following year, but not by nearly as much as expected. In 2015, only 1.45 million couples out of the 11 million eligible decided to have a second baby. It became glaringly obvious that China had overshot the acceptable level of population control. They were now in big trouble as the nation's population was growing older and there were not enough babies being born to support the aging generations in the years to come. China had reached the point of no return, and a monstrous demographic problem reared its ugly head. This demographic problem is the direct result of decades of one-child policy and is the biggest threat to the stability of the country that they've ever faced. It's important to know that, left to its own devices, the population of China would have eventually declined anyway. Yes, their population growth was likely unsustainable due to limited available resources in the country and conflicting views on how to use those resources. But we've seen that as nations industrialize and become more developed, birth rates go down for a variety of reasons. Most of these reasons have to do with education, work-life balance, and the cost of living. In fact, pretty much every developed country on the planet is experiencing or will experience a population decline in the near future due to this very phenomenon. So, if China had just left things alone, its population growth problem would have eventually fixed itself in a more manageable way. Economists and demographic researchers both in China and globally warned the government of the consequences of their one-child policy. Yet, like with so many important decisions, the government did not listen to the experts. In 2021, the Chinese leadership announced married couples can now have as many kids as they wanted. The government also promised to fund more programs such as childcare, job security initiatives for expecting parents, and financial assistance to couples who wish to grow their families. This was the official end to any type of government mandate regarding the number of children a family could have. The Chinese government knew this needed to be done, as academics and researchers continuously sounded the alarm for years that the future was looking very grim if China's birth rates didn't begin to increase. As of the last few years, China's population has still been growing, but this is due to a combination of births and people living longer, so these numbers are a bit deceiving. Most experts predicted that the Chinese population would peak sometime between 2020 and 2030 and then go into decline. The Chinese Health Department said in 2021 that it expected the population decline to occur within the next 3 years. Best estimates from sources worldwide put China's population declining as soon as this year or at least by 2025. China's current birth rate is around 1.7 children per couple, which is significantly lower than the 2.5 children per couple needed to maintain a stable population. This is bad news because, as we're about to explain, China no longer needs to slow its population growth. They need to ramp it up. What it comes down to is that China needed to end its one-child policy long ago. Currently, there just aren't enough young people to sustain the economic growth of the country and support the growing retired and elderly population. China defines its working-age population as anyone between 16 and 59. This demographic has continuously been declining in number since 2012. The United Nations predicts that China could have 61 million fewer workers by 2030, which will not be sustainable if China hopes to continue to grow its economy and spread its influence around the world. China currently has a 5-to-1 worker-to-retiree ratio. This is somewhat sustainable, but if the birth rate continues to decline, or if China manages to somehow keep it relatively constant, it'll still mean that by around 2040, the worker-to-retiree ratio will be closer to 1.6 to 1. This is absolutely not sustainable, as there just won't be enough workers paying taxes to sustain social programs for the retired population. On top of that, the economy will go into decline, as the demographics who are working and spending money to fuel the economy will be significantly lower than it is right now. The elderly population of China is also becoming greatly concerned with the ability of their children and grandchildren to support them like in the past. When parents had several children to look after them, it spread out the responsibility and financial burden. This made taking care of the parents and grandparents easier on everyone. However, for decades, families have only been having one child, which does not create the same kind of familial support network as in the past. It's expected that the public spending on healthcare will need to be doubled before 2050, as the aging population will require more doctors, hospitals, and medicine. This means that the government will have no choice but to divert resources from other sectors if they want to take care of their elderly citizens. Basically, the culmination of all the problems that the one-child policy caused has left China with a disaster that could cripple the nation. This is why the policy needed to be ended long ago. So now that couples are allowed to have as many children as they want, China's problems are over, and the nation's on its way to recovery, right? Wrong. The demographic problem is like a snowball rolling downhill. It's already been set in motion, and as it keeps rolling, it's getting bigger and bigger. At some point, it'll crash and cause a big mess. Then, and only then, can China start rebuilding their metaphorical snow castle. The change in policy in 2013 to allow Chinese couples to have 2 children did not help raise birth rates. The removal of all restrictions on how many children a couple can have will likely not change anything either. When looking at if ending the one-child policy and any subsequent policies will fix the demographic problem China is facing, the answer is no. In 2021, there were approximately 10 million babies born in China. This is the lowest number of births since 1949. The dialing back of restrictions has not had any measurable impact on birth rates and likely won't in the future. This is because the attitudes and desires of the Chinese people have changed as the nation has grown. People are waiting longer to start a family as they're more career-focused. More and more Chinese women are pursuing degrees in higher education and securing jobs of their own. This is very common in developing and developed nations. When women have more opportunities and education, they tend to have fewer children, both by choice and for economic reasons. But it's not just having kids that the Chinese people are waiting longer to do. The average age that people are getting married is increasing as well. In 2010, on average, women were 24 and men were 26 when they got married. In 2020, the ages for both sexes were around 29 years old. So it's clear that people are putting off family life longer, which is definitely not going to help China's population problem. The crazy part is that the Chinese government has only itself to blame. And even if someone did want to have multiple kids, there is so much time, planning, and money that needs to be spent to raise a child that it acts as a deterrent. So the high cost of children plus women planning to have only one or maybe two babies at a later age is a recipe for disaster when it comes to stabilizing the population of China. The one-child policy was brutal and worked too well. Now China is paying for it with an increasingly older population and not enough young people willing to increase birth rates. On top of this, there just won't be enough people to support the growing Chinese economy in the future due to the skewed demographics, which are also the result of the former one-child policy. So what, if anything, can China do to save the country from economic collapse? If China's looking for immediate results, they're out of luck. Providing financial and social support for families to have more than one child is a good idea but a slow one. Even if birth rates skyrocketed right now, those babies won't be able to contribute to the economy and social welfare system for another 18 or so years. By that point, China would be in so much trouble that all the young people entering the workforce wouldn't make much of a difference. And since it's clear Chinese couples are in no rush to have larger families, this would not be a viable option. Many experts say that improving the average productivity of workers, the efficiency of markets, and allowing immigrants into the country to contribute to the economy might be able to help save China from the economic collapse when the large population of older workers retires. It has also been suggested that China could raise the retirement age so that those older workers contribute to the economy for longer. But this would likely just be a band-aid that wouldn't really solve the problem. It'll likely come down to improving worker productivity and education along with removing some of the unnecessary red tape that the state uses to maintain control of everything going on in the country. Immigration might also be one of the only options China has if it's serious about continuing to grow its workforce. There is little chance that the Chinese people will be able to increase population growth on their own after decades of the one-child policy. There is no easy answer for China. At this point, the coming demographic crisis is inevitable. Will the nation be able to weather the storm? Probably. Will it lead to pain and suffering as the authoritarian government tries to grow its economy and power while the population growth is on the decline? Absolutely. Older generations will likely suffer as younger generations are overworked. In an extremely dystopian future, China could force their citizens to have more children just like they forced them to have fewer children in the past. But that doesn't seem like a very likely scenario. In the Steven Pinker book, The Better Angels of Our Nature, a history of violence and an attempt to understand the darker side of humanity, the man who is the focus of today's show plays an almost starring role among the many of the other tyrants, criminals, and government-sanctioned sadists. He's sometimes called the worst mass murderer in the history of tyrants, but knowing the exact number of how many died due to his policies and those just murdered under the regime is not easy. That number is sometimes said to be about 40 million. Sometimes we're told 45 million, and sometimes we're told even as many as 65 million. It's hard to even imagine such a thing, and we might be reminded of the phrase sometimes attributed to, there are doubters, the tyrant Joseph Stalin. A single death is a tragedy. A million deaths is a statistic. The reason the number of deaths changes, of course, is because getting access to records, if there is even a record of death, it's not easy, and it's also difficult to know who died as a direct result of Mao's policies and zero-tolerance attitude to critics. But historians haven't pulled the number out of hats, and there are ample, well-researched accounts of the devastation of Mao's policies, and also how his regime was sometimes incredibly cruel toward the Chinese people, especially dissidents. The historian Frank Decotter, who spent a lot of time researching in archives for what went down during the Great Leap Forward, said Mao Zedong was responsible for one of the worst catastrophes the world has ever known. He said around 45 million people either starved or were worked to death, or were beaten to death. It ranks alongside the gulags and the Holocaust as one of the 3 greatest events of the 20th century. It was Pol Pot's genocide multiplied 20 times over, he said. We can tell you firsthand how this writer told a captivating audience at a literary festival that people were only seen as digits, things to move the Great Leap ahead. This historian, while researching his book, Mao's Great Famine, the story of China's most devastating catastrophe, explained to people that while looking through China's Public Security Bureau reports, he found some things that turned his blood cold. Decotter said that in these records of the provinces, he found that there were instances of children, hungry children, stealing potatoes. The rulers were strict about crime, and in one instance the child had his hands tied and was thrown into a river. Others were forced to work naked in winter as a punishment, and some were branded, others set on fire, while others merely had their nose or ears cut off. Perhaps the most disturbing thing was a record of parents being forced by officials to bury their children alive. But starvation killed the most people. To give you an example, Decotter writes that in one town containing around 250,000 people, 80% of the folks were deliberately kept away from the official canteens where the food was served. They were old or weak, and so it was decided that they were a waste of space in the greater scheme of things and should be starved to death. That's how bad it was, and this information was taken from archives, not word of mouth. But before we talk about more misery, let's look at who this leader was. This will be a very abridged history, as people have written long books on this man's life. Little Mao was born on December 26, 1893, in a small rural community called Shaoshan, in the province of Hunan, China. His parents were farmers and were said to have worked hard in the fields of that town for generations. It's said his family weren't that bad off for their area, which was mostly made up of very poor peasants. He did a bit of schooling, but by the time he was 13, he was working in the fields too. It's said he'd been a good student and enjoyed reading and writing poetry. It's said that he was asked to leave school for being unruly, according to an excerpt from a book featured in the New York Times. His mother, whom he had worshipped, was okay with him leaving, but his father was displeased, according to this book. Mao himself once said he had bitter fights with his father. At 14, his dad said he found a wife for Mao, but we're told he turned the offer down. Other sources tell us he did in fact marry her, but that Mao never later recognized her as his proper wife. In his own words, Mao once said, "When I was 14, my parents married me to a girl of 20, but I never lived with her. I do not consider her my wife, and I've given little thought to her. She died a year after the marriage anyway." And it's said even though his father wanted him to work in a rice store, Mao had his sights set on studying in a modern school where he could learn things like foreign languages, science, and world history. He would soon be inspired by Western economists, philosophers, military leaders, and scientists, as well as the writings of philosopher and economist Karl Marx. It's said that around this time, still a young man, he developed a reasoning that the end justifies the means. Or perhaps you might say that to make an omelet, you have to break some eggs. His father at this time thought Mao's intellectual pursuits were totally pointless. Their breakup was imminent. At age 17, he left home and went to study in another city. After educating himself more, he went on to join the Revolutionary Army and the Nationalist Party, Kuomintang, whose intention was to overthrow the monarchy. That happened in 1912, and the Republic of China was born. These were exciting times for Mao, no doubt, but he didn't exactly rocket into politics. In 1918, he became qualified as a teacher, but after looking for jobs in Beijing, he was still unemployed. Instead, he managed to land a job as a librarian's assistant at Beijing University. Around this time, we're told that Mao had taken an interest in Russia and what was going on there with the revolution in 1917, an uprising that would lead to the formation of the Soviet Union based on the tenets of communism. Just a couple of years later, and Mao would become one of the first members of the Chinese Communist Party. There was still a ruling nationalist party in China that Mao had supported from the beginning, but having watched Vladimir Lenin's ideas come to fruition not too far away, Mao believed it was time for China to give some power back to the people, the agrarian masses that made up most of the country. What happened next, in short, is that the Chinese Nationalist Party broke off all alliances with the upstarts, the Communist Party. And here's where Mao stepped in. He led an army, the Red Army, of peasants against the nationalists. This violent reprisal wasn't without its reasons, of course. The nationalists had killed and locked up many people affiliated with the Communist Party before the fighting. Mao then formed the Soviet Republic of China, and by 1934, 10 provinces in the country were under his communist control. Government forces then buckled down and tried to defeat all those mostly peasant guerrillas, but the communists retreated and began what was called the Long March, basically a hard trek through the mountains. It's said from about 100,000 people that started the march, around 10 to 30,000 people died on the way. The exact number is disputed. Walking 8,000 miles over treacherous territory gave Mao some stories to tell. He was in some ways a great action and intellectual hero, and this would later fuel the cult of personality. If you don't know what that is, it's when a leader becomes somewhat of a demigod, and he and his cronies, often paranoid themselves of being accused of not being devout, use propaganda, the media, posters, unrealistic stories to promote this veritable savior. Look no further than North Korea for a present example. Matters become worse in China in 1937 when the Japanese Imperial Army invaded the country. The government couldn't have internal discord and also fight Japan. The Red Army of Mao grew in size, in part because of the atrocities of the Japanese. Mao's communists were asked to get on one side, and they did. And together, along with help from the Allied forces, the Japanese were defeated. Where did this leave Mao? Well, in a pretty strong position. He wanted all of China, and that he got in the end. A second civil war ensued, and that ended with Mao's enemies skipping off to Taiwan. So now we have Mao the leader, and he did a lot of good things. If people got in his way, blood was often spilled, but he took land from warlords and gave it back to the people. He tried to stop opium production and cut down on addiction. He doubled the number of Chinese people getting an education. He greatly improved healthcare and women's rights. It's said because of Mao's policies, life expectancy improved quite quickly in the country. He was a champion of the rural classes, but things would take a turn for the worse. Although he had thought he had done so much good, and he had in many respects, he was still heavily criticized by those he said were on the right. Those were mostly urban folk with urban educations. We might remember many of these people were bullied, hurt, and had their lives turned upside down. And after some amount of condemnation, he embarked on a campaign of fear. His doubters had to be silenced, and they were. Mao had even allowed people to voice their concerns about how the country should be run, which came under the banner 100 Flowers Campaign. But many of those on the right expressing concern of the leadership were just sent to prison. If you think being doxxed is bad, imagine hundreds of thousands being sent to dank jail cells just for sharing an opinion. Some writers say the campaign was only there in the first place to weed out the so-called threats. In many other cases, people were executed, and it's said in every village there were executions. People also perished in labor camps, where Mao had hoped to see a reform through labor campaign change people's views. It's also written that during this time, many people took their own lives before they could be forced to work or be executed. Without criticism, there can be no progress. Without a dialectic, it's hard to move forward. And when you glue the mouths of your detractors, something bad is likely going to happen. It did. And worse than anything previously seen. In 1958, Mao launched his Great Leap Forward, which were a series of reforms to push the country forward. This included forcing farmers to work in a collective. Everything was for the country, the move ahead, the bright future, and anyone working for themselves in the vein of an individual capitalist was severely punished. The reforms were many, but a big emphasis was also on quickly industrializing the country, which often involved taking the peasants out of the fields and into iron and steel production. China was then hit by devastating floods and some bad harvests, and all the efforts to have people working in industries did not really work out. The movement from field to factory also meant lower grain production. Mao's propaganda would tell a different story, however. When you have zero tolerance to criticism or even complaining, it's not always the police or army that get to you. It's your neighbor, because much of the time they're playing a bad part in the prisoner's dilemma game, which basically means they get you before you can get to them. One writer for The Guardian interviewing a Chinese author wrote, "Across China, teachers, former landlords, and intellectuals were being humiliated, beaten, and murdered. They were hounded by neighbors, colleagues, and pupils, moved by misguided revolutionary fervor, personal grudges, or a little more than whim. Friends, children, and spouses turned on them." We might also say that during rules of cults of personality, people can become quite drunk with love, stoned on their belief that they know the true path cut by the great leader. So when ruin comes, there just wasn't anywhere the people could turn. Many of those that did criticize the policies were called right opportunists and imprisoned. It was a chaotic time, to say the least. What happened was a famine, a terrible famine. This was a response from one party official who had been told there was no food for people to eat. They're dying. That's right deviationist thinking. You're viewing the problem in an overly simplistic manner. This famine literally killed off entire villages, decimated towns, turned some people on each other. Farmers declaring that their harvest was terrible were sometimes beaten, set alight, drowned. The Guardian writes, others are tortured, beaten, or buried alive for declaring realistic harvests, refusing to hand over what little food they have, stealing scraps, or simply angering officials. One Chinese man called Yang Jixing, who lived through these harsh times, many years later wrote a book called Tombstone, which he penned after traveling the length and breadth of China to find out how people had been affected by the famine. His own father had died of starvation back then. He finds case upon case of acts of sheer desperation and depravity. In one such case, 13 kids appeal to the officials to give them a scrap of food. The officials take the young kids to the edge of the mountains, where they die of exposure. In another case, a young boy kills and eats his own brother. He mentions other cases where people didn't bury their deceased family members, they hid them so that they could collect their food rations. In some cases, people just ate their dead friends and family. Like the historian we mentioned, the Chinese writer got this information from Chinese provincial archives. The authorities at least were good at keeping records. To start with, I felt terribly depressed when I was reading these documents, he told The Guardian. But after a while, I became numb, because otherwise I couldn't carry on. His book is banned in China, and some critics wonder if the Chinese authorities have not learned a lesson already about censorship. Is history doomed to repeat itself? We doubt it. But one might ask, even as right and left schisms destroy friends as alliances, if banning and blocking is a good thing. Yang called the banning of his book an offense to the memories of tens of millions. Of course, we can't directly charge Chairman Mao for all the deaths, and it's said that some of the Communist Party leaders kept a lot of information away from him regarding the depth of the famine. But we must also make him accountable for his part, his rule by fear, his intolerance for criticism. While one man alone we cannot blame, it perhaps is just easier to focus ire on one thing, one face. But that man, that face, did say things like political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. He also said, to read too many books is harmful. This was in his famous Little Red Book, which consists of 427 quotations from Mao. It said 1 billion copies of this book have been published, making it more widespread than the whole of the Harry Potter series of books, but still a little way behind the Bible. Still, in some countries today, leaders look upon their population as a herd of sheep designed for their sometimes unruly demands and absolute theories, mostly indirectly related to them retaining their power. As Sir Francis Bacon once said, knowledge is power, and maybe we should all arm ourselves with a foundation of knowledge, a willingness to listen and change, to not fall for a despot's lies, to not be seduced by groupthink, to not be enthralled too much by the madness of the crowd, and live with open hearts and curious minds. Welcome back to another one of our episodes in which we dig deep to bring you tales of the worst things humans have done to each other in the name of justice. Today, we won't be talking about the dark past, nor are we going to describe to you something bloody and brutal, but what you're about to hear is certainly in the realms of shocking. The worst part is, this is going on in today's world. Without further ado, let's have a look at what have been called China's vans of death. They were introduced in China in 1997 and have been used ever since. You could say they're kind of like ice cream trucks that visit certain neighborhoods, except for the fact that they are, in the words of one human rights organization, like government-sanctioned death squads. Why would China do such a thing, you're likely wondering? Well, while most of the world thinks the death vans are barbaric, China thinks they're more humanitarian and more cost-effective than sending someone to a site of execution. As you'll see at the end, some people in China are actually very proud of their death vans. Let us explain why. We don't exactly know how many people are executed each year in China, but recent reports say that it's more than 1,000, which puts the country in first place for the number of executions. Back in the late 90s and the early 2000s, it was estimated that the number of executions could have been 12,000 or more. There are 46 capital crimes in China, and we won't mention them all. 7 of them are related to crimes endangering national security, such as rioting and rebellion, urging people to separate from the state, or spying. You can also be executed for embezzlement or prison escape for intentional assault, or even the production or sale of counterfeit medicine. So did people committing any of these crimes get a visit from the execution van? Well, first of all, like the USA, there are appeals processes in place for those that have been handed the death sentence. And since the mid-2000s, more and more sentences have been overturned. Vans don't just turn up at houses and start whacking people. There's a lengthy due process just like in most countries, and like in the US, a person can have a last-minute stay of execution. Under Article 252 of Chinese law, it's written that people will get the firing squad or be given a lethal injection of drugs. There's something else in that article that's important for today's show, and that's the fact that people can be executed at an execution ground or at a designated place of custody. Okay, so now you're wondering what an execution ground is. Well, things don't go down like they do in the USA. In China, if a person's to be executed by firing squad, an execution ground is set up, usually close to where the condemned is being held. This has 3 perimeters, with the inner circle being the execution place, the second circle being where the People's Armed Police guard, and the outer perimeter is where the local police guard. As you can imagine, that takes a bit of effort and money, so more and more people have been getting legally whacked at a designated place of custody. And this is where the vans come in. The vans only deliver a lethal injection. No one gets shot in the van, of course. In fact, it's written that in some provinces and municipalities, lethal injection is now the only form of capital punishment. A man named Kang Jung-wen designed one of the vans that was called the Jingwan Automobile Death Van. He said in 2006 that giving people lethal injection rather than shooting them was more humane. He also said the van is much cheaper than setting up execution sites that are not always in the same place where the crime took place. He said that's good for saving money, but it also acts as a deterrent when local people get to see the death van swing by their village or town. So what exactly happens? Well, when the death squad arrives, the prisoner is led to the van by at least 4 people. All this has to be videoed so that law enforcement authorities can see everything going down as it should. This is important because in the past, those doing the executions would sometimes harvest organs from the condemned and sell them. That's not to say organ harvesting of prisoners isn't still going on, but that's a story for another day. Let's just say that if organs are still harvested like Amnesty International seems to think, death vans would be convenient in another way. Not all the vans are alike, but we know exactly what the Jingwan Automobile Death Van looks like because Mr. Jung-wen was interviewed. He said in 2006, "I'm most proud of the bed. It's very humane, like an ambulance." He added that it's brutal to drag someone into the van, so the stretcher-like bed slides out of the van and the prisoner can be killed with ease. It's fast, it's convenient, and it's cheap, like a one-stop service for execution. Another thing pointed out, this time by a Chinese lawyer, is the fact that execution by firing squad can be messy, which is not good for the family of the deceased. He said that when a person is shot, he has to open his mouth so the bullet goes right through the head. That makes less mess and causes less distress for the grieving family of the deceased, but only if the executioner's aim is perfect. As you can see, for the Chinese authorities, the death vans are a winner in so many ways. That's why China has made about 40 of them to date, each the same, all equipped with CCTV and an electric-powered bed that comes out of the back. The lethal injection is no different from one you'd find in the US, and the service is delivered in the same way you'd expect in the US. So, you might ask, why are human rights organizations criticizing China for its death vans? Well, we said they're extolled for their convenience, but those organizations say they are too convenient. They don't deny that China isn't saving tons of cash, and they don't say the actual execution is any worse than it is in the US, but they say that mobile capital punishment just makes killing too easy. They say it'll lead to an increase in executions, and other critics have said that the vans are just a little too similar to the mobile gas chambers used by the Germans during World War II. As we said, we don't know exactly how many people are executed in China, but we do know some well-known people that got a visit from the van. A Chinese billionaire named Yuan Baojing went into the van in 2006 after being convicted of murder, corruption, and being part of a mafia-like company. He'd been in a long feud with another billionaire named Lu Han. And guess what? He also went into the van, but years later in 2014. Corrupt politicians are not exempt from the death penalty. In 2007, the van visited a Mr. Zhang Chaiyu, the former director of the State Food and Drug Administration of the People's Republic of China. He'd done shady deals with shady medicine suppliers and allowed dangerous drugs to enter China. He was paid handsomely in bribes, but people died because of the dangerous medicines. Seeing as the death van is convenient, we imagine hundreds of people are being visited by the van each year. In fact, one spokesperson for a death van company told the media, "We've not sold our execution cars to foreign countries yet, but if they need one, they could contact our company directly." We're not too sure if the death van export business has taken off just yet, but you never know. Maybe other countries will catch on to the convenience. 1960, Tanbing, Laoding, China. 1 in 20 villagers has died of starvation. A report states that several children have been eaten. February 25, 1960, Hongtai Commune, Laoheijia Village. Yang Zhongchen, a poor farmer, is arrested for a recent crime. The victim is Yang Ershun. The report states relationship with the culprit younger brother. Manner of crime, killed and eaten. Reason, livelihood issues. That same report includes other victims of cannibalism in that same city. 12 were killed and eaten, 16 died of other causes and were eaten after. 48 bodies were exhumed and eaten. These numbers were of course very small in the great scheme of things relating to a so-called Great Famine, but there's arguably nothing sadder and more shocking than people resorting to eating members of their own family. The desperation felt all over China in those dark days was something most people will never understand, but today we'll try and help you get there. The man who was responsible for this wickedness, or at least the person we find more guilty than any other man, was Mao Zedong. Let's first have a look at how he rose up to become what some people have said is the worst mass murderer in the history of tyrants. Mao came into this world on December 26, 1893 in the small rural community of Shaoshan in the province of Hunan, China. His family were farmers, just as many people were in this area, with Mao himself leaving school to work in the fields at the age of 13. It seems he didn't take to farming as his father had wanted. Instead, he enjoyed books and poetry. He was especially fond of science and philosophy, and even at a young age had his head in the sometimes difficult works of the philosopher and economist Karl Marx. Mao got his wish when at the age of 17 he went off to study, which led to him joining the Revolutionary Army and the Nationalist Party, Kuomintang. In 1911, Mao supported the Qinghai Revolution, the event that put an end to Imperial China and its Qing dynasty. At this point, Mao was still a nobody, and although he qualified to work as a teacher, the jobs never came and he ended up working in a library in Beijing. This was an exciting time for Mao, who was intently watching Russia from a distance when it had its revolution in 1917. Communism was the way forward, Mao thought, inspired by the likes of Marx and the first head of Soviet Russia, Vladimir Lenin. No sooner than the Chinese Communist Party was formed, Mao became a member. China was a country whose peasants had known much suffering and experienced many terrible famines, and Mao believed that had to change. Communism, he reckoned, was the way forward. Power to the people, the simple farming folks, was what the young Mao said in his head each night as he drifted off to sleep. The short version of the story is that the Chinese Nationalist Party fell out with the Communist Party, and with the latter being persecuted by the former, there was an uprising and Mao was at the forefront of it. We apologize for the brevity here, but there's so much we have to explain later. Basically, Mao led the Red Army against the Nationalists, and in 1934 he formed the Soviet Republic of China, putting 10 Chinese provinces under communist control. His bands of peasant guerrillas were hunted down. The Long March happened, which was actually a series of marches of communist armies in retreat from the Kuomintang army. The distance covered was some 8,000 miles, and on the way many people died, perhaps as many as 30,000, but many more endured that perilous journey to the end, and if any name was mentioned in the capacity of heroism, it was Mao's. It was this period in history that would cement his popularity. There were facts and there was mythology, something that many years later helped Mao secure a so-called cult of personality. There was still a split in the country in 1937 when the Japanese invaded, and what happened next further helped Mao construct a mythology about himself. His Red Army fought with the Allied forces against the Japanese invaders, and when the war was over, he was in a strong position to rule over all of China. The nationalist politician, revolutionary, and military leader Chiang Kai-shek made a peace agreement with Mao. But in the end, there wasn't much peace. The communist forces grew in size, aided by weapons sent to them by Joseph Stalin, the most powerful person in the Soviet Union. The fight raged on. The peasants rallied for the communists, millions upon millions of them. Hundreds of thousands died on both sides. But it was the communists that won in the end, helped a lot by the nationalists having their hands full with Japan in the war. When it was done, Mao promised change. He promised to redistribute the land, to make life fairer, and the peasants bought into it. He may have had good intentions, but little did anyone know right then that things would take a turn for the worse. The understatement of the century. Still, Mao did battle against warlords who'd ruled over the countryside with an iron fist. He did manage to reduce the number of opium addicts in the country, and he did create policies that made it more possible for the poor to get a formal education. His policies even improved life expectancy for the poor, but that was about to change drastically. Times were better, though, at this point for many people whose lives had been a living hell. Chairman Mao was indeed a champion of the people, even if that meant the summary executions of landowners, at times burying those folks while they were still breathing. As Mao often alluded, you need to break a lot of eggs to make an omelet, or, in his words, political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. All over China, things were changing fast. Mao spoke about the enemies of the rural classes, those wicked landowners that had oppressed them for years. In villages throughout the country, they were executed one by one, with a scholar later saying there was at least one landlord and usually several in virtually every village for public execution. Sometimes their wives were spared but were forced into being concubines for the once persecuted. Mao's omelet was bloody. There's no doubt about that, with some sources saying there were 200,000 to 800,000 executions, and other sources stating it was more like 2 to 5 million. Those are some big differences, but as you'll see today, scholars often vehemently disagree over numbers when it comes to Mao's China. Now you might be thinking, surely a lot of people complained and protested about these violent land reforms, and you'd be right to think that. Mao even created something called the 100 Flowers campaign, which was supposed to let people air their grievances about the party and its policies. Some did just that, and many of them were the folks who Mao distrusted the most, the intellectuals and those Mao believed were rightists. After speaking their minds, these people were often sent straight to prison or sent to work in the labor camps, which was often a ticket to a slow death. Mao did seem to embrace a critique at the start, but that later changed. Hundreds of thousands were persecuted this way. These were sometimes members of his own party, but also regular folks he suspected of holding rightist views. As an example, in Gansu province, two men named Sun Daiankai and Lang Daijun had expressed that Mao's idea for a project to conserve water wouldn't work. They were subsequently called anti-party by Mao and punished. That project went ahead and entailed the hard graft of around 160,000 people. They basically were asked to move mountains and were worked half to death, having to survive by living in caves and foraging for food. This was just one of many Mao's ideas that failed, and failed badly. It's estimated that 2,400 of the workers died from the toil itself. And guess how much clean water came out of it? None. It was a complete failure. Although not something many people wanted to talk about. That was the thing about such harebrained projects. If anyone criticized them, they were denounced as being anti-party. But many people in the party believed that they were really changing the world for the better and making China a country that would be more powerful than the UK and close even to the USA. One of those officials said, "We are supernatural. Maybe on another planet there are people who are brighter than we are, in which case we are of the second order. But if we are brighter than they are, we are the supernaturals of the first order." To be as powerful as Britain, Mao said that China's steel output had to be significantly increased. In 1958, all over China, the people of the villages had their own little steel refineries in their backyards. A nation was hell-bent on massive production. As was always the case with the Communist Party, this was watched over by every commune's boss, aka the cadres. Daily targets had to be met, and those targets were often unrealistic. This was all part of Mao's Great Leap Forward, summed up by one scholar like this. Mao thought that he could catapult the country past its competitors by herding villagers across the country into giant people's communes. In pursuit of a utopian paradise, everything was collectivized. People had their work, homes, land, belongings, and livelihoods taken from them. In collective canteens, food distributed by the spoonful according to merit became a weapon used to force people to follow the party's every dictate. Mao wasn't going around China to every village. Instead, there were lower-ranking party members responsible for making those targets, and they often ruled over communes with exceptional brutality. Those local cadres would often inflate the production figures just to make the party officials happy. But when that happened, and it happened a lot, the leaders started seeing success where there wasn't any. Many of those villagers were worked to death, and there was often the punishment of going without food if they didn't meet their targets, so some slowly starved to death. Others simply had the life beaten out of them. By April 1958, hunger was widespread all over China. In Guangxi, 1 in every 6 people had no food. In Shandong, 670,000 people were on the verge of starving to death. In Anhui, it was 1.3 million. Mao had hoped to make China great again with the Great Leap Forward, but if China was leaping anywhere, it was into the furnace, metaphorically speaking. This was the result of forced labor for steel production, but also various other projects. It meant that these people weren't doing what they usually did, which was growing food. But the cadres also lied about food production. In just one place called Luxi, the local head wrote back to Beijing to say every farmer was producing 300 kilos of grain a year, when the real figure was half that. This was going on everywhere. In another province, the grain production was 82,000 tons in 1957. In 1960, it was 18,000 tons, but the boss told party officials it was 130,000 tons. The outcome of this so-called target fever was starvation on a massive scale. The party, never thinking too deeply, once had the people going on a huge sparrow-killing campaign since sparrows ate crops. What happened? There was an insect explosion and the insects ate the crops. At the time, some cadres were in fact writing to Mao talking about such widespread devastation, the brave ones anyway, and while Mao did sometimes slow down production, people kept on dying in huge numbers. Then to build all this marvelous industry, Mao needed tools and technology in China. The best place to buy these things, of course, was Russia, and buy he did, as well as sending massive amounts of grain over to the Soviet Union. That was the grain the people needed to survive on. But no problem, because when cadres did the books, it often looked as though the villages still had enough grain for themselves. In time, some party members did talk about the millions of people that were starving and sometimes stated that steel projects and water projects just weren't working. They did say that too much grain was being taken from the countryside to the cities and abroad, but often they ended up either losing their jobs or worse, being sent to prison or killed. Everyone was supposed to think as the vice chairman of the Communist Party Lin Biao did when he denounced those naysayers as anti-party folks and the enemy of the one and true great leader. He said on a stage in 1959, "Only Mao is a great hero, a role to which no one else should dare to aspire. We all lag very far behind him, so don't even think about it." This is why when we talk about the many millions that died in China back then, we can't just blame Mao but much of the machinery of the men behind him. Still, he was the boss. He was the one that could have reversed things. In Fuyang, 2.4 million people died in total from 1959 to 1961 out of a population of 8 million. In Guangshan in 1959 alone, 1 in every 4 of the 600,000 people had died from starvation. In Xinjiang, 1 million people died. Mass graves were everywhere. 67,000 of them had died from being beaten with sticks. There, local militias stole the little food there was and didn't take kindly to anyone complaining that they had none. Some officials did see this happening, with one report stating bad people have seized power, causing beatings, deaths, grain shortages, and hunger. But get this, the report said it was not the fault of Communist Party policies, but because all the rightists that had stirred up trouble and caused havoc in these little towns and villages. All those deaths, the report said, were down to the enemies of the party. Sure, there were counter-revolutionaries around, but most of them were just desperate as hell. They were watching their families grow thin and die. They were being worked to death and their grain was being sent elsewhere. What were they supposed to do? In short, this was an agricultural nightmare, and you can blame the Great Leap Forward for that. There were also some other matters such as failed harvests that resulted in mass deaths, but the party could take most of the blame, especially as so many officials were afraid to report anything negative lest they be seen as counter-revolutionaries. In the villages, the houses of people were torn down to become fuel for the never-ending quotas of supplies. That left people not just without food, but without a roof over their heads. If they complained, they were usually beaten vigorously, sometimes to death. In Hunan alone, 40% of the houses were torn down, and occupants were told they had to make do with whatever they could find to protect themselves from the elements. Mao knew about this. He'd been told in a letter written by another party official named Liu Shaoqi. It didn't matter. Mao just saw this as another small setback. The journalist Yang Jisheng wrote a book based on interviews of the people that had lived through this horrible experience. In one story, someone told him that 13 children went to an official and pleaded for some food. The kids were subsequently taken far away to a mountainous area, and all of them died from exposure. Jisheng wrote, "I was 18 at the time and I only knew what the Communist Party told me. Everyone was fooled." He said every tree around his village was stripped of its bark because the bark was the only thing to eat. In other cases, villagers ripped out weeds and wildflowers and baked them in mud pies. It stopped the hunger but made them very sick. Jisheng's book was later banned in China, to which he responded with the words, "It's an offense to the memories of tens of millions." People walked away from their destroyed villages in the hope of finding anything to eat. Many sold their clothes on these long walks just for the smallest amount of food. In the winter, this was deadly, but bodies were also useful. There's a report from the Shandong archives that says local cadres used the dead as fertilizer. In another village of 45 people, 44 died from starvation. The last remaining woman was found having gone completely insane. In another village, a teenage orphan killed her own younger brother and ate him. Sometimes the dead were dug up and cooked with hot peppers to disguise the taste of rotten meat. One time, a cadre reported to an official what was going on, to which he received the reply, "That's right, deviationist thinking. You're viewing the problem in an overly simplistic manner." All of these stories were taken from the Chinese archives and used in books on Mao, some of which we have in front of us now. In one book, in the chapter called Survival, it talks about how some of those local cadres lived like pigs, and ate to their heart's content as the people died around them. Others turned to crime. In one province alone, in a period of just 2 months, 500 granaries were robbed. On top of that, the trains carrying the grain were often held up and their contents taken by desperate thieves. Sometimes, when the cadres announced a new unrealistic grain quota at a time when people were starving, there was a rebellion, and the leading figures were cut to pieces by meat cleavers and beaten with sticks. But what could people do? Some just left the villages in what became a large exodus and tried to make it to the cities. Many of them were dying on the way. This is the story of one family that was on such a trek when they stopped in front of a man who had food. The father, Wu Jingxi, gave away his 9-year-old kid for a bowl of rice and some peanuts. In another case, a mother named Wang Weitong sold her son for a couple of pennies and 4 steamed buns. We must remember here that the mother and father may well have done this not just for the food, but thinking that the new owners of the children might help them survive. Another story from Jinghong tells us that a mother and her young child tried to escape from an irrigation project. Both were bayoneted to death on the spot. In another case, the folks that tried to run were rounded up and stuffed in a house that was then blown up with dynamite. Many people were just turned back when they actually made it to the city. In 1960, 380,000 peasants were turned away from Sichuan, and really, where did they have to go? They'd already risked life and limb to get there. The factories in the cities themselves were horrific places to work, but they were better than eating boiled leather, tree bark, your mother, or your brother. In the factories, women had it the worst. They went months without washing in many cases, and venereal disease was rife. One pregnant woman one day didn't turn up to work, presumably because she was sick. When she next appeared at the factory, she was told to take all her clothes off and go and break ice outside in the cold. For men and women, being stripped naked seemed to have been a common kind of humiliating punishment, and this was supposed to be progress. You'd think in Asian culture the elderly would have been respected and cared for, but they were often just left to die. They died much quicker too, given their bodies were not as strong as the young. Just as the young had to lift heavy objects and work from sunrise to sundown, in the eyes of the party, the elderly had to do their bit too. Often, they weren't strong enough to join an exodus. In one village in Hubei, everyone had left a once bustling place. When someone found the village, it was deadly quiet. 4 out of the 6 people left behind were old. They were barely surviving by eating grass and leaves. Do you want to hear more? We could go on, and we must admit, due to the sensibilities of YouTube, we've left out some of the more disturbing details. We've also not included the many disease deaths or the many industrial accidents, such as collapsed mines built too quickly run by despicable cadres. We didn't talk about the deaths at the gulags, or for that matter, the thousands executed there and the hundreds of thousands that died from malnutrition in the gulags. And what about regular violence? The cadres had a saying they like to use: kill a chicken to scare the monkey. That basically meant show people you'll use extreme violence and other folks will think twice about getting out of line. The stick was often a weapon of choice. Shockingly, people suffering from starvation-related edema were hit with sticks, with the expression used, beating the water out of them. That meant the liquid building up in them was beaten out. One official said, if you want to become a party member, you must know how to beat people. An investigation team from Beijing once arrived at a village and called what they saw a torture field. On one reservoir project in Huangkai, 4,000 from 16,000 villagers were beaten. A quarter of them died. There were indeed killing fields everywhere. One boy was beaten to death for stealing a tiny bit of wheat. In Huan, 300 people were accused of one winter's day of not working hard enough, and they were all told to strip and work. 1 in 7 of them died. Sometimes those accused of slacking were branded with hot irons or pierced with needles. One entire family was forced to sit in a vat of excrement after the father had tried to steal a sweet potato for them. He died 3 weeks later after more punishment, which included being force-fed that poop. In Hunan, there was a report of a whole family being bricked up in a house and left to die. A similar thing had happened to other families. The head of the province, Zhou Xiaozhou, at least ordered an investigation after he'd found out. In another report from Daoshan, it showed many thousands had died. 10% of them had been buried alive. In another report, a man in Hunan village was forced by boss Zhao Deshang to bury his own son alive just because the son had tried to steal a morsel of grain. The archival report said the father died from grief 3 weeks later. Not all the cadres were that brutal. In one province, 260 of them lost their jobs for not beating the people hard enough. 30 of those cadres died from their beating. The numbers are debated, but we do know that the number of deaths ranged from 30 to 45 million. Over the normal number of deaths in China, around 2 to 3 million were tortured to death or executed. Some scholars put the total number at 55 million deaths, which alone makes Mao's run in charge as one of the most horrific disasters in the history of humankind. People still argue about the numbers, but no one denies millions died needlessly and often violently. Mao knew what was happening. In the minutes of a secret meeting held in Shanghai on March 25, 1959, it was revealed that he said, "When there's not enough to eat, people starve to death. It's better to let half the people die so the other half can eat their fill." But he wasn't done with death, not by a long way. In January 1962, the man we've already mentioned, named Liu Shaoqi, stood in front of cadres in Beijing at the 7,000 Cadres Conference. Shaoqi spoke the truth and said what had happened could have been prevented. The disaster had been man-made. This was some pronouncement given the pervasive fear that had throttled China for years. Mao took partial responsibility and stepped down from leadership, and Shaoqi stepped up. Again, cutting a long story short, let's just say that Mao would get his own back on Shaoqi, but that was after he took control of something called the Cultural Revolution. Starting in 1966, Mao used this revolution to silence his critics and monopolize control. He would make himself a god. He'd drum up the anger of young people all over China to do his often violent bidding. So you won't be surprised to hear that Shaoqi was later denounced by Mao as an enemy and a traitor, and he was beaten on a few occasions while being denied his much-needed medicine. He died soon after, but many years later would end up at least being judged more fairly and have the renegade, traitor, and scab accusation removed from his name. But how did Mao manage to turn things around after falling foul of the party and before that ruining a country? Well, he used propaganda on a large part of the public who for the most part were not that educated. Remember Mao's famous words, "To read too many books is harmful." Mao wanted people to read from the right books. He wanted people to read his own philosophy, what became known as Maoism. The working class folks and poor farmers were still living perilously close to abject poverty. So when a seemingly strong leader told them that he was behind them in their struggles, they grabbed hold of those words out of desperation. Mao was clever. He told the nation that they needed to learn from a deceased soldier named Li Feng. This is called mythology making, a dictator's ace in the hole. Feng had died at the age of 21, but he left behind a diary. Inside this war hero's book were entries that talked about the proletarian struggle and the rise of a wonderful country. And guess who had inspired him the most? Mao, of course. One entry went, "Yesterday I had a dream. I dreamt of seeing Chairman Mao. Like a compassionate father, he stroked my head. With a smile, he spoke to me. Do a good job in your studies. Be forever loyal to the party, loyal to the people." Mao would tell huge crowds that the nation needed to listen to heroes like this man who'd given his life for the common good. Yeah, you want to throw up right now, but it actually worked. The only thing is, Li Feng was a work of propaganda. It's almost certain no man with this name wrote that stuff in a diary, and it's possible Feng never existed at all. And that's why it pays to read books about propaganda techniques throughout history. Plays and movies were made about this fictional lad who loved his Chairman Mao. Songs about him moved an entire nation. One of them included the lyrics, "Don't forget what to love and what to hate. Learn from Feng's good example. Be willing to make a revolution. The collective ideology shines. Remember Chairman Mao's guidance in your hearts. The revolution will last forever." Meanwhile, Mao lived in luxury as his so-called people ate scraps. He preached about embracing the struggle and wore expensive robes. He taught people to embrace stoicism just as fiction Feng had, as he ate like a king. Girls were regularly told they had to go visit the chairman in his bedroom. As one writer stated, their numbers increased as their age decreased, and several left his room with an STD. The writer added, the illness transmitted by Mao was a badge of honor, testimony to their close relations with the chairman. Mao went a step further in 1966, starting a campaign that you could compare to something that happens on social media platforms today. He started a poster campaign, so everywhere a person went, they saw pictures showing this great leader, or his devoted people putting their fists in the air in support of this ideal man. This was the same man who had led his country in a bloodbath. He then attacked the people he said were to blame for the country's problems. These were the traitors, and many of them were intellectuals, teachers, folks who might have been mentally armed against his propaganda. That meant that there was a problem in the universities for Mao. People learned in those places about history and cultures of the world. Mao didn't really like that. He partly blamed the Ministry of Culture. One time he decided it was time to change its name and he came up with, we kid you not, the Ministry of Gifted Scholars and Beautiful Ladies. Then he thought, I really hate them reading about other cultures, so he came up with the name, the Ministry of Foreign Dead People. About 1 month later, he was still going on about how these dead folks from history were dangerous to the cause. We might recall here a great writer who had watched the horrors of the world wars and authoritarianism and saw in his crystal ball the future of endless conflicts and even the widespread use of drones. His name was George Orwell. In his book 1984, he wrote of an authoritarian government called Big Brother and how it controlled the thoughts of a nation. A famous phrase went, who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. Orwell was long dead before Mao's Cultural Revolution, but Mao's education policies were indeed kind of Orwellian thought police. Mao wanted to control truth, and to do it, he had to rewrite history and get rid of anyone who had what he perceived as the wrong kind of thoughts. Like Stalin had done, he took control of the arts. His big brother face was everywhere. He vilified intellectualism. And then he spread around one of the most read books in history. That was his Little Red Book, which included 267 aphorisms that he said ordinary people should live by. It included these lines, War is a continuation of politics, and there are at least two types: just, progressive, and unjust wars, which only serve bourgeois interests. While no one likes war, we must remain ready to wage just wars against imperialist agitation. An army that is cherished and respected by the people and vice versa is a nearly invincible force. The army and the people must unite on the grounds of basic respect. Young people carried it everywhere. They had it in their pockets when they marched into schools and dragged out their former teachers, accusing them of being rightist and imperialist running dogs and spies. Things were about to get very ugly. These students formed their own Red Guard, and they walked into schools and pulled out teachers by their hair, who they accused of being enemies to the cause. They beat them and humiliated them and tortured them. Mao's young followers said they were born with pure red blood, and their mission in life was to hunt down the bourgeoisie traitors. They did that at the 3rd Middle School for Girls in Beijing, when they dragged out the principal and beat him to death. They left a message on the wall: "Long live the Red Terror." Soon after, at Beijing Teachers College, they took a female teacher and kicked her down the stairs, killing her. In other schools, where the kids doing the bullying were no older than 13, they ganged up on their teachers and forced them to swallow excrement. All over the place, these educated teachers were deemed dangerous intellectuals. The students murdered a woman named Lao Shi, and then they went to her father's house. This guy named Nan Baoshan they also beat to death. They beat his son too and locked him in the house, where he later died of thirst. Again, all these stories are taken from the Chinese archives. Hundreds were clubbed to death, stabbed, kicked down the stairs, throughout Beijing and on its peripheries. The nightmare of violence was back again. The old world had to die, they said, and blood had to be spilled to make a new world. Persecution spread all over the country, with around 400,000 educated people being told they had to leave the cities where they lived, usually after being beaten. It was a reign of terror. Their social media of the day was putting up photographs of traitors or writing their names on walls and calling for their removal. These people waved their little red books in the air and shouted slogans supporting their brilliant and selfless leader. More years passed and more people were accused of being reactionary capitalists and spies, nothing more than agents of the bad people in the West. Just to give you an idea of the carnage, in just the province of Yunnan, the witch hunts took the lives of 17,000 people and, according to one book, crippled another 61,000. Many towns fell under the suspicion of not allying with the cause, especially if a religious minority lived there. Thousands of Mongols were beaten to death, many more were made homeless. The Red Guard filled up trucks where they traveled great distances to do their worst. They barely had food to eat and even did their toilet in these trucks, all for the great cause. Hundreds of thousands of people from the cities were forced into the countryside where they had no idea how to survive. Many of them lived perilously close to starvation. What did clerks and teachers and accountants know about farming? More purges followed. In Hubei alone, 173,000 people were under investigation for what was said to be counter-revolutionary activities. Anyone really, especially educated folks, were investigated. Even party members were under suspicion, and they could soon find themselves doing hard labor or slowly dying in a dark prison cell. If you wanted to keep power as a dictator, just as paranoid Stalin had done, you needed to clean house often. Who knows how many people were murdered during these very bleak and black years? Estimates differ wildly, with the lowest number being put at 250,000 deaths, but the highest at 2 million. As for those city dwellers that were beaten and forced to go live in the countryside, estimates put the number at 10 million. How many so-called bad elements were beaten badly, publicly humiliated, harassed so much that they couldn't take it anymore, that number's huge alone, or lost every material item they had in life? We're talking about a significant amount of a very large population, an incomprehensible figure, and all because of one man. After the death of Stalin, Mao had feared the people of the Soviet Union would turn against hardcore communism. Stalin might have dissed Mao when they met, but Mao still looked up to him. Then, when Mao saw the new leader Khrushchev denounce Stalin and his deathly purges, Mao of course wondered if he too might be denounced. Mao knew he needed his reign of terror to hold on to power. Just as the French revolutionary leader Maximilien Robespierre had said, you have to strike terror into the hearts of the people. And back to Orwell and something he called doublespeak, both Robespierre and Mao said terror equals virtue. Mao saw himself as being the pinnacle of communism all over the world. He once explained his idea of virtue, saying, "Our objective is to struggle against and crush those persons in authority who are taking the capitalist road, so as to facilitate the consolidation and development of the socialist system." He was a dictator that caused a great famine and whose ideas led to people in the countryside killing and eating their own families. His idealism led to 20th century witch hunts that saw innocent people beaten to death with sticks by an angry mob of young folks who had no idea they'd been brainwashed. And guess who one of his victims was? Whose family was humiliated and beaten and forced to move to the countryside? His name? Xi Jinping, the current Chinese leader. His sister died as a result of the disgusting humiliation she experienced, and his mother was forced to denounce his father. The father was then sent to a prison, and she, just aged 15, was sent to the countryside where he and the rest of his now distraught family had to live in a cave. So, surely, Mao must have come under an avalanche of criticism in more recent times. He died, by the way, in 1976, and the Cultural Revolution died with him, even though it had petered out before that. It seems some powerful elements in China don't embrace the adage, "Those who do not learn history are doomed to repeat it." In 2017, there were reports of Chinese scholars and others losing their jobs for criticizing Mao. And while she has at times talked about more criticism of the past being needed, too much criticism is not good when authoritarianism reigns. Certain words in some places can get you in big trouble, just as the man Orwell had warned with those immortal words, "In a time of deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act." Arm yourselves with knowledge, viewers, so you don't become a weapon for someone with dangerous ideas. If you listen to the media, the world is currently in a pitched battle for control between rival superpowers, the United States and China. Is the United States on the decline? Is it truly going to be a Chinese century as China reaches the same level as the United States and potentially surpasses it? The tale of the tape is very different, and surprisingly, China may not be a superpower at all. In some ways, China and the United States do match up pretty competitively. China has a much larger population than the US, almost 4 times as many people. They control a similar amount of land, allowing both to dominate their continent. Both have significant holdings abroad in financial investments, but the US has a global military while China has only one major foreign military outpost in Djibouti. In terms of military strength, China is the only country that is seen as a near peer to the United States. They both have modern intercontinental ballistic missiles and nuclear weapons. While America has a much larger nuclear arsenal than China, China still retains the ability to strike the US homeland, and unlike Russia's massive Cold War-era arsenal, these missiles are modern and known to be working. But the definition of a superpower is a specific thing, and China is not there yet. The term superpower was first created in 1944 during the Second World War, and it referred to a state that was dominant and powerful enough to exert influence and project power across the world. When it was first coined, it referred to 3 countries with massive empires or puppet states around the world: the United States, the United Kingdom, and the Soviet Union. Not only are these states powerful enough to have an impact around the world, but no international action can really be taken without consulting these superpowers first. This made them largely invincible. They only had one weakness: time. This trio of superpowers wouldn't stay that way for long. The United Kingdom saw its mighty empire, which spanned the world at its peak, collapse in the decades after World War II. While the UK is still a powerful nuclear-armed nation, it doesn't have nearly as much power on the world stage as it used to. For a while, the US and the USSR were about as close to global equals as you could get, until the USSR saw its communist government fall, and many of the countries it had conquered split off from its sphere of influence. Its current leader, Vladimir Putin, has no problem acting like Russia is still a superpower, but he learned a harsh lesson when his invasion of Ukraine ground to a halt while the rest of the world threw their money and support toward Ukraine. Russia's also found itself under sanctions and cut off from much of the global economy, showing that today's Russia is nowhere near as influential as the USSR. Then that leaves the United States standing alone, the world's superpower, right? Many have talked about the decline of the US on the world stage, with recent events not helping to inspire confidence that the state will remain the #1 spot. But is that actually impacting its global prestige and influence? Not really. After all, it's still a key member of NATO, a permanent member of the UN Security Council, and by far the largest economy in the world. Its military spending is the highest in the world, and its military is state-of-the-art and only getting stronger. If anything, the fear over the US's seemingly instability might be because people see it as an indispensable global cop. Who knows what would happen if its leadership fell into the wrong hands, or if the country became involved in another bloody civil war. And it's not clear if there would be anyone to pick up the slack. China's rise has gained a lot of attention recently, as the Asian nation established itself as a dominant regional power and started making moves outside of Asia. It continues to claim Taiwan as part of its territory, but hasn't made direct moves against the island nation. Its artificial islands in the South China Sea have caused conflict with neighbors like Vietnam, and most of the time China wins these standoffs due to no one else in the region having the military might to challenge its navy. And further away, China's powerful economic sector means it has extensive leverage over other countries, potentially cutting them off from essential supplies if they cross it. And their heavy investments in Africa means that the continent could become a staunch ally in the future. All this put together makes China look like a superpower on the rise, but looks can be deceiving. During the early part of the 21st century, China's rise was the talk of the world, and they certainly acted like they were expanding fast. But since then, a lot of factors have converged to stop the country's rise in its tracks. The first and potentially biggest is a growing population time bomb. While China is still currently the largest country in the world by population, it's expected to lose that title as early as 2023 to India, largely due to China's very low birth rate. This is partially due to China's extended one-child policy, which lasted for decades and led to many couples having only one boy. That left China with a massive gender gap, and many young Chinese men were left without wives, nicknamed bare branches by the media. While the policy has since been rescinded, old habits die hard, and it's rare to see a Chinese family having many kids. As the population ages, that could cause long-term problems. It's not the only ticking time bomb for China's future. China's rise has largely been caused by its economic expansion, something that's become possible when the Chinese Communist Party ended its strict allegiance to Marxism and shifted to a state-run capitalist economy. The country's managed to pick up a lot of the world's manufacturing, particularly of technology, and that's given it a lot of sway. But people are becoming increasingly hesitant to invest in China due to how their products are made, often by prisoners with little to no safety protections. As the internet made it easier for news to spread around the world in an instant, it became harder and harder for China to keep its secrets, and that means China could see its ace in the hole become a pair of twos. Many companies have moved their manufacturing efforts to other countries, with India, South Korea, Vietnam, and Taiwan all becoming major hubs in recent decades. This is particularly the case for Taiwan, which now controls the majority of the world's semiconductor production, and those little devices are the key to making just about every modern computerized device run. This may be a big part of the reason China is interested in conquering Taiwan, but unless it pulls it off in a hurry, odds are the rest of the world will rush to defend Taiwan. Which leads to the other big question: could China actually win such a war? China makes a big show of its military strength, frequently conducting war games off Taiwan and placing its ships in neutral waters. But it primarily projects military strength right now in one way: intimidation. Its ships are modern and powerful, but China's huge military hasn't been fully tested in combat in decades. As one of only a few nuclear powers in Asia, and the one with the largest arsenal, it is the biggest bully in the local playground. But is it the biggest bully in town? The answer is probably not, as the US largely outclasses it in military strength. China might be able to win most local conflicts, but if the US gets drawn into the fray, China's choices would likely be back off or threaten the use of nukes. And that paints a pretty clear picture of who the current superpower is. Of course, China's biggest challenges to its potential superpower status might come from within, not from its rivals. China has frequently been mentioned as a potential second superpower, but as the country modernizes, it might actually be less likely to be a superpower. That's because China's population is increasingly educated and politically active, and they realize that they live in a country where they haven't had any real say in how the government is run for over 70 years. In the past, protests against the CCP have been put down rather brutally, but the country hasn't seen anything like the massive protests against the COVID-19 lockdowns in its history. These organized protests have become too much even for the usually tough CCP, and that disease might be China's downfall. When COVID-19 first appeared on the scene and turned the world upside down, China acted fast, locking down its cities where the virus appeared and keeping them locked down until cases died down. But while in many countries a lockdown just meant restaurants were closed and there were lines outside of every grocery store, in China they locked down and meant it. It was illegal to leave your home in many places, with lockdowns extending for weeks and even months. The initial lockdowns were deemed a success, and when the virus returned, so did the lockdowns. Even 2.5 years into the pandemic, major cities were being locked down under the same stringent rules as 2020, and the people had enough. Currently, the Chinese Communist Party faces the stiffest challenge to its rule it's ever seen, with mass numbers of young protesters showing up, waving blank papers to represent the way the country is silencing them, and to ensure they can't be prosecuted for seditious slogans. The lockdowns have also caused a massive decrease in tourism and investment in China, as outsiders are hesitant to visit when they don't know when it could become impossible to leave for several months due to an outbreak. After all, staying in Shanghai Disneyland sounds like fun until you can't leave, and you're shuffled onto the on-site quarantine camp. Be careful what you wish for, kids. All this has made several past predictions look rather silly. For much of the 21st century, experts were arguing that China's rise was unstoppable and that the country might even surpass the US to become the world's largest economy and most powerful military. Even in the United States, military analysts observed China's dominance over the Indo-Pacific has led them to become a superpower. China certainly views itself as one, in the way it projects its power in the region, but its only influence outside of its own sphere is only created through economic deals, and if those slow down, China will find itself confined to being a regional power in an area with a lot of fast-rising rivals. Is the high ride really over for China? As far back as 10 years ago, some analysts were saying they believed China would never become a superpower. They pointed to a lot of factors, including China's aging population and increasing dissatisfaction with their government, and they identified one other major problem. China's fast industrialization has left it one of the most polluted countries in the world, with several major cities having hazardous air quality. That could impact the quality of life for its residents as they get older, and combined with a low birth rate, could mean China would see a massive decrease in its working-age population within a few decades. Another factor is China's dependence on the global economy. While China has a strong economy based on manufacturing, it needs customers to keep that going, and countries are increasingly hesitant to do business in China. This is due to COVID policies, ethics issues, and the history of China arresting foreign businessmen and journalists. If the bottom falls out of China's trade deals, the country could find itself dealing with a shortage of energy and raw materials, which could cause greater instability in the country and more protests that could eventually put an end to the Chinese Communist Party's rule. And it all might come back to one big question: do people want to move to China? Despite people yelling, "They took our jobs," immigrants are essential to a country's welfare. This is partially due to needing a workforce if the domestic supply of workers isn't enough to replace those leaving the workforce. But it's also the equivalent of a high-powered sports draft. If a genius immigrates to your country and sets up a new business there, it could be a multi-billion-dollar boon. Chinese-American professor Amy Chua argued that China will have a problem attracting immigrants in the future due to other countries having greater incentives. The country's authoritarian tactics and uncertain future might be other roadblocks. And the worst part is, few of these factors are likely to change. For China to become a superpower, it would need to keep building on its successes, but the opposite is actually likely to happen. All of China's major problems are like a ball rolling downhill. The population bomb they're facing is a demographic issue that'll take a long time to reverse, if it's even possible to do it. While China's actively trying to boost birth rates now, they're not seeing much success. The same goes for China's problem with attracting talent from outside its borders. Barring a complete overhaul in the government's approach to public affairs, it's likely that immigrants and corporations will be hesitant to invest in the country. The only thing that could change this is a massive overhaul in China's system of government. And if that happens, the future would still look uncertain. Say China's massive student protests continue and eventually bear fruit. Much like in Russia during the 1980s, they got a new leader who takes real movements toward reform. Democracy is introduced and people get a say. And eventually the CCP ends its grip over the country and allows something new to take its place. This is a massive change and one that will likely turn China's focus inward for the better part of a decade. The CCP's expansionist efforts will go on the back burner, and a China in flux will be less likely to seek military conflict. Foreign investors will likely be waiting to see which way the wind will blow before making heavy investments. The result might be a stronger, more free China that's able to better compete on the global stage. But it'll take a while to get there, and that'll mean China gets further and further away from being a global superpower while the US continues to consolidate its role. So, is the US likely to remain the sole superpower indefinitely? At first glance, it seems likely. After all, China is the closest competitor, and it looks like it's getting further and further away. Russia is increasingly isolated and looking like a cornered animal. The fastest growing country in the world, India, might be a contender, but with its focus still internal, and it has a serious border conflict with its nuclear neighbor Pakistan. While it's likely to evolve into a great power over the coming decades, it's not clear if it even wants to become a superpower. India has so far shown little ambition for expansionism, and in many rural areas it still shows characteristics of a developing nation, like a low literacy rate. But the most likely candidate to be a rival superpower might not be a country at all, exactly. With a population of 446 million, it's only behind China and India. With an area of 1.6 million square miles, it's only behind Russia in area. It's the European Union, the massive political union of 27 member states that covers most of Western Europe and is still growing. While it recently lost Britain as a member state, it has many other countries looking to potentially join. It has a nuclear power amongst its members in France, and all its states have a high Human Development Index indicating high life expectancy and education levels. If Russia's expansion into Ukraine and beyond is foiled, the EU could become the biggest winner, looking like an inviting option for any country worried about being targeted by Russia. Would it eventually be a rival to the United States? The biggest stumbling block might be a lack of a unified foreign policy and a modest military presence. But if its power continues to grow, the member states might eventually move toward greater integration to become a more cohesive unit. And given that most nations in the EU have close relations with the United States, it's possible the two superpowers could become a dominant global alliance. Long before the United States was even a thing, China saw itself as the civilized center of the universe. For hundreds of years, it was indeed home to a magnificent civilization, way ahead of those soon-to-be brilliant European powerhouses. When the Europeans started exploring the world in the 15th century in what we now call the Age of Discovery, the Chinese considered Europe nothing but an outback of sorts. But scholars tell us its self-imposed isolation was to be its undoing, and soon those European countries would become the center of the world. The United States would get on the map, and many years later, some people would forget China's incredible history. Some people considered it as an uncivilized outback. Right now, these two nations are the economic behemoths, but how do the people match up? Before we start comparing, folks, let's just have a look at how many people actually live in these nations. These are estimates, of course, and remember that many people in both countries don't make headcount. Nonetheless, according to the live numbers right now given by Worldometers, the USA has a population of 329,966,970. China has a population of 1,436,364,105. We are talking about mainland China today, we should say. It'll get too confusing if we try and compare the US with the mainland China as well as, say, Hong Kong and Taiwan. If you want to know China's relationship to Taiwan, let's just say it's complicated and you should do some research. As for Hong Kong, we guess you've been reading a lot about Hong Kong and mainland China relations as of late. According to the International Monetary Fund's World Economic Outlook database, in 2019, the GDP for the US was $20.49 trillion. This was the largest GDP in the world. Second was China at $13.41 trillion. That gap, according to analysts, is going to shorten year by year as we head into the near future. But then you've got something called GDP based on PPP, or Purchasing Power Parity. And if you look at that, China has the biggest economy. The USA was again $20.49 trillion, but China's was $25.27 trillion, according to the IMF. The simple way to explain the difference is that nominal GDP is based on the currencies of countries converted to the US dollar. When we look at PPP, we take an approach based on what's called a basket of goods. Let's say a basket in the US costs $6, but in China it only costs $4. What does that mean? Well, if both countries sold everything they owned, the US would get more cash. But what if they didn't trade and just made stuff? That would mean China could make more stuff, and that's why it's sometimes called the biggest economy in the world. But we're talking about people today and not countries. The reason we're discussing money in the first place is because we want to know what each person would have if all the cash was shared. We call this purchasing power per capita, which basically means per head. Then you have GDP, nominal purchasing power per capita, and GDP, purchasing power parity per capita. Please don't give up on us if this is starting to make you frustrated. We'll get to the simple stuff soon. In the USA, if you look at nominal GDP and divide it, you get about $62,000. There are a lot more people in China, so their nominal GDP per capita is closer to $10,000. If we look at PPP per capita, China's goes up to around $20,000 and the USA's stays the same. Does this mean life is much easier in the USA? We looked at statistics released by China's National Bureau of Statistics in 2019, and this is what we found. If people in the country earned $295 a month, it was said to be in a low-income category. We are converting Chinese yuan to the US dollar here. If they earned anywhere from $295 to $740 a month, they were said to be in the middle income bracket. And if they earned $740 to $1,480, their income was said to be relatively high. Anyone earning more than that was a baller. Okay, so now we went to the US Bureau of Labor Statistics and we found that the median income in the country for 2019 was around $3,600 a month. If you don't know, median is not average. What it means is the number right in the middle. So half have more than $3,600 and half have less. That would make a lot of people in the USA ballers in China, but we should say here that when China released those figures and categories, a lot of Chinese people complained. There's a big difference in the cost of living in downtown Shanghai and a rural town in the hinterlands of the country. Minimum wage in China, by the way, is set locally. So in Shanghai, it might be $360 a month, but somewhere not as expensive, it might be $160 a month. The US might change from state to state too, so it could be $7.25 an hour and it might be $14 per hour. Per month, that might be right around $1,200 or $2,250. As for working hours, the labor law of People's Republic of China said people should not work more than 44 hours a week. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, that's about the average in the USA. We say average because we found reports that some folks in the U.S. were doing 12-hour shifts 6 days a week in factories. Some people have more than one job, too. We found in the US that you can legally work more than 40 hours a week, but by law, you must be paid more by the hour for the extra hours. So the US citizen seems to earn more cash in general. By the way, when the World Bank ranked countries in 2018 in terms of inequality, the US and China weren't that far apart. But then we looked at one quality of life index and the USA was placed at 13th, while China was placed at 67th. So do people in the USA have a better quality of life? Well, it's just so hard to say, it's hard to break down. China has more poverty, but the USA has its pockets of unemployment, crime, and addiction. We're just not going to go there, and we'll concentrate on other matters. Believe it or not, though, there is something called a World Happiness Report, and it's compiled each year by the United Nations. At the top for the last report was Finland, followed by Denmark and Norway. Even the Brits were in 15th, and they seem to be experts in being disgruntled. Where were the USA and China? The answer is the US was ranked at 19th and China was ranked all the way down in 93rd place. How does this list get compiled? Does the UN look at how many people are smiling? No, they look at areas such as spending ability, social support, life expectancy, corruption, and freedom to make life choices. Life expectancy in China, by the way, is 76 for both men and women. In the US, it's 79, so that's better than China, but for a developed nation, not very good. You might live longer in the USA, but you might also live some of that time in a jail or in a prison. In 2018, a report from the Bureau of Justice Statistics said that for every 100,000 people living in the US, there are 655 of them doing time behind bars. In China, per 100,000, there are only 118 people behind bars. Does this mean with all the people locked up in the US, the country is much safer than China? No, not at all, is the short answer. We've done a safety comparison of the two countries before, and there is no doubt more to fear in the US in terms of crime. Saying that, if you're a Chinese person, you are living in the country that is widely known as the surveillance state that tops all surveillance states. The day we write this, the New York Times opened an article with this paragraph. Chinese authorities are knitting together old and state-of-the-art technologies, phone scanners, facial recognition cameras, face and fingerprint databases, and many others, into sweeping tools for authoritarian control. Okay, so the US has spied on its own citizens from time to time, and whistleblowers might find themselves in difficult positions, but we will say that the average Chinese citizen has more to worry about when it comes to a big brother. Folks in the USA have much more freedom to vent their feelings, to protest, and to just get lost in society. We should say here something of importance, and that's that the individual right in the USA is taken seriously. In China, people are much more aware that they're part of a whole, working for the whole. How do Americans and Chinese compare physically, though? Let's start with height. In the USA, the average height for a woman is 5 feet 4 inches, and for a man, it's 5 feet 9 inches. In China, for a man, it's 5 feet 6.5 inches, and for a woman, 5 feet 2 inches. Expect to see a lot taller people in the USA. You can also expect to see many folks in the USA growing horizontally, too. The average weight for a woman in the USA is 168.4 pounds, and the average weight for a man is 195.8 pounds. In China, the average weight for a woman is 125 pounds, and for males, 145 pounds. What about beliefs, as in religion? Well, you might not know that the vast majority in China identify as being non-religious. That doesn't mean that they might not have a kind of folk religion, but they don't identify with any of the biggies. You might call Taoism a religion and also a philosophy, but you might also call Buddhism that too. In China, you will find Buddhists and Christians and Muslims, but they're a minority. There's also Confucianism, and that's more of an ethical guide than a religion per se. Getting the numbers for who follows what religion in China, we admit, was problematic for us because every resource told a different story. It wasn't so hard in the USA. The vast majority of people are Christian, followed by a sprinkling of Judaism, Mormonism, and a few people belonging to Hinduism, Buddhism, and Sikhism. Quite a lot of people identify as not really having a religion at all. We can find one area where the Chinese and American people are quite similar, and that's the fact that marriage rates have dropped significantly in the past 30 years. If they do get married, the average age for the first marriage for men in the USA is 29.2, and it's 27.1 for women. In China, the average age for first marriage for men is 27.1 and 24.9 for women. The average age gap for marriage in both countries is around the same at 2 years. Around 30% of Chinese couples will divorce, and around 42% of American couples will divorce. It's also much more likely in China that the family will have some influence as to who you marry, while in the USA there's a bit more freedom. There's also a much more chance that a Chinese man will have a mistress, but we won't go into that today. China is changing and couples are changing, and there are some reports that young people are getting married and the family has less influence on the marriage. Some reports state that people are marrying with the absence of such things as a ring or car, a home, etc. Others just don't bother getting married because it's too expensive. Some people are now writing that marriage traditions in China are waning, and young people are opting to fall in love more in line with Western cultures. So we'll finish on something where the two cultures and people are getting closer. Isn't that lovely? The Chinese economy could be on the brink of collapse. Companies from around the world are pulling investments and moving their manufacturing to other countries. China has the second largest economy in the world, but with foreign and Chinese businesses fleeing their borders every day, it may only be a matter of time before everything falls apart. What is causing this? Where's everyone going? And will China be able to recover from this mass business exodus? There are some very good reasons that companies are racing to escape China and the stranglehold of Beijing's leadership, which can be placed into four broad categories. 1. An unpredictable and unreliable government when it comes to maintaining production and manufacturing within its borders. 2. Rising labor costs as a result of rapid economic growth. 3. The Chinese government's use of power and influence to extort businesses that rely on its labor force and facilities. And 4. The very real geopolitical threat China poses that could threaten the ability of companies to do business. So let's dive deeper into the specifics of why each of these things is causing companies to flee the People's Republic of China. But first, we need to understand how the nation became a powerhouse of manufacturing and economic growth. There's no denying that China has unparalleled success in developing its economy over the last several decades. And although the United States still has the largest economy in the world, with a GDP of $23.32 trillion, even American companies rely heavily on Chinese manufacturing. It's China's rise to economic dominance in Asia that led it to becoming so influential and powerful on the world stage. So how did we get here? In 1949, the People's Republic of China, under the leadership of Mao Zedong and the Chinese Communist Party, was established. Soon after, the regime implemented the Great Leap Forward, which is viewed by many historians as one of the greatest human disasters of the 20th century. The thought behind the Great Leap Forward was that China could rapidly become industrialized, and China's peasant economy would become a workforce of modern, skilled laborers that could manufacture Chinese goods. The plan took a heavy toll on the Chinese population, though, and it's estimated between 10 and 40 million people died between 1959 and 1961 as a result of Mao Zedong's policies and a famine that swept through the nation. Then in 1976, after Mao died and Deng Xiaoping gained control of the country, a new series of reforms were implemented to jumpstart the Chinese economy. Rather than adhere to the strict rules of Mao's brand of communism, farmers and peasants were granted the right to farm their own land, which led to fewer food shortages and a healthier population. In 1979, Beijing decided to open up China to foreign investors. The United States and China re-established diplomatic ties that had been cut off when the Chinese Communist Party first took over and Mao isolated China from the rest of the world. Businesses in the US and around the world realized that the massive and cheap labor in China was a game changer, and money began to pour into the country. Now companies could manufacture their products for a fraction of the cost and make huge profits. It was at this point that the Chinese economy began to grow at a tremendous rate. 2 decades passed, and China continued to skyrocket. Then in 2001, China joined the World Trade Organization, and an explosion of new investments, businesses, and money flowed into the country. When the nation joined the WTO, it removed many barriers such as tariffs that had been holding back the spread of Chinese exports. This allowed Chinese goods to reach far and wide. The words "Made in China" were printed on consumer goods in practically every household. Just to put China's incredible economic growth into perspective, in 1978, Chinese exports stood at about $10 billion. This was less than 1% of total worldwide trade at the time. By 1985, China exported $25 billion worth of goods, and a little after 2 decades later, when China joined the WTO, China exported $4.3 trillion worth of products around the world. The Chinese GDP averaged a 9% growth almost every year during this time. This meant that the lives of hundreds of millions of Chinese citizens improved, and it has been reported by the World Bank that around 850 million people were lifted out of poverty during this time. It's even been predicted that China may be able to completely eliminate absolute poverty within the decade, which means every Chinese family should theoretically be able to have enough money to purchase basic necessities like food, shelter, safe drinking water, and education. However, in recent years, China's economic growth has actually slowed. There are several reasons for this, including efforts by the Chinese government to rebalance the economy and reduce debt levels. However, at least some of it stems from the tariffs enacted by the United States in 2018 as punishment against Beijing and Chinese companies for stealing U.S. intellectual property. In response, China implemented its own tariffs on U.S. goods. This has continued to the present day, resulting in around $335 billion in trade, or about 66.4% of China's exports to the U.S. being subject to tariffs. The problem with entering a trade war with the United States is that it has the largest economy in the world. China's economy is formidable, but the country doesn't consume nearly as much as the US does. As Chinese goods became pricier due to tariffs, companies and consumers stopped buying them when there were cheaper options from other parts of the world. Since 2018, there's been an 8.5% reduction in trade from China to the US and a 26.3% decrease in trade from the US to China. Between 2014 and 2015, China surpassed Canada as the United States' #1 trading partner. However, by 2019, both Canada and Mexico were conducting more trade with the U.S. as a result of the trade war. As of May 2023, the United States had carried out $68.7 billion worth of trade with Mexico, $67.6 billion with Canada, and $46.6 billion with China. This accounts for 15.9%, 15.7%, and 10.8% respectively of the total trade done with the U.S. China's been trying to shift away from being a predominantly manufacturing economy and move toward foreign investments and consumption-led growth. However, due to the trade war with the US, the pandemic, and a looming real estate crisis, the Chinese economy appears to be in rough shape, which is one of the reasons its growth has slowed dramatically. What all this means is that as more and more companies jump ship and look to manufacture their goods elsewhere, it could lead to drastic economic consequences for the People's Republic of China. So, let's now examine the specific reasons why China is seeing a mass exodus of foreign and local businesses from its borders, so we can then see the true impact this is having on the Chinese economy and people. Then we'll investigate where companies are moving their business and why, and you'll probably be surprised by which countries are gaining from China's loss. First, the reliability and unpredictability. In the past, foreign companies doing business in China were allowed to operate in the country under favorable laws that gave them access to the large, low-pay workforce and manufacturing facilities of the country with little interference from the government. This is no longer the case, and the decisions that are being made in Beijing are changing the status quo and making foreign investors very nervous. This is one of the reasons that many companies are leaving China for countries with governments that can be relied upon. China's handling of the COVID epidemic left a lot to be desired. The government enacted harsh lockdowns and had a zero-tolerance policy when an outbreak occurred. To be fair, the pandemic was a scary time, but rather than listening to what scientists, doctors, and experts at the World Health Organization recommended, China went rogue and kept their population locked inside while putting in place harsh consequences for anyone who was found to be breaking quarantine. This inevitably led to hundreds of thousands of people dying while trapped in their homes. What this meant for businesses operating in China was that their manufacturing centers remained shut down for much longer than other parts of the world. While the US, Europe, and many other countries returned to a new normal, the Chinese population was still in lockdown. This led to massive supply chain issues and delayed delivery of products. If nothing else, the pandemic showed that Beijing could not be trusted to listen to outside experts and that it would handle situations however it seemed fit. This was alarming for many companies who pleaded with the Chinese leadership to allow workers back into their factories. Then there's the government's new message of pushing China to become more self-reliant. For Chinese businesses and workers, this might seem like a smart move that will create more jobs and allow Chinese companies to thrive. However, for corporations who have sunk millions and even billions of dollars into Chinese manufacturing, this shift is cause for concern. There was no warning from the government that the business policies coming out of Beijing were going to swing toward a China-first stance. Obviously, all the talks of self-reliance have every foreign business working in the country nervous, as it is unlikely they will be able to compete with Chinese products that mimic their own and are less expensive. An example of just how unpredictable Beijing can be occurred this year when the government banned the use of memory chips made by US company Micron Technology. the largest memory chip manufacturer in the country. The Chinese government cited unspecified security flaws as the reason Chinese businesses and manufacturers could no longer use the chips. The problem for many companies who operate in China is that if one day Beijing is banning US memory chips, who's to say that tomorrow other products made outside of China won't be banned? This could lead to massive markups in components, as everything would need to be sourced from companies in China. Plus, this also runs the risk of products being made in China having quality problems and security flaws all their own. One survey found 1 out of every 10 European companies doing business in China are looking to move elsewhere, with an additional 20% having decided to delay or shift investments to places outside of China. In the aerospace industry alone, around 25% of companies say they will no longer invest in China. Foreign businesses have halted billions of dollars in investments while they wait for greater clarity from Beijing about laws and practices moving forward. In 2023, China passed a series of laws geared toward data security and anti-spying measures that would directly impact companies working within its borders. However, the implementation of these laws and what they would entail were kept a secret, leading to many firms becoming hesitant to continue doing business with a government that might be able to seize their digital information and technology in the future. Beijing has declared that the economy, food, energy, and politics all fall under the category of national security, which means that at any point in time, Chinese leadership could interfere with these sectors. This basically means that any company that falls under one of these classifications, which is pretty much all of them, could run into problems with the Chinese government. The unpredictability of Beijing is making doing business in China riskier, which is causing many companies to reconsider their investments in the nation and move their operations to other parts of the world. Then, there's the huge rise in labor costs. Doing business in China made sense for companies when they had access to cheap labor, few regulations, and a large pool of talent to pull from. However, as China has developed to the second largest economy in the world, a major shift to workforce accessibility has occurred. When China first joined the World Trade Organization, the average worker's wage was approximately 9,333 yuan a year, or 1,127 US dollars. This was about 30 times lower than the average US worker, who was making around $30,846, and these extremely low wages were incredibly enticing to businesses that were looking for ways to cut costs. It was clear that most companies who began offshoring to China cared very little about the egregious human rights abuses and child labor that was being used to manufacture their products if it meant an increase in profits. However, as more and more companies began outsourcing to China, the demand for skilled laborers went up. This, along with an influx of foreign cash into the country, led to higher wages. By 2011, Chinese workers were being paid an annual wage of around 41,799 yuan, or $6,120. In just over a decade, the average pay became 5 times higher than it had previously been. During that same time frame, the average American worker was making around $40,000, which was still much more than their Chinese counterparts, but the gap was narrowing, going from an American worker being paid 30 times as much to being paid 6.5 times as much. In 2021, Beijing's National Bureau of Statistics reported the average worker earned 105,000 yuan a year, the equivalent of $16,153. In the US, American workers are making $58,120 a year. This is only around 3.5 times as high as Chinese laborers, meaning the pay gap is continuing to shrink for now. To be fair, everything that Beijing says about the data they release should be taken with a grain of salt, especially when it comes to the economy. The Chinese government is not known for reporting the most reliable data, and instead, it often puts out numbers that are skewed to make the country and government look strong. However, even independent consulting firms have concluded that the wage gap continued to shrink between Chinese and US workers in 2022 and will also likely close further in 2023. Some reports have extrapolated that wages in Asia will outpace inflation, while wages in Europe and the US will fall behind in the coming years. In fact, it's predicted that Chinese earnings could increase by as much as 3.8% in 2023 alone. And while Chinese paychecks are going up, European workers might see a 1.5% decline in their real wages, while US workers will experience a 0.5% decline. These increased wages are a direct result of the Chinese economy thriving as a result of foreign companies operating within their borders and the ability of China to manufacture and ship goods across the world. Over the last 20 years, both the income and GDP per capita in China have increased tenfold. This has improved the quality of life for many and allowed a middle class to emerge. As these things happen, Many young and educated Chinese citizens are no longer willing to work in the back-breaking conditions in factories that manufacture products for foreign companies. Finding low-wage workers is becoming harder and harder, which means that profits are starting to shrink. As this happens, businesses are looking for new countries to relocate to where they could exploit a poor population and hire them as cheap labor. We'll dive deeper into this topic later on when we uncover where companies are moving their operations to. But suffice it to say that rising labor costs in China are now one of the driving factors behind businesses leaving the country. Another huge problem? Extortion. Piggybacking off of unpredictability and reliability of the Chinese government comes the shady practices that Beijing engages in to get what it wants. Now that China holds the keys to the facilities and skilled labor needed to pump out large quantities of products such as complex electronics, some companies are stuck doing business in China. But this may not be the case for much longer. Recently, businesses operating in China have been forced to share their technology and trade secrets with their Chinese partners. This is done to streamline production, but it also means that Beijing has access to these things as well. Since the Chinese government has its hands in pretty much everything that happens within its borders, any company operating in China is forced to share information with the government. This wasn't such a big deal when China was still developing and wasn't a major global power. However, those days are gone, and Beijing is now doing everything it can to spread its influence across the planet. Now that operating in China has become risky and not as cost-efficient, many companies will no longer submit to the bullying and extortion tactics done by the Chinese government. President Xi Jinping and his associates constantly remind foreign businesses that China is still the only nation in the world that can manufacture certain goods affordably and quickly due to decades of investment in manufacturing facilities and workforce training. Therefore, Beijing is not afraid to take advantage of companies within its borders, as they have nowhere else to go at the moment. However, this won't be true forever. Other nations are expanding their manufacturing capabilities, and their governments are much less divisive when it comes to working with Western businesses. The United States and Europe have condemned Beijing for taking advantage of their unique position by saying it's breaking its free trade commitments. However, this hasn't stopped the Chinese government from extorting businesses that rely on the manufacturing capabilities of their nation. 66% of Western companies believe it's become more difficult to do business in China than ever before. This is directly correlated to the stranglehold that Beijing has on everything going on within its borders. Even with a growing consumer market in China, foreign businesses are being deterred from remaining in the country due to strict government oversight. This is why many companies are looking for other locations to produce their products where governments will not extort them for money and information. But one of the biggest issues facing China's economy has nothing to do with manufacturing. It's because China has become too big of a geopolitical threat. It should come as no surprise that companies are very wary of conducting business in a country that is constantly threatening to invade a neighboring territory. And as Beijing continues to use gray zone tactics and endanger the sovereignty of Taiwan, businesses are looking for ways to move their manufacturing out of China to mitigate any disruptions to their supply chains if a worst-case scenario should develop. Between conducting military exercises right off the coast of Taiwan and building artificial islands with military bases atop them in the South China Sea, Beijing has made it clear that it has no problem broadcasting its intentions. This has led to sanctions and geopolitical tensions. Disputes between major economic powers are never a good thing for business. This is why some companies are opting to move out of China to nations with less volatile tendencies. China also has regularly disregarded the ruling of international courts and made it very clear they will only follow the rules if they make them. All of these things are red flags for businesses that want to continue smooth operations for decades to come. It seems as if at any given moment, Beijing could throw the region into chaos, which would result in disruptions to manufacturing and distribution. And Beijing is not above using its economic might to punish entire governments for questioning its authority, which inevitably causes collateral damage to the businesses operating within its borders. An example of this occurred when the Chinese government stopped the importation of Australian wine when Canberra began to question the origins of the COVID outbreak. China's also hurt businesses such as Sweden's Ericsson, South Korea's Lot supermarkets, and Lithuania as a whole for trading with Taiwan. It's clear Beijing has no problem punishing foreign businesses when their governments do something they don't like. This is a major problem, especially for companies operating within Chinese borders. So now that we know why companies are leaving China, what does it mean for the People's Republic? Manufacturing goods in China was once cheap, reliable, and enticing for many businesses, but this is no longer the case because the government in Beijing and the growing middle class. However, without an influx of foreign investments and companies operating in China, the nation could be headed for economic turmoil. For every action that China's taken, there has been a reaction by the United States and other Western nations. For example, the stealing of American data and information led to tariffs. The aggression of China against Taiwan has led to an increased military presence in the region by the US and its allies. As Beijing continues its aggressive foreign policies and shifts toward Chinese economic dominance, businesses are going to leave its borders to seek a more stable and reliable nation to operate in. As time passes, more and more companies are changing their attitudes toward China. Not too long ago, manufacturing in China seemed like the only viable option, but this is no longer the case. There are several other nations that are developing vibrant and cheap manufacturing sectors that are more than happy to accommodate foreign businesses. Nearly 50% of all companies with ties to China claim that doing business in the nation has become too politicized and that it's hurt their bottom line. Profit is what drives the decisions of most companies, so the harder it is to conduct business in China and the more expensive manufacturing becomes, the more businesses will leave for greener pastures. The major concern for most corporations isn't necessarily the ability of China to manufacture their goods, but problems with the supply chain. When China implemented its zero-COVID policy, there were huge disruptions to the global supply chain. Then, when Beijing refused to lift its precautionary measure as the rest of the world began to reopen, the problem became exacerbated as citizens around the world began to spend the money they'd saved up during the lockdown on goods and commodities. Demand soared while supply dwindled, which is one of the reasons why so many nations are now experiencing inflation. Companies that rely heavily on China for their manufacturing are now terrified that government policies and geopolitical tensions might lead to another disruption in their supply chains or may cut them off completely. This concern is another reason why so many companies are looking to leave China and manufacture their goods elsewhere. There is no doubt that foreign businesses leaving the People's Republic of China will have negative consequences on the nation's economy. With fewer foreign investments coming in and more expensive manufacturing costs, even Chinese businesses are beginning to worry. The Chinese economy's been slowing due to delayed recovery from COVID and tariffs placed on Chinese goods. However, things could become so much worse if foreign companies stop relying on China as their main manufacturing hub. Although China is trying to become more self-reliant, it isn't quite there yet. The Chinese economy still needs foreign investors and companies to operate within its borders to allow its economy to grow. If this does not happen, Beijing could find itself looking down the barrel of an economic recession and mass exodus of businesses to other parts of the world. But where would they go? China has one of the largest populations and therefore one of the biggest workforces in the world. It spent decades building up its manufacturing capabilities and training skilled workers. Is there any other nation that can offer what China can? The answer to this question is not yet. But that doesn't mean businesses aren't betting on and moving to other parts of the world in hopes that they'll eventually meet their manufacturing needs. A recent survey of companies that are moving their headquarters out of China found that 43% of businesses were going to Singapore, which has one of the most business-friendly tax laws in the world, along with being a major economic and financial hub in Asia. The government is pro-foreign business and makes the incorporation of a company easy and transparent. This is all enough to get corporations through the front door, where they'll find that Singapore also has a lot more to offer. Due to its location, Singapore is connected to practically every part of the globe through shipping and trade practices. This is a huge deal for foreign businesses looking to establish a foothold in Asia. Singapore has 22 bilateral and regional free trade agreements, including the European Union Singapore Free Trade Agreement and the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership, which has increased both digital and physical trade with markets across the planet. This is luring more and more businesses to the country, as the US-China trade war does not seem to be ending anytime soon. Then there's the human capital and talent in Singapore. The government has invested around $19 billion under the Research, Innovation and Enterprise 2020 plan to create a tech-literate workforce. Singapore's also ramped up the funding for citizens to study manufacturing and engineering as well, which is a huge draw for companies looking to remain in Asia but avoid China. It's the pro-business policies, open trade, and skilled workforce that are drawing so many companies to Singapore. Next is Vietnam, which has seen a huge influx of Western companies operating within its borders as the nation can provide cheap, skilled labor. The manufacturing sector in the country is growing rapidly. There's also an established tech industry, and cities like Ho Chi Minh City and Hanoi have large amounts of talent. Also, the fact that the Vietnam government has close ties with the US means that there are incentives for US companies to move part of their production there. It also implies that the Vietnam government likely won't spontaneously enact radical new policies that could disrupt the production or distribution of goods the same way that Beijing has in the past. The problem is that Vietnam is not very big and has a population of less than 1/10 the size of China. The current infrastructure can handle factories that employ around 60,000 workers, which is nowhere near the hundreds of thousands that work at factories across China. This means that although Vietnam is a good choice for businesses to move some of their production to, there needs to be other options. India offers companies a gigantic workforce, cheap labor, and a rapidly developing infrastructure. India is the most populated country in the world at around 1.43 billion people. India is currently improving their manufacturing capabilities by building more modern factories. The Indian government is heavily subsidizing the construction of manufacturing centers in the hopes that it can draw in more businesses. The willingness of the Indian government to try and entice foreign companies to move their manufacturing to India likely means there will be multiple incentives. However, New Delhi hasn't always been the easiest government to work with. India already has a manufacturing infrastructure. It just needs to improve it to match the capacity and abilities of China. Between India's large young population full of potential workers and its ability to build massive amounts of facilities, many countries are looking to the country to become their new manufacturing hub. Mexico has become a viable option for many companies to do business with, especially in the United States. For American companies, Mexico greatly reduces the risk of supply chain issues, as it is much closer to the consumer base and parent companies than China is. The World Trade Bridge, or Puente Internacional Comercio Mundial, that connects Laredo, Texas to Nuevo León, allows goods to cross between Mexico and the United States seamlessly. The bridge is special because it has 8 lanes, all of which are dedicated to commercial use. Around 6,000 trucks use the World Trade Bridge to enter the U.S. every single day. The bridge and connecting infrastructure allows for easy transportation and delivery of goods, which can then be sold, used in manufacturing facilities, or shipped to the rest of the world. Mexico also has some of the cheapest labor in the world. The Mexican Social Security Institute reported that in 2021, the average monthly income in Mexico was approximately 16,449.22 pesos, or $820. The minimum wage in Mexico is 207.44 pesos, or $11.54 per day. So, although the reported data suggests that Mexican workers make the equivalent of $820 a month, the reality is most workers are probably only bringing in around $230 a month. It's reported the average income for workers in factories is $3.50 an hour, which is 20 to 40% less than in China. Even with lower wages, quality control in Mexico has proven to be more reliable than China. So moving production to Mexico could be a win-win for some companies that aren't specializing in complicated manufacturing processes like high-end electronics. But it's not just Western companies that are looking to move to Mexico. The cheap cost of labor in Mexico is actually drawing Chinese companies to its borders as well. Outside of the small city of Salinas, Victoria, and Nuevo León, a gigantic project to build manufacturing centers has begun. The industrial park was funded through a Mexico-China joint cooperation deal and is named Hofusan Industrial Park. Recently, Chinese companies such as Hisense, Kuka Home, Manhua, and Sunon have opened manufacturing centers at Hofusan to take advantage of cheap labor and low costs. Around 44 different Asian companies opened up manufacturing spaces in Mexico in 2022 alone. So it is clear that there are other options for companies to conduct business in than just China. Right now, more and more corporations are looking to leave China and manufacture their goods in other parts of the world. This is because the cost of doing business in China is rising, both monetarily and politically. Supply chains are being threatened, and companies operating within the People's Republic are being taken advantage of by Beijing. Many have had enough and see staying in China is too much of a risk. Can you imagine an official edict telling you that you must kill your beloved dog? Or what about getting interrogated by the secret police just because you like a certain type of flower? It's happened in China, and you'll soon know why. But first, no porn please, we're Chinese. November 2021, police in Shanghai were knocking down the door of a 38-year-old man while he was frantically deleting files from his laptop and phone. Pornographic movies were on those devices, and in China, that's a big no-no. The man was actually an award-winning movie director named Shen Juhui. His media company had fallen on hard times during the pandemic, and so he decided to try his hand at making porn movies. According to media reports, for each film he made around 30,000 yuan, but since he'd started his enterprise, he got around 1 million yuan. He made that in the space of a year, so as ventures go, making porn wasn't too bad. He did actually manage to get rid of much of the evidence, but the cops found details about shooting costs on one of his devices. One of the actresses told the cops that she'd only agreed to take part in the movies if the director agreed that he'd only release them outside of China. But of course, they managed to make their way into China. In fact, the police found out about them because the mother of a 12-year-old boy had found porn files on his laptop and gone to the cops to complain. The kid wasn't arrested, or at least in the reports they don't say he was, but we find some other reports which said some Chinese people had been arrested for merely watching porn. To do that, they had to use a VPN to get around China's infamous Great Firewall. So you have to ask, why is China so down on porn when in most countries it's accepted, if not frowned upon by some parts of society? It's actually been illegal in the country for decades, with the main reason being the communist government says it wants to protect minors and maintain public morality. It doesn't mean people don't make homemade porn or watch it. All you pornography aficionados out there will still know there is a lot of Chinese porn available online. Still, if you are found to be making it, you could get into trouble. As for just watching it, most Chinese people wouldn't worry too much about getting that knock on the door. One Chinese man was asked online about the consumption of porn in his country, and he replied, "If you just watch some sex, take it easy. As long as you don't spread it and download it too much, nothing. Yeah, nothing will happen to you. And my roommate has 5 gigs of these movies to watch at night. This next bit of information could save your life one day. Cross at your own risk." In most countries in Europe and North America, if you see a pedestrian crossing the road, sometimes it's on what's called a zebra crossing. You kind of expect cars to yield. Not so much in some countries in Asia. For instance, if you've ever been to Thailand and you think you can just walk over a zebra crossing and everyone will stop, you could end up being one of those tourists killed in Thailand statistics. Looking at forums, it seems there are a lot of foreigners asking why this is also practiced in China. Cars just don't stop, even though those black and white blocks seem to suggest they should. One American writing about this said, "After living in China for 5 years, I've grown annoyed with this behavior, so now I cross the street and avoid eye contact with the driver. This guy has a death wish, and we really don't suggest you follow in his tracks when you're in China. They might just be bloodied tracks." There are a lot of cultural reasons why some people won't stop at zebra crossings in the country, but we actually found a website that stated drivers in Beijing are forbidden to stop at pedestrian crossings or they risk a 5 RMB fine. We looked into this because, to be honest, we were skeptical about this so-called law. Thankfully, we actually found a website that published the traffic laws for Beijing province. Article 40 of the law does say this: when the lane is rather free and the visibility is good, motor vehicles shall keep on passing through the road at high speed in accordance with the provisions of the road traffic safety laws and regulations, and shall not hinder the passing of vehicles behind. But that doesn't mean cars should keep on going if they see a person. In fact, Article 92 says cars should give way to pedestrians. So in conclusion, even though some people have said by law Chinese drivers won't stop or even slow down for a pedestrian, it's just an unwritten informal rule. Bear that in mind the next time you travel to China. Here's some advice from a Chinese travel website. Even at pedestrian crossings, traffic often doesn't slow down, even if you start walking across. Some will even speed up to show you that they want to go first. This next one will surprise you all. The government owns all the land. In China, you can't actually own land. You can own a house on the land, but the land is the property of the government or the property of a collective. Under the property rights law, you can get a lease on the land, and that could last 70 years and then be renewed. If you sell the house, that lease is then transferred to the new owner. To make this clearer, here's what a Chinese landlord said about owning property in China. You can't own land, but you can own a land use right. Once you have a land use right, you can sell it on the open market to whoever wants it, and the land use right is good for 70 years. No one is quite sure what happens once the land use right expires. He also talked about something interesting, and that was why China has so many so-called ghost cities. In China, you might come across lots and lots of buildings that are empty. The reason is, if you win the right to build on some land, the government wants you to build on it within 2 years, or you will lose the right. The thing is, some of the developers seem to have been hasty and the properties have stayed empty. Alright, so now back to the weird and wonderful. Don't eat that! In 2020, news reports surfaced that said the Chinese government was in the process of a big crackdown on the crime of making videos of yourself eating stuff. Yep, Chinese folks who turned into social media influencers by way of eating were apparently not to the taste of the communist government. The types of videos were something that originated in Korea, and there they got the name mukbang, which translates in English as eating broadcast. The BBC reported that the government wanted to outlaw food broadcasts in the country. Apparently, President Xi Jinping was upset about seeing Chinese citizens waste food in those videos. The BBC wrote, anyone searching for terms such as eating show or eating live stream is now being served with warning notices. The main reason, again, is because the government saw such videos as breaching China's good morals laws. Some members of the public have called the videos wasteful and vulgar, especially when the eaters try and scoff down as much food as possible in a short amount of time, which is a pretty popular kind of video right now in the US and the UK. As you'll now see, eating animals typically kept as pets is also becoming unlawful in some parts of China. Don't eat that! Part 2. During Chairman Mao's Great Leap Forward, millions upon millions of people died during a terrible famine. In the disturbing book Mao's Great Famine, author Frank Decoder talks about what people resorted to back then. After going through the Chinese archives, he discovered that folks ate tree bark. They sometimes ate each other. They often tried to eat leather after boiling it. These were harsh times indeed. So you won't be surprised to hear that pets were fair game. Eating cats and dogs wasn't uncommon, and still today, some folks in China might be partial to a bit of grilled poodle. But in 2020, news reports stated that Shenzhen became the first city in China to ban the eating of cats and dogs. The city said it had done so in line with the spirit of human civilization. Animal rights activists across the world were happy about this, saying it could become a trend. Still, one of them told the BBC that in China today, about 10 million dogs and 4 million cats are killed for food every year. But don't go thinking everyone's on board with this in China. Most people are in fact very much dead against it. In a survey taken in 2015, 70 to 80% of Chinese respondents said eating cats and dogs was totally acceptable. This next one is out of this world. Say yes to drugs. Like many countries these days, China has a lot of anti-smoking campaigns going on in various parts of the country. But in 2009, Reuters reports that in a place called Gong'an County in Hubei province, the local government had issued an order to make officials smoke at least 23,000 cigarettes per year. Yep, you heard that right. The reason was to stimulate the local economy, seeing that the brand of smokes had to be locally made. Reuters explained those who failed to meet their smoking targets or were caught smoking brands from other provinces would have been fined. Not surprisingly, there was a bit of an uproar about the smoking quota, so as soon as the law went into action, the local government rescinded it. Say yes to more drugs. In 2009, the New York Times wrote about something similar to the cigarette quota, which, as you know, really annoyed a lot of Chinese people. So when officials in Hanchuan, also in Hubei province, created a law to drink more booze, it was also decried by many folks in China. In this law, state workers had to meet a quota of drinking a kind of liquor known as baijiu. Again, the government wanted people to only drink the kind of baijiu made locally. They said that at least $300,000 of the stuff needed to be consumed in a year, which the Times said would have meant every adult drinking 3 bottles a day, enough to cause liver damage over time. Yet again, the government rescinded the rule after many Chinese citizens criticized it. What else could they force the people to do? The answer? Travel. Forced travel plans. In Guizhou province in the south of China, government officials wanted to report inflated numbers of tourists visiting a certain tourist hotspot. To do this, they ordered all state workers to visit that place, which was apparently some ancient ruins. These weren't easy to get to, though, with the news report saying workers had to take a number of buses, after which they had to travel down dirt roads on the backs of motorcycles. Guizhou Commercial News reported that so many employees had to do that trip that at times government offices were totally empty. One thing you have to remember when trying to understand this is that when you live in a collective kind of society, you're expected to do your bit. This was sometimes disastrous in the past when local officials were trying to please the Communist Party hierarchy. As you'll now see, even in modern times, some local bigwigs have gone way too far. Kill all dogs. In what was also a temporary law that was heavily criticized in China, one municipality one day ordered that all dogs had to be killed. This happened in Heihei, which is in Heilongjiang province on the border with Russia. The New York Times said, though unconfirmed, the probable reason for the canine cull might have been because an official getting bitten while he was out on a walk. He was fearful of getting rabies, so it was decided it was time to exterminate all the dogs. The Times wrote, town leaders organized teams of police officers and ordered them to beat to death any dog who ventured into a public space. Obviously, this did not go down well with many of the dog lovers in China. One person talking on a radio show about the order said, "When we need to walk our dogs now, we have to first go out and look for cops." The phrase, "you couldn't make this up," springs to mind, but according to the China Daily website, it was 100% true. It reported that if people were found with dogs, very much alive dogs, they ran the risk of being fined 200 yuan. This caused an outcry all over China, but the government fought back, saying there were too many people getting bitten by dogs, and there was way too much dog poop on the streets. One official said, "We are very worried that if the dog situation gets out of control, it could hurt the city's name." Nonetheless, China's animal rights activists and the country's dog lovers won in the end, and the ban was repealed. This next one is just as strange. Only virgins, please. Experts say that in parts of China we might call the boondocks, some officials are way out of touch with modern times. Thankfully, when these overzealous officials instate a ridiculous law, public outcry often makes them change their minds. Such was the case in the municipality of Chongqing in southwest China when officials created a chastity law for women. We can't find much information about it, but it seems the local government was saying that if unmarried women weren't proved to be virgins, they couldn't make a compensation claim on the land that had been appropriated by the government. The news media simply said that non-virgins didn't deserve money. At least this next one might make some sense. What's in a name? We found quite a few reports over the last few years that talked about government officials banning the use of foreign names for buildings. Some of those names were said to be too exotic and not Chinese enough, such as calling a place Venice, which might sound cool, but apparently it is not Chinese enough. In some parts of China, the government said using such foreign names is damaging the country's sovereignty and the ethnic unity and social stability. In the city of Zhengzhou in central China's Henan province, the local government announced it was time to change a few names. It said a commercial square called Manhattan had to go, as did two residential buildings named Province and Venice. Chinese government officials said names such as those were over-the-top, West-worshipping, weird, and duplicative. Now you get to see government paranoia at its most frantic. Don't you even dare mention this flower. In 2011, the Communist Party started a ban on one of China's most cherished flowers, the jasmine flower. It didn't even want people saying the word jasmine. And this is in a country where people are used to seeing jasmine everywhere, including in their tea. The clampdown on jasmine stemmed from the pro-democracy movement in Tunisia, which got the name the Jasmine Revolution. China's state officials didn't want anything like that happening in China, so they went through the web blocking the word jasmine. They then started banning the sale of the flower in certain markets in the country, even though many people made their money selling jasmine. Prices dropped, so jasmine sellers were out of cash. One of them told the New York Times that he never even heard of the revolution in Tunisia, and he said, "I don't know anything about politics, I don't have much time to watch television." The ban was still somewhat secretive, with Beijing's Public Security Bureau not wanting to talk about it. Still, many folks whose lives involved the flower reported that they'd received a visit from the cops. One woman said she'd been made to attend a meeting in which she and others were told to stay away from jasmine. She was also told to report the license plates of any cars whose occupants had come to the market to buy some of the flowers. Since all this was shrouded in secrecy, no one really knew what the jasmine thing was all about. A jasmine seller at the Xuzhou Flower and Plant Trading Center in Beijing said she'd been told that the crackdown was something to do with Japanese radiation contamination. Another woman who sold the flowers not far from the US Embassy had been told it was related to poison. And we think that is significant proof of government overreach. In 1999, the Communist Party of China began a brutal initiative to rid the country of the spiritual practice of Falun Gong. The practice concentrates on meditation and morality, but even so, the government wanted it gone. The many people who practiced it were about to get persecuted, re-educated, and very likely tortured. Fast forward to the year 2000, and a man was sent to Benji prison to undergo his transformation. He was subjected to a variety of forms of torture that you'll hear about today, but he survived his ordeal. Nonetheless, when he returned to prison in 2016, his body could not cope with the relentless hard labor, the sleep deprivation, and the cruel and unusual punishments he received. One night, while being forced to sit naked on a bench, he was doused with freezing cold water. He collapsed. When he hit the ground, he wasn't helped and instead was beaten. He died soon after. His name was Hu Guojin. Now, before we list a number of tortures inmates might experience, let's listen to some more stories from Benji Prison and the maltreatment of the Falun Gong practitioners. In 2010, a judge named Liang Yunchen was sentenced to 3 years in prison because he wouldn't give up his belief in Falun Gong. He was tortured in prison and wrote a letter about his mistreatment. This fell into the hands of the prison governor, and Yunchen was ordered to serve 60 days in solitary confinement. There, he was tortured every single day. His hands were tied to the headboard of his bed and his feet were tied to the other end. To make it almost impossible to sleep, a very bright light bulb was placed right over his head. In protest, he refused any food. This is what happened to him next. Guards inserted a feeding tube through a nostril to his stomach and fed him a high-concentration salt solution. They usually left the tube in his stomach for 4 days before taking it out for a minimal cleaning. Once in a while, the prison doctor would coat the tube with chemicals to irritate Liang's nose and esophagus. In 2001, a prisoner named Meng Shangguan was imprisoned for the same reason. As often happens, it was other prisoners under orders from the guards that committed some of the torture. At times, they would take off their socks and shove them into Zhang Guan's mouth. He was tied to a chair, his head covered with a bag, and he was doused in cold water. Sometimes he was electrocuted by the guard with an electric baton. The torture didn't stop there. He was repeatedly whipped with a rubber tube, sometimes while naked and strapped to a chair. After he was beaten, he could never sleep because the inmates had been ordered to take shifts and make sure he didn't fall asleep. One day, he was stripped naked and electrocuted with an electrified wire. The guard pointed to his manhood and said, "I'm going to make you unable to have any kids." Many such prisoners never received any medical treatment for their issues. Some are released, but they're already in a very bad way. When a man named Liu Yonfeng got out, he was paralyzed, had slurred speech, and had a leg fracture. He soon fell into a coma and died. In light of a new international investigation that proved China was involved in the genocide of the Uyghur people, today's episode is more relevant than ever. When reading about the horrors that some detainees have faced, you often just read torture or a combination of tortures, but the stories are sometimes not very specific. Human rights organizations have, however, investigated what goes on behind prison walls, and so there are details we can give you today. Here are some of them. Number 6. The beatings. Beatings happen, and sometimes they could be said to be regular kinds of violence, such as inmates being ordered to kick and punch a man or woman in the corner of a cell. It's said that the most sensitive parts of the body are the places that are aimed for. Guards may not use their hands and feet to hurt someone, but they do use their leather belts. The inmate's told to stand facing the wall and then is struck with the belt. The worst part of this is when the buckle strikes the prisoner on the head. This can cause deep cuts, and when that happens, there's always a chance of infection, since the inmate will not be provided with medical attention. There's a punishment known as passing on the board. During this torture, the prisoner is told to expose his backside. He's then beat with a board or a stick up to 100 times. So many strikes to one part of the body can cause, of course, serious injury. If the person is in deep trouble, the stick or the board might have a nail sticking out of it. According to the International Society for Human Rights, this could lead to a fatal injury. In some cases, the inmates or guards will use any hard object, which at times has been a hammer. The prisoner might be struck with the hammer on various parts of the body, including the genitals. To make matters worse, reports have stated that after this, sometimes stinging plants are rubbed over the injured area. Now things get a bit more technical. Number 5. Twisting and stretching. In Chinese prisons, there's something called the tiger seat. This is basically a narrow iron bench to which a prisoner is tied with leather straps around his thighs and knees. A slow kind of torture is to lift his feet up a little and place something under them. Since his knees are tied, he feels pain in his legs. The pain gets worse the more things are put under the feet. Then there's something called bed pressing. A prisoner is told to sit on the floor. His or her hands are tied behind their back. With their legs out in front of them, someone comes and presses the man down as far as he'll go. Imagine doing this during an exercise in which you're trying to touch your toes. Except in bed pressing, the person is bent over and then stuffed under a bed. That means they're stuck in an incredibly painful position. To make matters worse, inmates are ordered to jump up and down on the bed. That wouldn't only be painful but also cause serious back injury. Another terrible thing might happen when a prisoner is told to sit on the ground with his legs outstretched and a guard pushes down on the prisoner's toes. It's reported that at times guards have even tried to stand on the overstretched feet. The arms are also stretched at times. Imagine being handcuffed, but with one arm over your shoulder and one arm coming up behind your back, kind of like a straitjacket. Reports state that sometimes the pain is so much that the victims pass out after only 20 minutes. But sometimes prisoners are kept fastened up like this for hours. If that's not bad enough, they're sometimes forced to dance like this because it makes their pain much worse. Arguably, even worse is when a victim's arms are tied together behind their back with rope. That rope is then attached to something and they're hoisted in the air. The outcome can be the dislocation of shoulders. Sometimes reports gathered by human rights workers state that the pain was so intense, the prisoner will often lose control of their bladder. The hoisting technique is also another form of torture that's led to death. Sometimes you don't have to be stretched to feel a lot of pain. You just stay in the same position, and as you'll now see, that can be hell in a nutshell. Number 4. Staying in position. One torture technique they have in Chinese prisons is called exhausting an eagle. It's very simple and also brutal. A prisoner is told to stand on a stool, sometimes with his hands held high. That's it. They're just told to stay there. They can't sleep, and they won't be given any food or water. How long could you do that for? After a while, the prisoner will collapse, and for that, they'll be beaten. This can happen outside in the dead of winter. Or a prisoner might sometimes be told to stand on one leg to ensure those beatings happen more often. At other times, the prisoners are told to stand on a pile of bricks. The thing is, their hands are tied to the ceiling. When they become tired, they lose their grip on the bricks. Then they're left hanging there. You only have to look at European medieval history to know that hanging from manacles is extremely painful and can cause serious injury. Then there's the min cell. It's a cage that's too small for the prisoner. He's forced in there and often his hands are cuffed to the bars. He can't sit or stand and just has to stay in that agonizing position. The pain is said to be unbearable after a short amount of time, but because the prisoner won't likely die, they can be kept in there without food or water for many hours or even days. This might happen outside in the cold, but when it's summer, it's the sun that becomes a person's worst enemy. Not only does the victim become incredibly thirsty, but hours under the hot sun causes burns. Sometimes the torture is even more simple but equally as brutal. There are reports that some prisoners were just asked to crouch on all fours and hold their head in their hands. Okay, that wouldn't be too bad for a few minutes, but some prisoners had to stay in this position not just for hours, but over a day. They of course collapse and parts of their body went numb. Some reports state that the victims are paralyzed for a few days. The worst case we found reported by the International Society for Human Rights was a report of a woman who was forced to crouch for an entire month. Usually once the person is collapsed, they'll either be beaten or soon be made to get back into the same position. There are various types of crouch torture. Prisoners might be told to crouch with their legs in stretched positions, or they might be told that they're not allowed to move outside of a square they're crouching in. Another method involves using nails, so if the croucher fails to keep a position, they'll be impaled on a nail. Then there's the airplane. The person is forced to stand up against a wall. They're told to bend forward with their head down and stretch out their arms. It looks like an airplane. Try standing like that for hours or days on end. Perhaps you'd rather sit down. Some prisoners in Chinese prisons have been fastened to an iron chair. They're force-fed and they cannot move from the chair. This means they sit in their own human waste, sometimes for a week or more. It's not only terribly humiliating, but sitting for that length of time can lead to its own kind of injuries. Worse, they might be told to sit on a board with nasty raised edges. It hurts for the first hour, but after a while can cause cuts. Those cuts deepen and infections are common. Prisoners are told to sit on all kinds of sharp objects, including broomsticks. They, of course, fall off, and for that, they receive a beating. Possibly even worse than that is when they're told to kneel on hard or sharp objects. Reports state that some prisoners have been forced to kneel for long periods of time on ashtrays. Perhaps the worst sounding of these tortures is something called Hell's Shackles. This is when the shackles, we imagine like handcuffs, are actually cut into the victim's ankles and wrists. Any movement will cause deeper cuts. That's why they cannot move at all, which makes sleeping impossible. The deathbed sounds almost as bad. This involves the victim being forced to lie on a thin plank of wood. Another plank lies across the beam, making it look like a crucifix. The device is not lifted though, so the person just has to stay in that position. This means not moving for a long period of time and of course pooing and peeing in the same place for as long as the victim is kept on the deathbed. In one report, the device was called the dead man's bed. Here's another snippet from a first-hand account of someone seeing it. When I went to the clinic to see a doctor, I saw a female Falun Dafa practitioner bound on the dead man's bed. One police officer gave her an injection and then started to force-feed her, while a group of police officers shocked her with electric batons. The lady was almost tortured to death and yet wasn't even crying. Policewoman Lee Man asked us to look the other way to avoid seeing the torture. And now you'll see just how horrific amateur force-feeding is. Number 3. Force-feeding. As you might already know, sometimes when the victim is in these positions, they're beaten. They might also be electrocuted to certain parts of their body, including the genitals. Reports have stated that electro sticks can be inserted into any one of a man or woman's orifices. Yes, you'd be right to imagine the orifices include those at the mid-level of the body. This is from another report. Sometimes the guards force an electric baton into a practitioner's mouth to shock her. This often leads to her face being disfigured. It can lead to mental problems too. This is how one of the former prisoners described the state of fellow prisoners after they'd been tasered in the head numerous times. They lose their minds. They cannot talk properly anymore. They become very slow in their movements and you see that their brain is damaged. But then how do victims eat in these positions while the worst is happening to them? The answer is guards, not medical professionals, force them to eat. This usually involves a tube being inserted into a person's nose, with the tube leading into the stomach. Reports state that lubricants are not used, so this in itself is very painful. It's also reported that after tubes have been inserted and removed a few times, some prisoners have died from what investigators believe was the result of aspirated blood. Even more macabre are the reports on some things the prisoners are force-fed. The International Society for Human Rights has said some prisoners have been fed urine, human excrement, alcohol, and hot pepper. A separate report states that some prisoners were being made to eat insects, yet other reports say some prisoners have been made to drink boiling water. This is how one human rights organization described force feeding. The main aim of the forced feeding ordered by the police is not, however, to feed the victim. The objective is to break the will and resistance of the victim. One former prisoner said he'd seen plenty of people die after being force-fed food, or even worse, human waste. He said in an interview, "I can show you a list of those who's died, so you'll know how many have lost their lives." Here's more evidence of the sheer brutality of Chinese guards. Number 2. Burning and stabbing and the use of water. There are plenty of reports that state prisoners have been burned in various ways. Cigarettes are often the weapon of choice, with guards using them to burn the ends of fingers, faces, nipples, and worse, the genitals. One report stated a prisoner was once forced to eat a burning cigarette. Then there's the scalding, which could happen to the skin or on the inside when the person is forced to drink water. Guards have also used red-hot iron bars to burn prisoners. Similar to this is stabbing people. We found one case of a doctor inserting a needle under one prisoner's fingernail. Other times, nails and bamboo sticks have been hammered into fingernails. The stabbing with small instruments could affect any area of the human, although we read that the puncturing of the eardrum is very painful indeed. All this can sometimes be stopped if only the person renounces their beliefs. As for the use of water, you won't be surprised to hear that Chinese prisons use a kind of water torture very similar to waterboarding. In other cases, victims repeatedly had their heads shoved into a bucket of water or urine until they were close to passing out. Okay, last one, and it's as brutal as anything we've talked about so far. Number 1. Isolation. So if a prisoner is not being forced 19 hours a day to grueling labor or isn't having their body stabbed, burned, twisted, and abused in any number of ways, they might be left alone in a very isolated space. This is very common. Isolation, though, is somewhat different than that which happens in most countries of the world. For one thing, the cell is so tiny it's hard to move. Reports state that some isolation cells are 5 feet squared, which is around 1.5 meters squared. A person can sit, but not fully lie down or stand up. There are no windows and there are no toilets. A prisoner lives in total darkness with the smell of his own waste. Sometimes water is poured over the floor to make the experience worse. People have given detailed accounts of this in the past. This is what happened to a Falun Gong practitioner named Kang Hong when he was held at Jishangping forced labor camp. Standing water and human waste accumulated several inches deep inside the dungeon. To make it more frightful, many dead rats and snakes were tossed in. Because of his insistence to continue practicing Falun Gong, Kang Hong was handcuffed and hung from the steel door inside the water dungeon for 3 days and nights. Sometimes the prisoners handcuffed to the cell door just to make it very hard to sleep. No one can speak to the prisoner and he or she cannot talk to anyone else, which is a way of breaking a person's mind. If that's not awful enough, there's also a form of isolation in Chinese prisons called the water dungeon. The person is imprisoned in a cage that's then submerged in water. The prisoner cannot sleep, of course, because they drown. It can also be very cold. Some reports state that some cages are filled with nails, so the prisoner can be hurt by touching the sides. This is how one person described it. Usually, the water dungeons are well-hidden rooms or cells where practitioners are forced to stay for days or nights on end in total darkness. The water is most often extremely filthy, containing rubbish and sewage. The world was shocked when a woman named Miss Ding Yang told the international press what happened to her and others while she was being held at the Shijiazhuang Detention Center. Her crime was being spiritual. She said she was placed in an iron cage that had a wooden floor. Sticking out of that floor were nails, so putting a foot wrong was extremely painful and possibly quite dangerous in terms of getting an infection. She told the world about many of the horrors you'd heard today, and that got her in serious trouble. After that press conference, she was arrested again. At Chengde City Prison, she was again forced into a cage, this time with spikes on all sides. She was lowered up to her neck in filthy water. She died after 2 months of almost constant torture. Her case is one of the most well-known, not only because of the horrific torture she suffered, but the fact that she never stopped standing up for her rights. It's not clear how she died, but other prisoners said she was so injured at the end of her ordeal that she could no longer walk. Almost all of her hair had been pulled out by guards and prisoners. Her feet were too swollen to wear shoes. One person wrote, "One day after a round of savage beatings and electric shocks at the hands of policemen and several prisoners, no one ever saw Miss Ding again." With China continuing its genocide of religious groups, there's no telling what horrible tortures are taking place right now.
UFOs are in the news like never before. The official Pentagon investigation has revealed that while it has not found any definitive evidence of extraterrestrial visitation, it has confirmed that a number of objects spotted by military witnesses were metallic and solid. Recently, whistleblower David Grush dropped a bombshell allegation that the U.S. has been running a UFO recovery program in secret since the end of the Second World War. And unlike other people to make that claim before him, Grush brought the receipts, informing the Congressional Intelligence Committee in a classified meeting where to look and who to ask. But UFOs are a global phenomenon, and China has been no stranger to these unexplained sightings. Under the iron fist of the Chinese Communist Party, independent UFO investigation has been difficult, and the government has not been very open with its own investigation into the matter. However, some UFO events were so huge that not even the CCP could keep them under wraps. It's perhaps China's most famous UFO event, and it would take place over the course of over 20 years, with evidence that even hardcore skeptics have found difficult to dismiss. It all started in June of 1994 with a remote mountain village far from China's bustling cities. This was a time when China was just starting to experience the start of the economic miracle which would reshape it from a second world power to a near-peer competitor to the United States. Most people still lived in the rural countryside, and education outside of the big cities was scarce if not rare. A local lumberjack, Meng Xiaoguo, reported spotting a strange object on a nearby mountainside. The object shimmered with some light, and Meng initially thought that it was an airplane or perhaps a helicopter crash of some sort. Hoping to scavenge some of the wreckage, Meng made his way toward the object. As he neared the object, but before being able to tell what it truly was, Meng stated that he felt as if something struck him in the forehead, causing him to lose consciousness. The next thing Meng remembers is regaining consciousness back at his home, with no memory of how he trekked all the way back to his village from the mountainside. With the object no longer in sight, Meng quickly forgot about it and went back to his normal life. However, a few days after seeing the strange object, Meng stated that he woke up abruptly in the middle of the night. He was floating above his bed with his wife still asleep next to it, and to his terror he saw a creature enter his home through a solid wall. This creature stood about 10 feet tall and was humanoid in shape, but with 6 fingers on each hand and thighs covered in braided hair. Meng could tell it was female, and the creature approached him as he laid there helplessly. This creature very briefly had sex with him, with Meng stated it only lasted for a few seconds before it vanished once again through the wall and he floated back down onto his bed. Days after this nighttime visit, Meng claimed that the aliens returned and at one point brought him inside of their ship. There, a group of the tall beings began to speak to him in broken Chinese, which made it difficult for him to understand them. The aliens spoke with Meng about themselves, but were cagey about giving specific details. They stated that they were refugees who were fleeing a dying home, though if they were escaping a planet that was physically dying or simply a social situation they didn't like remains unknown due to the strange wording the creatures used. Meng asked about the female alien that he had a sexual encounter with, but the creatures told him that it would be impossible for him to see her now, instead telling him, quote, "In 60 years on a distant planet, the son of a Chinese peasant will be born." Before returning him to his home, the aliens also showed Meng a strange recording, and one that would make this a very difficult case to explain. On a monitor of some sort, the aliens showed Meng a giant planet with a comet smashing into it. They explained that this was a recording of a comet striking the planet Jupiter right here in the solar system. Comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 would indeed strike Jupiter on July 16th, the day Meng was shown the supposed recording, breaking up into pieces that would rain down until July 20th. 22 years later, Meng claimed that the aliens returned to visit him once more and presented him with a piece of that comet. That piece of rock would end up complicating Meng's case decades after it had been forgotten, when it was discovered to be rich in terbium, a rare earth mineral common in the asteroid belt. Meng's story would set off a media frenzy, and this would significantly complicate the act of trying to piece together the original story with published accounts. For example, some reports state that Meng went to see the alien ship with 30 other men before he was struck unconscious, and they brought him home. Another early report states that Meng went to find the ship with his niece's husband. One report stated that the sexual encounter between Meng and the alien lasted 40 minutes, while Meng himself claimed in 2021 it only lasted a few seconds. What we do know is that the incident prompted many Chinese UFO groups to make the trip to Meng's remote village to investigate the story themselves. They discovered scorch marks on surrounding trees as well as rocks split into pieces where Meng claimed the ship had originally landed. Wang Fengchen, first chairman of the Beijing UFO Research Organization, suggested that it appeared as if an aircraft had landed and took off again, though there was no indication it was alien in nature. An investigation of Meng's home revealed a troubling result, according to Wang. A researcher from the Chinese Academy of Sciences used a Geiger counter to measure radiation in Meng's home. When the instrument was brought close to the wall Meng claimed the alien had passed through, the instrument went haywire. No amount of troubleshooting could explain the instrument's response. Initial reactions varied on Meng's story, even within the UFO investigative community itself. A Secretary General of the Beijing UFO Research Organization claimed that Meng had no credibility and that local leaders claimed he was mad. Lots of people who already wanted to believe him were led astray by Meng upon encountering them, claimed the former Secretary General. Meng, though, would pass a polygraph test when asked to take one. Administered by local police, the test showed no sign of deception from Meng as he retold his story. However, polygraph tests aren't foolproof and thus remain inadmissible in court in most countries. The more difficult aspect of Meng's story to explain is his claim that he saw a video of a comet striking Jupiter. The event was relatively unknown to most people even as it was happening until newspapers ran front-page photos of the comet impacts picked up by the Hubble telescope. How did a remote villager in China's undeveloped countryside know of a comet impact on the solar system's largest planet? It's not an easy question to answer, especially without knowing more about the initial investigation, having a clearer timeline of Meng's encounters, and what kind of exposure Meng might have had to the academic community. When Meng revealed he'd been gifted a part of that comet by the same aliens in 2016, he reignited debates over his encounter. The large rock was analyzed by scientists who were shocked to discover it contained large concentrations of terbium, a rare earth mineral. It's unfortunate that those scientists' report is not available to Western readers as it's unknown what concentration the terbium was discovered in. Some of the richest terbium deposits on Earth come from China's clays, where it rests at a concentration of about 1%. However, terbium is also abundant in the asteroid belt, complicating the effort to explain it away as a simple rock this Chinese peasant happened to pick up. And if it was a simple rock he picked up, then this peasant with little education just happened to pick one up that was impossible to explain away as terrestrial. But then there's the description of the aliens that Meng gave. In 2015, Meng was visited by a reporter working for the Huffington Post, who asked him to sketch an alien that he allegedly had a sexual encounter with. The reporter realized that Meng was drawing something very similar to the Michelin Man mascot, albeit with a lot of hair. A local auto repair shop had a Michelin Man face on a sign placed on its roof. Meng's story is difficult to explain and raises questions for both believers and skeptics. The wall Meng claimed the alien had passed through did seem to give off lingering radiation, and something had set fire to vegetation and cracked rocks at the spot Meng claimed he saw the ship. But at the same time, Meng's aliens bore a striking resemblance to a corporate mascot who happened to be prominently featured on a nearby sign. Meng's rock, which he claims is a piece of the comet that crashed into Jupiter, is rich in a rare earth mineral that's most commonly found in China's clays, but in extremely low concentrations, and that same mineral happens to be abundant in some celestial rocky bodies. We also know that comet Shoemaker-Levy broke up into many pieces in its death spiral before slamming into Jupiter. Without access to the original investigation documents, including those from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, it's impossible to draw a conclusion about this case. But we do know that China is taking the UAP-UFO phenomenon very seriously, and unlike the United States, it has refused to comment. The People's Liberation Army has its own UFO investigation group and refers to UAPs as unidentified air conditions. However, the only thing the public has been able to learn from the military investigation is that reports of UAP activity amongst the Chinese military appears to be on the rise. It's also known that the staggering number of reports has forced the Chinese investigation to turn to artificial intelligence to help process the raw data. Like in similar investigations in the United States and Russia, the Chinese Academy of Sciences believes that most UFOs are misidentified natural or man-made phenomenon. However, Chinese investigations seem to be unable to account for a percentage of sightings which seem to evade rational explanation. This too mirrors both the American and Russian investigations into the phenomenon. Some of these sightings have a large number of witnesses, making them difficult to dispel. In February 14th of this year, residents in the city of Qiqihar in the province of Heilongjiang reported spotting a strange light in the sky. The object moved along the sky and left a fiery trail behind it, disappearing after a few seconds. The Qiqihar Meteorological Bureau said it had not been notified of any military activity in the area and could not explain the briefly appearing fiery light that seemed to disappear just as fast. At 9 p.m. on August 20, 2011, air crews from dozens of aircraft flying over Shanghai witnessed a massive glowing sphere in the sky which seemed to pulsate. Skeptics claimed that it was likely caused by a bubble of diffused rocket fuel outside the atmosphere, but witnesses were not satisfied with that answer, claiming the object was solid. The UFO was also spotted by observers in Beijing who witnessed it appear as a giant white ball of light before slowly disappearing. Answers ranged from rocket fuel in the upper atmosphere to unknown military satellite activities, but with no similar events recorded by other space agencies, the true cause remains unknown. UFOs are not a modern phenomenon for the world's oldest civilization. All the way back in 1071, the poet Zedong wrote about a UFO he spotted while staying overnight in Jinshan Temple in Xinjiang. In 1892, painter Wu Youru produced a painting from an incident observed by himself in the local community. Called Red Flame Soaring in the Sky, the painting illustrates a burning ball crossing the sky while onlookers stare in awe from a bridge. UFOs seem to take as keen an interest in China as elsewhere in the world, and disturbingly the same phenomenon reported elsewhere was being reported in China. On March 18, 1991, at 6 p.m., the crew of Flight 3665, flying from Shanghai to Jinan, observed a spheroidal UFO that disassembled itself into a single sphere and various cylinders, then reassembled into one solid craft once more. The conversation between the ground crew and the aircraft was recorded as the crew described the craft's color changing from red to black as it reformed itself. UFOs would also shut down numerous Chinese airports throughout the years. In 2010, UFOs shut down an airport in Hangzhou in Inner Mongolia as flight crews reported seeing luminescent craft in the sky above the airport. Later that year, an airport in Chongqing would get its own visit. Unfortunately, the People's Republic of China's authoritarian and restrictive culture has made investigation of the UFO phenomenon difficult for both local and foreign researchers. China's Cold War history with UFOs is largely unknown, with the PRC adopting an extremely conservative attitude toward the UFO phenomenon until only recently. While the Shanghai UFO Research Center was founded in 1979, it was only legally registered in 2005, an indication of how long people in China have had to wait for the government to loosen up its attitude toward the UFO phenomenon. That's not to say that the PRC is being candid with its modern UFO investigation or even the history of the People's Liberation Army and UFOs, with rumors circulating that UFOs have shown particular aggression towards Chinese attempts to intercept or down them. How could one of the largest economies in the entire world suddenly need the support of its biggest competition? What led to China experiencing staggering growth and seeking to engage with the US? And could ironing out their rocky relationship even be of benefit to either country and their economies? Well, we're about to find out. Welcome to the Infographic Show, and join us as we do our best to determine the real reason that China might desperately need the United States again. From late 2019 all the way through 2020, and with many of its effects still being felt today, the entire world was rocked by the COVID-19 pandemic. Many schools and businesses needed to implement social distancing measures in order to reduce the spread of the respiratory virus, and in some countries, nationwide lockdowns became a regular occurrence. The pandemic had a considerable economic impact on every major country across the globe. The fallout of so many businesses closing their doors in order to prevent the spread of COVID-19, as well as restrictions on importing and exporting goods, meant that for many countries less money was going into their economies while plenty was going out. This led to significant financial fallout the world over, which some economies are only just starting to recover from. But over in China, that recovery seems to have been unexpectedly hindered. For a time, China's economy looked to be doing relatively well, getting better post-COVID at a rate that was actually exceeding the Chinese government's expectations. Although the country's consumers were avoiding larger purchases like new cars or apartments, and a number of Chinese factories were running at lower capacity than usual, their exports were recovering and in some cases actually getting stronger. Since exports are one of the major, if not the most important pillars holding up China's economy, free-flowing global trade is crucial for the economic well-being of the nation. Some of their biggest international buyers are the United States, Hong Kong, Japan, and Germany. Over the past decade, China's exports have steadily grown, with the exception of 2009. During that year, the global financial crisis and an economic downturn across the world
caused trade to slow down in most countries. Additionally, 2016 was another year that saw notable decreases in global demand for products exported from China. As well as being the most heavily populated country on the planet, China is also both the largest manufacturing economy and the largest exporter in the world. This means that anything that hurts global trade inevitably has some kind of negative impact on China. Earlier in 2023, a few months before we made this video, China was getting back on its feet, at least economically speaking. The construction of new housing was on the rise, and although that had slowed down slightly, there was still plenty of investments being made into the infrastructure and manufacturing sectors. This wave of economic activity started in December of 2022, when the Chinese government lifted their zero-COVID measures, which had enforced a number of industry shutdowns and mass testing for the coronavirus. While intended to monitor and potentially slow the spread of COVID-19, these precautions had the side effect of also slowing down something else: the growth of China's economy. During the fourth quarter of 2022, the country saw a worrying uptick in cases of COVID-19, which caused growth to drop just short of 3%. After the zero-COVID measures were lifted, this growth went up by 4.5% between January and March of 2023 when compared to the figures from the same months during the previous year. This growth was largely driven by consumers gaining purchasing confidence, spending money, and thus fueling the economy. So why is all of this important? China plays a crucial role on the global economic stage. It's the second largest economy in the entire world, with only the United States ranked above it. China's gross domestic product, the value of all the goods produced and all the services provided during a single year, was almost $18 trillion. Considering this is around 17 to 20% of the global GDP, if China experiences an economic downturn, that shock will almost certainly impact every other nation in the world. China is also part of the economic group BRICS, which also includes Brazil, Russia, India, and South Africa. BRICS is a complicated topic in and of itself, but for the purposes of this video, you just need to know that in 2022, China outranked all other BRICS member countries in terms of GDP. However, despite this, 2022 was still considered to be one of the country's worst economic performances in years. Given the size of its economy and the rate at which it has grown, China has been one of, if not the single driving forces behind economic growth for the entire world. And that's what makes it so important, and why a sudden, unexpected slowdown in their recovery from COVID's economic aftermath should be a cause for concern for other countries, especially those that trade with China. That being said, we're living in a time where there are constant tensions between various nations across the world, and as those continue simmering, they can occasionally boil over and cause disagreements to occur. Despite perhaps not always seeing eye to eye on everything, nations like the United States and many throughout Europe maintain an interdependent relationship between their economies and China's. Although there was a warning that a painful economic slowdown was on the horizon, the country's GDP during 2022 indicated that the second largest economy in the world was coming back with a vengeance and shaking off the struggles of the pandemic. China had already taken a number of steps intended to stimulate some rapid growth in its economy. One of the most important investments China has made so far has been in its infrastructure, laying the groundworks for high-speed rail lines to connect the colossal nation, as well as building new highways and bridges. You might think at first that investing all that money in infrastructure wouldn't lead to massive economic growth, and that's partly true, but providing easy access to travel routes can allow workers to arrive at their jobs faster, thus making them more efficient. The more efficient, the more profit a company makes, in theory, and the more that money can contribute to the overall economy. It also serves to make the country's logistics smoother in general, allowing the transport of goods to move at a faster pace. And that's not even mentioning the jobs that can be created by investing in infrastructure. After all, a highway or a high-speed train won't build itself. You need engineers, planners, and construction workers in order to achieve those goals. All of these factors contribute to growing the economy. Additionally, China's primary bank, the People's Bank of China, announced to commercial banks that they were permitted to hold slightly smaller reserves against possible losses, which freed these banks up to lend more to people seeking loans. The effects of these economic policies were also felt on a smaller scale. When it came to traveling or frequenting restaurants, public spending was on the rise. Some hotels were forced to shut down their elevators to save money amidst the losses they'd made during the pandemic. Now, these same establishments, which only saw occasional diners in their restaurants, were now receiving hundreds of customers, with lines of people waiting for a table trailing out the door. However, these hints that the economy was stabilizing were perhaps misleading. There was an increase in consumer spending, but it was uneven. One butcher at a street market in Suzhou noticed that his customers were still being frugal, staying highly selective about where and how they spent their money. Frugality is of course a person's right and down to their own discretion, but this particular vendor, a small business owner, noticed the impact it was having on his sales. However, a catfish vendor within the same Suzhou market had a different experience. As he often sold his wares to local restaurants, his business significantly slowed down during the pandemic when local restaurants shut down. Then, once restrictions were lifted, the same clients he'd sold to previously were placing large orders once again. Those two different examples taken from businesses within the same marketplace are basically a microcosm for what's been going on with China's economy when it comes to how consumers are spending their money. Money is still changing hands and flowing through the economy, but it's not happening everywhere. China's economy is getting stronger, but unevenly. Some sectors contributing to the Chinese economy haven't even started to fully recover yet. Another industry that was hit hard by having to shut its doors during the pandemic was movie theaters. Despite the increasing yet uneven level of consumer spending in areas like food, a whole third of China's movie theaters are yet to reopen. Countrywide box office revenue was down by a staggering 55% in March of 2023. Needless to say, things still aren't running smoothly. It isn't all bad though. Much of the rest of the world is finding the economic fallout of COVID is coming in the form of inflation, in large part thanks to governments injecting money into their economies during the pandemic in a nearsighted attempt to stop them from crashing. But over in China, there's actually very little signs of inflation. One of the more commonplace strategies during the pandemic in Western countries was to send relief checks or coupons to households of essential workers in order to bolster their income while they still had to work during the rise in COVID cases. In China, this wasn't the case, meaning there was a limit to how much companies could raise the prices of their goods as there was less money to go around. Of course, part of the reason for the continued frugality and uneven spending among the population is largely down to how the pandemic affected people's incomes. Millions of working people in China had their incomes severely depressed, and the amount they currently make still hasn't caught up to pre-pandemic levels. In February of 2023, unemployment of people between the ages of 16 and 24 was just over 18%. Within a month, it had already climbed more than another 1.5%. Fortunately, this isn't the case for other demographics, with unemployment between those aged 25 to 59 dropping down to 4.3% in March of 2023, down from 4.8% in February. In addition, factories are also attempting to work their way through the backlog created by having to shut their doors during the pandemic. The output of factories, mines, and power plants all contribute to China's overall industrial sector, and production was able to significantly rise in early 2023 as these businesses attempted to meet the demand for their goods. However, the demand for these goods didn't just disappear during the height of COVID. A lot of the country's industrial production centers around the products it exports internationally. The industrial sector is in a delicate balance of attempting to quickly recover from the effects of the pandemic, while also having to try to catch up on a backlog of orders for parts and goods that it built up while the zero-COVID lockdowns were in place. One of the largest sectors experiencing a sharp slowdown because of this is China's automotive industry. Car sales dropped over 13% in the first quarter of 2023, also being hindered by the government reinstating an added sales tax on the sales of gas-powered cars, likely implemented to encourage people to turn to electric alternatives. Now, all these factors have led the pace of China's economy to slow right back down. In spring of 2023, the annual pace of economic growth dropped to a little over 3%, which, as you can imagine, the Chinese government wasn't all that pleased about. It falls short of their target for restabilizing their economy. This all begs the question, just what does the United States have to do with all this? Well, the current falter in their economy has encouraged senior Chinese officials to engage in talks with other nations, even those often considered to be their geopolitical rivals. The United States and China are the two largest economies in the world, and together account for around 40% of all global economic output. Naturally, they've been rivals for quite some time, and yet they are also largely dependent upon each other for trade that brings money into both of their economies. Despite not always being on the best terms, with both attempting to sever their dependence on one another, the two have continued to engage with each other on an international economic level. Now, though, China has seemingly changed its tone toward the United States. The climate envoy for President Joe Biden, John Kerry, and Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen were both invited to Beijing on separate occasions for diplomatic meetings with high-ranking Chinese officials. Similarly, ministers from China are expected to travel to Washington, D.C. in order to conduct further talks on issues like climate change and trade. Seeking to announce to the world that China is open for business, and in order to stoke up its economy, the country's premier and second highest official met with some of the country's biggest tech companies to encourage them to hire more workers, with an emphasis on stirring up more economic growth. There's been an ongoing push by the Chinese government to try and assert greater political control over its tech industry, prompting many Chinese professionals in the field to emigrate. Whereas China's foreign policy has historically held more animosity, this softening in their approach, especially toward the United States, brings with it security concerns. While the more lax policy and friendlier diplomatic relations between the two could lead to the positive change China is seeking for its economy, their previous relationship could be what makes the U.S. reluctant to accept the proverbial olive branch. Recently, China enacted policies that would undermine its role within the global supply chain, affecting other companies that rely on them for trade. They declared intentions to limit the export of certain rare materials used in the production of semiconductors. This was widely believed to have been done in retaliation against the United States after they limited the sale of their exports of said advanced semiconductors to China. As much as it's possible that China's recent economic struggles might soften their approach to foreign relations and mutual agreements that could put them back on track toward stable economic growth, there's no guarantee. US-based companies have often complained about how much harder it's become to conduct business in China. Their government has placed a strong focus on their national security, leading to Chinese authorities conducting raids on American companies, even sometimes going as far as detaining personnel. The geopolitical landscape of the world plays a huge role in the decision-making of companies and their investors. Given the state of its economy and the uncertainty over how well it'll work with America, many companies have to choose whether they funnel money into China's economy and if they can continue to rely on it for exports. It's difficult to say whether China's appeal to the U.S. will pay off. It's no secret that the United States has felt threatened by China's growth, and whether or not this would impede their supporting efforts to help restabilize China's economy. The United States isn't known to budge, meaning they're unlikely to change their policies that have been targeting China's technology advances in order to slow them down. This unwillingness to relent gives China very little incentive to make compromises, regardless of their own ongoing economic issues. Not to mention, the US, like many other parts of the world, is also still trying to recover from the financial impact of the pandemic too, given how far-reaching its consequences were. There is a lot at stake for China, economically speaking. There are millions of jobs within the country that rely heavily on continued global trade and selling goods to other countries. As the world's largest trading nation, it falls to China to ensure that they're allowing the systems of global trade to continue to work. However, even if they are trying to play nice with the United States, there's always the concern that the US won't want to reciprocate. If you listen to Chinese authorities, they're the fastest rising power in the world, growing their military by leaps and bounds and expanding their influence around the world. If you listen to worried politicians in the United States, you'll probably hear the same thing. They all say it could be a Chinese century, but the actual truth might be very different. Is China, the world's largest country by population, actually on the verge of collapse? One of the reasons China should be worried about their ascendance to superpower status might be right there in the title, world's largest country. It's not going to hold that title for long, maybe not even for another year, because while China has been the most populous country for hundreds of years, that streak is about to come to an end. India will overtake it as the world's most populous country in the near future, and trends indicate that it won't be overtaken anytime soon. That in itself doesn't mean China is falling apart, but the facts behind it are worrying. China's population has been a subject of concern for leadership for a long time. During the early days of the Communist Party's rule, the growing population taxed limited resources extensively. So in 1980, the government instituted a one-child policy that lasted 35 years. Backed up by extensive propaganda campaigns, it was an efficient way to cut down population growth. This required massive government oversight, including arrests of couples who had illegal second children and in some cases confiscation of children. But the government of China was not receptive to protests and the policy stuck, forcing couples to make hard choices that included many people choosing to terminate pregnancies when they were having a girl because if they could only have one child, they wanted a strong, strapping young lad who could help them around the farm. And that pattern created a worrisome effect. Although the one-child policy was abolished eventually, and now China actively seeks to raise its birth rate, it caused a generation of damage to the country's demographics, with a much larger number of boys to girls born. It made it hard for young men to find wives, and the government first started to try to account for this in the 1980s, allowing rural parents to have a second child after having a girl. And the one-child limit was eventually replaced with a two-child limit, then a three-child limit, before being abolished completely in 2021. But decades of oppression caused lasting effects. Families in China have largely gotten used to having few children, and many are sticking to the numbers they're used to. As China's population ages and dies off, the country has seen record low population growth, barely making it above replacement level in the last few years. The trend is likely to continue barring something unexpected, which means China might become one of the few countries in the world to see an actively shrinking population. But population isn't everything these days. Many of the most powerful countries in the world aren't even in the top 10 population-wise. That's the good news. The bad news is everything else. If there's one word that could normally be used to describe China's government, it is stable. It's one of the longest-lasting communist governments in the world, with the Chinese Communist Party ruling consistently since the country's civil war in 1949. Its various leaders had different perspectives and left the country in various shapes, but they all answer to the larger party structure, which has never come close to being toppled. They set the law with very little room for input from the people, leading to many protests being put down by force, as was most famously seen in the Tiananmen Square protests in 1989. And absolute power also means the dissidents have nowhere to hide. The CCP might not be exclusively communist anymore. They've opened up their country to business interest extensively, which greatly contributed toward their economical prosperity. But little has changed in the way they govern the nation. They crack down on any sign of dissent, and no one is safe. From random protesters to powerful business executives. They've even made their oppression high-tech, with advanced surveillance techniques and a social credit system that penalizes people for signs of disloyalty to the government. The goal is to make the price of defiance too high for anyone to risk going against the government's wishes. But if people are pushed far enough, could the CCP remain in power? Many of China's issues have been brewing for a long time, but they largely exploded in 2020. China was ground zero for the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. And if you ask 10 people, you probably get 15 answers about what they think really happened. But what is known is that as soon as the virus was detected in China, the government cracked down, isolating whole cities and large-scale lockdowns that kept people trapped in their homes or in government quarantine camps for extended periods of time. The containment strategy caused much controversy, but it was initially effective and helped China get its cases much lower than the rest of the world, at least so far as we know. And then COVID-19 went away and everything was fine. Right? If there's one thing we know, it's that COVID is persistent. Most countries came out of their initial lockdowns and the virus came roaring back. It was clear they couldn't lock down every time an increase in cases were detected, so instead many countries concentrated on the measures like mask mandates and vaccination drives. But in China, there was no public pushback against draconian lockdown laws, and China instead decided to continue harsh lockdown strategies every time a case was reported, a strategy which continued into 2022. Many cities like Shanghai have been the subject of this treatment, including most famously Shanghai Disneyland being closed down, with many of the people in the park being moved to a nearby quarantine camp on site. So much for the happiest place on earth. To say the public was angry would be putting it lightly. For the first time since 1989, the Chinese government was potentially facing a protest it couldn't simply put down. Mass numbers of protesters took to the streets in 2022, expressing outrage at how they'd been treated, with many complaining of being unable to get food or medical treatment due to the COVID protests. China cracked down, of course, but current leader Xi Jinping was hesitant to order a full crushing of the protests, like his predecessor did in Tiananmen Square. Maybe he was worried about his global reputation, or maybe he just knew it wouldn't work. Because this wave of protesters were savvy, modern, and knew how to game the system. This well-organized group of protesters were using the internet, including social media sites like Twitter, to mobilize. China's cyber experts tried to sabotage this by flooding the related tags with spam and pornography. They also had an interesting choice of protest sign, with many carrying blank pieces of paper. This was ostensibly to express how they were being silenced, but it also made it impossible for the government to charge them with carrying seditious messages, because they weren't carrying any messages at all. And suddenly, Xi Jinping started looking a little nervous. The current leader of China had just been elected to a historic third term as the head of the CCP, the first to do so since Mao Zedong. And rather than try to crush the protesters and send a message to the world, he started backing down and liberalized some of the COVID-19 restrictions without actually admitting fault or promising it wouldn't happen again. This was the first indication that China under Xi might be vulnerable to public pressure and would be loosening some of its restrictive policies. But everyone knew this would be a dicey prospect. Any indication that the CCP was weakened might cause the government to reverse course and crack down to preserve its public image. And that's because China would prefer to look outward right now. While China has many conflicts domestically, they're growing by leaps and bounds internationally, or so it seems. While China has the third largest nuclear arsenal in the world, it's considered to be much more advanced than Russia, which largely makes it the closest rival to the United States. While Chinese authorities are often belligerent toward the United States, including making over-the-top threats, like shooting down the Speaker of the House's plane if she visits Taiwan, most people believe this is for domestic consumption rather than an actual threat. A war with the United States would likely end in an unimaginable destruction, and most analysts believe the US would be the heavy favorite to win. But China is much more concerned with local affairs. China's activities in the South China Sea have been controversial in recent years, with the country building many manufactured islands and claiming large swaths of the sea as their territory. This has caused domestic conflict with Vietnam in particular, but few of the countries in the region have the military strength or allies to oppose China directly. But far away, China has a very different strategy. China's biggest new investment in recent years has been in Africa, a diverse continent that was heavily colonized by Europe over the centuries, and as such is very open to a new alternative. That alternative came in the form of China, which wanted to set up factories, mining operations, and other investments in multiple African countries. This arrangement provided the locals decently paid jobs, although most of the highest positions were often staffed by Chinese liaisons. Many analysts fear if war breaks out, China could use these business arrangements to cut off supplies from the United States by calling its chips in with African allies. But China's larger business investments might soon have been impacted by a looming problem. Remember during the 90s when it suddenly seemed like everything was made in China? It didn't matter if it was a plastic cup, a sweater, or a new piece of electronic. China seemed to be the place to get things made, to the annoyance of many a grandpa who wanted to know whatever happened to good old-fashioned American manufacturing. Well, that factory's likely long closed down, Granddad. Companies moved much of their manufacturing to China thanks to the lower cost of manufacturing and less red tape. But that often meant some corners were cut along the way. This manufacturing boom helped China's economy explode, and soon they became powerhouses in countless other areas, including movie making and app design. But it might all be about to come crashing down. The Chinese business boom only lasts as long as foreign companies are comfortable doing business with them, and to a large extent, that golden era is over for a number of reasons. A good test case is Disney, who invested heavily and prioritized the Chinese market. They even built that theme park there. But the honeymoon was over when China's censorship bureau started demanding changes to completed films to allow them to be released in China. That's why many recent Marvel movies haven't even been released in China, including the first MCU film starring an Asian hero, Shang-Chi. And other businesses have become increasingly hesitant too. Having an outpost in China used to be a great investment, but due to the government's recent crackdowns, it's become much dicier. There were several high-profile detentions of foreign business travelers and journalists that made it seem like too big of a risk to send people there. Additionally, more attention was paid to China's cyber hacking and data mining efforts, particularly the mega-popular Chinese app TikTok. While all the kids are filming their dances and posting their hot takes, China might be mining their data, which even led multiple politicians to call for banning the app in the United States outright. And even that good old Made in China sign might have had its best days behind it. Manufacturing in China is still definitely the cheaper option, but the ethics are becoming more worrisome, especially given how many of China's factories are staffed by prisoners and who those prisoners are. The internment of the Uyghur Muslim minority and other religious minorities and dissidents has gained a lot of attention over the years, but never more so than it did in 2018, when an American woman opened a Halloween kit from Kmart, and in addition to a bunch of fake skulls and plastic headstones, she found a piece of paper. It contained a message from a prisoner in a labor camp detailing the brutal conditions they endured. More and more people are asking if that cheap knick-knack is worth the human cost. And all this creates a potentially grim picture for China going forward. If China loses much of its foreign investment, is its domestic situation steady enough to keep itself afloat, or will it collapse like a house of cards? The challenge for China is that many of its problems intersect, and if one area collapses, it could make it impossible for them to keep another area under control. Experts in Chinese society are all united in saying that the country could face a period of crisis and decline in the near future. For one thing, their COVID policy might make it near impossible to recover. Most Americans remember the long, dark days of 2020 when many people didn't know when or if their businesses would be allowed to open. That status quo is long gone here, but in China it never ended. A small COVID outbreak could trigger the lockdown of an entire city area, and that could cause countless businesses to close their doors permanently. The zero COVID policy also serves as a body blow to another area, tourism. After all, international travel has gotten trickier since COVID began, and getting in the country is enough of a challenge itself. In China, you have to hope your area doesn't become a hotspot, or getting out could become a challenge too. And another global crisis is also looming. Climate change poses the biggest challenge to coastal and island nations, where the rising sea levels could actually wipe some cities off the map within a century. But every country is experiencing it in some way, especially if they weren't prepared for extreme weather. The province of Sichuan was hit by a massive heat wave and drought in 2022, and the city became heavily dependent on air conditioning to keep functioning. Problem was, the temperate region wasn't equipped for this kind of hit on its power grid, and it caused heavy blackouts. Factories were forced to shut down, many people struggled in the burning heat, and Beijing was forced to respond with massive bailouts to keep the region afloat. Many are asking, is Beijing prepared for what's to come? China's seeing its economy draw down in many ways, including a devastating rollback in its property market. China was investing heavily in building new housing, with many houses being sold while still under construction. But as the economy contracted, construction slowed, and many people found themselves with houses or flats that couldn't be lived in or sold. So people started refusing to make mortgage payments while the houses were incomplete, and that created a real estate crisis that's ongoing. The government provided a major bailout to the real estate sector, but it didn't restore confidence. And many people are asking, is Beijing doing enough? Just about every area of China's economy is struggling right now, including real estate, the tech sector, and small businesses. So in August 2022, China announced an investment of 1 trillion yuan, which is around 200 billion US dollars, that'll go directly into the economy. But while the infusion of cash was welcome, many people wondered if it was being used effectively, and it doesn't seem like any of the larger issues behind the economic crises are being addressed. And China is still lacking in infrastructure in many areas. Others say the onerous regulations of the Chinese Communist Party are stifling innovation, but no one is sure how fast China will respond. And that raises the question, how bad could things get? China's economic moves to boost its struggling economy have largely been modest, including a cut in interest rates, but it's impossible to separate their economic problems from the other challenges the country is facing. Back in 2008, when the world was hit by a massive economic crisis, China responded much more quickly, unleashing a huge stimulus package that pumped a lot of money into the global economy. That was brought on as much by self-interest as anything else. China's economy was booming at the time, and the leadership knew they had as much to lose as anyone else if the global economy hit a long-standing depression. But this time, the rest of the world is recovering much faster than China is, and China's other policies are contributing to its problems. China is the only country in its economic sphere to still be conducting COVID-19 lockdowns, which means places like South Korea, Japan, and rising powers like India and Vietnam are starting to look much more like inviting places to do business with. This is especially the case for India, where their fast-growing economy and population are making them a regional power, one that looks like a good place for investors. But while there have been some minor signs of liberalization on COVID lately, Xi Jinping has been very hesitant to abandon the initial 2020 strategy, which means that companies will be more hesitant to invest. But China's future might also be shaped by its allies. While China has a massive challenge going into 2023, it's nowhere near the crisis facing another former superpower, Russia. As 2022 opened, Vladimir Putin promoted himself to the title of Tsar of Greater Russia. Many pundits assumed he would run over Ukraine in weeks and then set his sights on NATO. The reality has been very different. Bolstered by NATO weapons, Ukraine has held off Russia and limited them to minor gains in the east. Its president, Volodymyr Zelensky, has become a global hero. Meanwhile, Russia's found itself diplomatically and economically isolated, running out of troops and weapons, and a global pariah under massive sanctions. It's almost out of allies. That is, besides one. Aside from fellow pariah states like Syria, Iran, and North Korea, the only major country backing Russia is China. Early in the war, Xi Jinping and Putin signed an agreement of mutual support, and China provided Russia with arms. But as Russia's fortunes changed, China started backing away slowly, not wanting to be associated with Russia's incompetent war. However, it's not clear which direction things are going. If Putin starts looking like he's about to lose the war, will China back him up with more supplies? If they do, would the decrease in investor confidence accelerate the collapse of China's economy? Of course, the big unanswered question about a Chinese economic collapse is how China would react. While China's economy contracts and its reputation around the world declines, its government has actually become more belligerent, conducting war games dangerously close to the island nation of Taiwan, which China has long claimed as part of its territory. The United States has vowed to defend Taiwan, but no one is sure if that promise will be worth the paper it's printed on, especially if China threatens to target the U.S. mainland. So in a situation where China is struggling and its people are outraged, an invasion of Taiwan might be seen by Xi as a way to create a rally round the flag effect that could boost his fortunes. Of course, that depends on one thing: winning. For the strategy to pay dividends for China, they'd have to do what Russia couldn't: win and win quickly. Taiwan has a powerful navy and a lot of willing suppliers. While it's likely the US and its allies would not want to get into a shooting war with the Chinese soldiers in the event of an invasion, they might be willing to supply it in the same way they did Ukraine. And that could create a situation where China's sending the best weapons up against a well-fortified island with powerful backers and expending money and manpower it does not have. And if the world's second-largest economy declines, it's likely to have a devastating effect across the board. China might not be exactly a superpower, but it's one of the most influential countries in the world thanks to its powerful military and deep economic investments. And if COVID lockdowns, inflation, and angry protests continue to destabilize the nation, it's likely that other countries will continue to distance themselves from China and the CCP, leading to a snowball effect. Where will it stop? Just like in the Great Depression, no one's exactly sure, but it'll probably knock over a lot of things along the way.
For the last 10 years, one city in southwestern China has been slaughtering thousands of dogs for what's known as the Yulin Dog Meat Festival. During this 10-day celebration that begins on the summer solstice, dogs are killed by the thousands and eaten. Why does this festival occur? Is it a tradition with deep cultural roots? Are there health benefits to consuming dog meat? The answers to these questions are not what you might expect. Fair warning, this will not be an easy video to watch, as the nature of this festival is truly terrible. The Yulin Dog Meat Festival, also known as the Yulin Lychee and Dog Meat Festival, takes place in Yulin, a city located in the Guangxi Zhuang Autonomous Region of China. Leading up to the festival, thousands and thousands of dogs are rounded up from around the country to be transported to the city. The dogs are tightly packed into cages where they can barely move. They're then stacked up and transported via truck. The drive from parts of China back to Yulin can take days or even weeks. Oftentimes, the dogs in the middle of the crates suffocate to death, and many of them die from starvation or disease. This is truly an awful and inhumane way to treat dogs, or any animal for that matter. Every culture has its own unique practices. It's important to remember that something we may find uncomfortable might be deeply ingrained in another culture or belief system. So, is this true about the mass slaughter of dogs and consumption of their meat? Is this a practice that is deeply ingrained in Chinese culture? The answer is no, absolutely not. You may be thinking that perhaps this is a cultural tradition in the city of Yulin that dates back hundreds of years. If this is part of the history of the Yulin, that may explain why the festival occurs. Again, this is not the case either. In fact, the Yulin Dog Meat Festival only recently started about a decade ago. So why does this city in China bring thousands of dogs from around the country to a festival where they're killed and eaten if it's not an ancient cultural practice? 2 words: greed and money. The festival itself was launched in 2009 by the dog meat traders of Yulin as a way to boost their sales. That's right, the reason thousands of dogs are tortured and killed each year is so the dog meat traders of the country can increase their profit. Let that sink in for a moment. Now, to be fair, in the Western world, some companies do the exact same thing with cows and other livestock, but that's a story for another video. Prior to 2009, Yulin City had never had a dog meat festival before. And although dog meat consumption did happen, it was uncommon, and there certainly wasn't an established cultural tradition of dog eating in the city. Even though this is the case, the traders still claim that dog meat eating is ingrained in the Yulin City culture. This is a complete fabrication to try and justify the festival. If the premise behind the Yulin Dog Meat Festival was not already super messed up and corrupt, the way the dogs are procured brings things to a whole new level. Many of the dogs that are taken for the festival are strays and are just trying to survive in a world that refuses to help them. Others are actually stolen pets that still have their collars on when they're brought to Yulin. The dogs that survive the trip to the city are covered in urine and feces. Many also suffer from illnesses, dehydration, or heat stroke. While unloading the dogs from the trucks, the meat traders often throw the crates full of dogs down to the ground, causing even more pain and suffering to the animals. Originally, local officials endorsed and even encouraged the event as a way to attract tourists to the city. This did not happen, and instead it became a PR nightmare for the government. Animal rights organizations from within China and around the world condemned and protested the festival. However, there are still some people who flock to Yulin for the festival every year.
which is one of the reasons why it's continued on. Cat meat, fresh lychee, fruits, and alcohol are also sold at the festival as well. Some people believe that consuming dog meat can bring good health and luck. And it's here that we need to make an important distinction. Eating dog meat is seen as taboo to the overwhelming majority of Chinese people. We will say this again because it's so important. Most Chinese people do not see eating dog meat as okay and find it just as offensive as other parts of the world. There are relatively few people in the scheme of things that continue to follow this tradition or consume dog meat at all. It's also important to remember that some people might not have had a choice. People in rural areas or in poverty may have no other source of protein besides dog meat. They may not even want to eat dog meat. But given the choice between dying of malnutrition or eating meat from a dog, what would you choose? There's plenty of support from Chinese people and others around the world to ban the consumption of dog meat. However, the Chinese government has been slow to enact change that would stop people from eating dog. But change is coming, even if it is slow. Since the coronavirus outbreak, the Chinese government has put a temporary ban on all trade and consumption of wild animals. In this case, that includes dogs. There are currently talks within the Chinese government of making this ban permanent, which would in effect end the rounding up and mass slaughter of dogs. Recently, the Agricultural Ministry of China has reclassified dogs as companion animals rather than livestock, as they were classified before. With the new classification and laws banning consumption of wild animals, dog meat should become illegal to eat in China by law. Although many activists believe this should have been done long ago, it's a step in the right direction. The Chinese people themselves have voiced concerns over the Yulin Dog Meat Festival and want to see it ended. They cite both animal welfare and food safety as the main concerns around the consumption of dog meat. The Chinese people have even taken to social media with hashtags including "refuse to eat companion animals" and "cancel Yulin Dog Meat Festival," which have been trending on China's social media platform Weibo. On top of all the internal pressure by the Chinese citizens, activist groups from around the world have been trying to ban the Yulin Dog Meat Festival for years. The activist group Bo-Ai Animal Protection Center in China's Sichuan province has been protesting to stop the festival for 8 years. Each year, they go to the Public Complaints and Proposals Administration of Guangxi Province to petition the stop of the festival and for the government to put a ban on slaughtering pets. The Bo-Ai Animal Protection Center, along with other international animal protection organizations such as No Dogs Left Behind, go to China and rescue dogs from being killed or sent to Yulin for the festival. The organization and their partners rescue dogs from illegal dog meat traders who have been stopped by the police. They then pair them with people looking to adopt a dog from other countries around the world. These organizations cannot rescue all of the dogs that are gathered to be killed and consumed, but they have saved hundreds of canine lives over the years. The Humane Society has supported grassroots campaigns in China to stop the Yulin Dog Meat Festival and have also raised awareness around the world of the atrocities that are occurring. Since their work began in 2010, the festival has slowly reduced in size, and there are more and more protests each year. In 2016, the Yulin police even erected a roadblock and checkpoints to stop trucks loaded with dogs from reaching the city. This was done a little late, and many trucks had already passed through, but having the local government and police making a tangible statement against the festival was a step in the right direction. In 2017, the Yulin government tried to impose a ban on the sale of all dog meat, but they succumbed to pressure from local dog traders who control a lot of money and power in the city. Instead of the ban, the government put restrictions on the number of dogs allowed to be sold in market stalls. They also made it illegal to make public displays of slaughtering the dogs. The government cracked down on the advertisement of dog meat being sold in restaurants as well. However, none of these restrictions helped combat the killing of dogs in back alleys or slaughterhouses just on the outskirts of the city. The dog meat trade is apparently so lucrative that people will find ways around the law just to participate in the Yulin festival. Now, if you thought everything you heard so far is bad, wait until you get through this next part. The Guangxi province, where Yulin is located, is in the top 5 worst affected areas for rabies in humans in China. This should come as no surprise at all, as the virus can be found in stray dogs. The rabies virus is incredibly deadly to all animals, including humans. If not treated before the onset of symptoms, it has one of the highest mortality rates of any virus on Earth, at over 99%. This brings us to one of the biggest global problems of the Yulin Dog Meat Festival. The way that the dogs are treated and slaughtered is enough to make anyone condemn the festival. Due to the conditions in which the dogs are obtained, transported, and consumed, there's an even more important reason that this festival needs to be stopped, and it has to do with another global pandemic. COVID-19 has killed millions of people. We know that the virus jumped from another species to humans. Most scientists believe that this occurred in a live animal market, similar to the one that's held during the Yulin Dog Meat Festival. A video from the 2020 festival was taken showing vendors butchering the dogs without wearing face masks. or any other form of protection. This is a recipe for disaster. It's been proven that the coronavirus cannot be spread from dogs to humans. However, that might not be true of a new virus in the future that could start the next global pandemic. This is why it's so vital to stop live animal markets that do not follow strict safety protocols. It's not just for the safety of the people in the market, but around the world as well. Change is slow. Dogs hold a special place in many people's hearts, which makes the thought of them being slaughtered and eaten unbearable to most of us. It's really important to remember that the vast majority of the Chinese people do not consume dog meat. It's also important to remember that the vast majority of Chinese people want to stop the Yulin Dog Meat Festival. The subset of people who are capturing and slaughtering thousands of dogs are not representative of the Chinese people as a whole, just like extremists in the country you live are not representative of you. The Yulin Dog Meat Festival should most definitely be put to a stop, for the dog's sake as well as us, for the safety of the entire world. Progress is being made, but since money and people's greeds are motivators for the festival, it'll be an uphill battle until the Chinese government bans the consumption of dog meat completely. People have been talking about the US getting knocked off its pedestal by China as the world's sole superpower when unipolarity, meaning one world superpower, becomes bipolarity or even multipolarity, more than two powers. Will China ascend to what it considers its predestined spot as a world leader as powerful or more powerful than the US? That's the big question on everyone's mind, but there is one factor that might make this dream unachievable. All we'll say right now is size matters. China's population size really matters when we ask that question. Although the size of China's population has been one of its biggest assets in its rise, it might also result in the country's downfall, making that dream of a multipolar world just that, a dream. Let us first explain what we're talking about when we mention shifting poles of power and how the size of a country's population can change this. Political scientists talk about this a lot, but now terms like unipolar and bipolar power are in the mainstream consciousness. In our research for the show, we read a May 2023 article by the German economic sociologist Wolfgang Streeck. The article is titled, "A Bipolar Order?" Here's a snippet from the first part in which he references the recent Pentagon leaks. To American opponents of the war, Republicans as well as Democrats, the documents confirmed that keeping the Ukrainian army in action might turn out to be unacceptably expensive, all the more since both political parties in the United States agreed that their country had to get ready sooner rather than later for a much bigger war fighting the Chinese in the Pacific. He argues that China doesn't want a unipolar world with itself at the center, and he says for reasons of geography and military capacity, China doesn't want a bipolar world in which it constantly scraps Cold War style with the US. Rather, he says China wants a shared power, a multipolar world. The US has been the world's hegemon since the end of the Cold War, but the world was a multipolar place for centuries before that. Multipolarity is the norm. The US's unipolarity is historically speaking abnormal. The US doesn't want things to change. That's why the Washington Post recently said China's New World Order is taking shape. That was meant as a warning, not a celebratory statement. Despite China's relative peacefulness on the world stage, at least compared to the battle-hardened US of A, people in Washington worry about China's autocratic vision. When President Xi Jinping talks about a peaceful, multipolar world order, they don't believe it. As the New York Times wrote in 2023, they worry China wants to create an international system in its illiberal image. They say autocrats don't change their spots, and look at what happened when autocracies went wild. We got Mao, Stalin, and Hitler. Washington doesn't buy into what Xi called his shared future for humankind. Some say that's coming, like it or not, and others say China will not succeed in becoming as powerful as the US, mostly because of the population problem we'll explore soon. A well-known Chinese scholar named Huang Renwei said China would not become the dominant power, but only one of them. He said it is impossible for America to contain the rise of China, and it is equally impossible for China to quickly surpass America. But you can find a plethora of articles stating that China has no chance of becoming an equal. The Hill wrote in 2023, China is unquestionably a great power, but a superpower? No way. When it comes to superpower status, it simply doesn't make the cut. Sentiments like this are all over the web. Nonetheless, it would be hard to argue that we are not at a pivotal moment in human history in which there's a rising challenge to the US hegemony. It's not a secret, Xi just went to Moscow to meet with Putin, and together they discussed the multipolarity they say is coming. Xi said in a statement, China will work with Russia to uphold the true multilateralism, promote a multipolar world and greater democracy in international relations, and help make global governance more just and equitable. Plenty of other countries have said they want this new multipolar order, including the emerging powers India and Brazil. They say it's pretty much already here. Others agree. Foreign Policy magazine said in 2023, the Biden administration is striving for a unipolar order that no longer exists. So, there you go. That's the talk of the town. Will China become the US's equal in global power? While many say it's coming, many say it isn't. And one of the reasons they say that is because of China's population problem. This, they say, plays a bigger role than any military disadvantages China might have. Right now, there are around 1.45 billion people living in China, making it slightly more populated than India, which weighs in at about 1.42 billion. Taking the third spot on the list is the USA with a population of 336.5 million. Some of these numbers are going to change quite drastically in the next few decades. We'll just add that some population counters put India now ahead of China. That doesn't really matter for this show today, they're both packed. That's all you need to know. Population prediction is certainly not an exact science. Anything can happen. To give you an example, many people in the 1960s said the world's population would get so big that much of the planet would starve to death. In the well-received book The Population Bomb, a Stanford researcher wrote, "The battle to feed all of humanity is over. In the 1970s, hundreds of millions of people will starve to death, in spite of any crash programs embarked upon now. At this late date, nothing can prevent a substantial increase in the world death rate. Just bear in mind that there are alarmists among us. Still, if the predictors of the population have gotten it right, by 2050, India will have the largest population at around 1.66 billion. The US will be similar to the present at 375 million. China will decrease to 1.31 billion. Japan will also decrease from 126 million to 104 million. Indonesia and Pakistan will drastically increase, as will Nigeria, which will go from 206 million to a massive 375 million. Much of Africa will see a huge population growth. Africa's economies are going to expand thanks in part to China. CNBC reported in 2021 China is Africa's largest two-way trading partner, hitting $254 billion. The same report mentioned China's charm offensive and talked about the USA's dwindling influence on the continent. In 2022, the Biden administration accused China of trying to weaken US-Africa relations and to challenge the rules-based international order and advance its own narrow commercial and geopolitical interests. This matters in the view of today's show. China has befriended a lot of emerging economies that it will need down the line, especially if its population will go down as predicted. In terms of China and its population issues, the one thing you've probably all heard of is the country's one-child policy. This was first introduced in the late 70s and in the early 80s nationwide as a way to reduce the Chinese population. It officially ended in 2016, but what happened during that time will haunt China for many years to come. While it lasted, China made various contraceptive methods available to just about everyone, and it also offered financial incentives and sometimes better job opportunities for the people who complied. At the same time, those who didn't follow the rule were sometimes hit by economic sanctions or other kinds of sanctions. In some cases, there were forced abortions and sterilizations. The birth rate did decrease, but people started living longer and the death rate dropped during the period. This was a country that previously under Mao Zedong and his disastrous policies lost anywhere from 40 to 80 million people as a result of persecution, execution, and the worst, starvation. Mao's policies in his Great Leap Forward were a jump out of the frying pan and into the fire of famine. Under Mao's leadership, the Chinese government wholly embraced pro-natalist policies, and there were incentives for families to create larger numbers of workers. In such harsh times, kids were seen as a safety net. The very bleakest realization of this was people selling their kids on the road for a bowl of rice. While millions died under Mao, people were incentivized to have more kids. In the era from the 1950s to the 1960s, the Chinese population growth was about 2% per year, but in 2007, it was down to 0.7% per year. This was some change, and it was welcomed by all of those people we mentioned earlier that were sounding the alarm regarding misery and famine coming to humans on a global scale. China later viewed its large population as a problem during its time as a staunchly socialist country. As its population increased, more people needed to be taken care of in old age. They needed education, old folks needed looking after, everyone needed healthcare, everyone required rice. But China changed to a socialist market economic system, and as you know, its market-based system led to what's frequently called a meteoric economic rise. Just so you know, for centuries China had been one of the most advanced nation on the planet. Thinking the wealthy Europeans were barbarians when they were trying to do business with China in the 17th and 18th centuries. In 1820, China's economy was 6 times larger than Great Britain's, the biggest in Europe. and 20 times larger than the economy of the growing USA. That all changed, and we won't go into why today, but let's just say China didn't like it when it went from being the world's superpower to being reduced to what some people called the sick man of Asia. China now needs more people so it can keep prospering. It's gone from mandatory sterilization and forced abortion to now trying to get the Chinese population to fall in love, get hitched, and start having babies. There used to be the one-child policy propaganda posters all over the place, and now China is begging people to start pumping out more babies. In 2015, the Communist Party propagated the slogan, "One is too few, while two are just right." Right now, one of the slogans is "One to marry off, one for old age caring." But in 2021, it changed tack and said 3 babies are better than 2. Chinese netizens wrote that they simply couldn't afford 3 kids. One person wrote on Weibo, a platform like Twitter, "People don't want to have children not because of the absence of a 3-children policy, but because we can't afford it." Another person wrote that China needs to provide the most fundamental maternity welfare and solve the unfair treatment women face at the workplace for giving birth. She told its citizens more babies were needed to improve the structure of China's population, implement the national strategy of actively responding to the aging population, and maintain China's human resource advantages. Still, seems quite obvious that most people are not prepared to go down the 3-kid route. This could be problematic for China's future. Another person said online, "We don't even have time to date anyone. How could we have time to have children? 996 is the best birth control, don't they understand?" What he meant by that was working 9 to 9, 6 days a week. China wants productivity. It's renowned for its productivity, but many people are sick of being treated like Roman slaves constructing buildings they'll never enter. Meanwhile, China now has a new policy that says young people should take care of their parents. Right now, there's no legislation that'll punish someone for not doing that, but the government is actively relying on people to look after their mom and dad. A poem on Weibo summed up how difficult it is to do what the government wants. 1 family, 2 partners. Give birth to 3 children, while taking care of 4 elderly. Go to work at 8 a.m., sign off at 9 p.m. Make 10 times the effort to pay off a mortgage of millions. Many countries, including the US, are at some point going to have problems when there are too many old people to look after and not enough young folks for innovating and making money. But China's problem is probably more profound. In 2022, the Chinese government said 9.56 million people were born and 10.41 million people died. This was the first time deaths outnumbered births since Mao's Great Leap into Famine. By 2025, China will have 300 million people over 60 years old. By 2035, the number of 60-plus will be 400 million. This will be a really big issue for a country that wants to wear the crown in what might be a multipolar palace. Not even the government offering cash handouts for new babies has made a dent in the decline. We've already shown you how a number of Chinese folk think. They just don't want kids when life is already so hard for them. According to the French historical demographer Emmanuel Todd in 2022, this population crisis is exactly what will stop China from becoming a superpower. He also talked about the fact that China has way more males than females, which is a result of the one-child policy when males were favored over females. There are presently 104.7 males to 100 females in China. It means a lot of men without partners, many of them being the poorest men. China calls these eligible men guangun, meaning bare branches or bare sticks. Lots of marginalized men will no doubt lead to social instability and possibly higher rates of crime. A healthy population is more or less equal in terms of sex. Todd talked about this and said, "It is completely unrealistic to assume that China will transform into an all-powerful and threatening superpower in the future. He sees instability ahead and social upheaval as inequality worsened by the population crisis destabilizes what's been a relatively good time for China over the last 2 decades or so. China's been called the factory of the world, and for a good reason, but it's facing labor shortages on an unprecedented scale. Sure, China's economic growth for 2022 was 3%, better than the USA's 2.1%. But for China, that was the slowest growth it's seen in almost 40 years. It's quite normal for population growth to decrease when the average Joe has a better standard of education and living. People generally live longer too when their standards of living improve. This has happened, but much faster than China expected. It's serious and China knows it. That's why Xi has said his country's demographic challenges are a top priority. He says he will now introduce a national policy system to boost birth rates. Still, he's tried that already and nothing changed. So some experts say China's massive population decline and old people increase is nailed on. There's nothing China can do about it, they say, short of 1984-style Big Brother police going out into the streets and forcing people to procreate. Speaking of Big Brother, we guess you heard about China's social credit system. The way this has been portrayed is like an episode of Black Mirror in which everything you do in life is like a video game. So if you decide to clean your room or read a biography of Xi, you get rewarded points. But if you decide to drink a bottle of wine instead or watch some illegal adult content, you're docked points. More points leads to a better life, a dystopian nightmare of mass surveillance. A European politician not long ago said, "It is the beginning of slavery, complete control, and the disappearance of all freedom." The problem is much of the Western world has got it wrong. China's social credit system is nothing like that. Citizens don't get points for their everyday actions. The system is more about businesses. It's nothing like the dystopian system you might have heard about and dreaded that it's coming to a city near you. So it's doubtful China will start making its citizens' lives miserable through a point system if they don't have more kids, at least for now. Sometimes what we hear is anti-China propaganda, which the Diplomat in 2023 called off the charts and a hysteria all over the Western media. Rather than balanced stories, said the article, we get fabricated stories with no evidence. So, China is not going to be able to force people to have children. Still, the population problem is almost certainly going to happen. There are going to be vast numbers of old people scattered all over the country, many of them living in villages when their kids have gone off to the cities to work. They will need to be taken care of. In 2020, there were 3.74 working-age folks for one retiree in China. But it's thought that by 2045, there will only be 1.68 working people for one retiree. How will this work? Maybe China, like many nations, is hoping technology will take care of the population deficit. We all know that artificial intelligence is getting more intelligent. There is a kind of Cold War of technology going on between the US and China, which is why the US has tried to make it difficult for China to make its own microchips or import them. China says it'll become self-sufficient in this regard, but not for a while. Both these nations know that getting ahead in technology is the key to success. China might be hoping when the chips are down, the chips will save it. Another thing is migration. Could China sort out its population problem by inviting people to China to work? We've already told you that China has made friends all over the world, especially in Africa, and many other countries too. It must be said that China is no melting pot, not like the USA or the UK anyway. Chinese millennials are not marrying like other generations, but if they do get married, they tend to marry people who share the same culture and traditions. China is quite a closed door in terms of immigration, and culturally it's quite homogenous compared to the US. One list we found said China was in 125th place for the most ethnically diverse countries in the world. Another thing with immigration pushes is there is the possibility of more social instability. But how will China get enough people to fill their workplaces if they don't have enough homegrown workers? In 2050, it's expected the median age in China will be 50, up from the present 38. As one author wrote, China's population decline and aging population is a reminder of America's great advantage in being open to talented, hardworking immigrants from around the world. The same arguments continue, with the US saying the rise of China threatens the world order. Then China fires back with its own refrain, saying the so-called international order is designed to serve the US's own interest and perpetuate its hegemony. The US calls China the enemy at the door, and China says the US is the largest source of disruption to the actual world order. These bouts of sparring continue as the two nations trade with each other on a mega scale. China is the US's biggest trading partner after Mexico and Canada. US imports from China in 2022 grew by 6.3% to $536.8 billion. US exports to China grew by 1.5% year-on-year, but were only $153.8 billion. What this means is that despite the US not wanting China to grow, it's the US's imports that have helped China grow. Sure, the rest of the world has heavily relied on the factory of the world, but the US is China's biggest single-country trading partner, meaning not as big as the EU, but bigger than any one nation. So, as these two countries have a war of words, they are kinda like an elderly couple who bicker all the time and sleep in separate beds. Right now, if one were to die, the other would suffer tremendously, thinking, "My God, why have you forsaken me?" People have talked about decoupling the US economy from China's, but it won't be easy. Writing for the New York Times in 2022, an analyst said, "It has become clear that China is not a friend or a partner in development, but rather an adversary bent on world dominance." He added, "The best way to avoid a military crisis is to maintain our economic superiority." But China is winning, since the US imports a lot more than it exports to China. Britain has had this problem in the past, and it solved it by selling opium to China on the black market. It caused the Opium War and led to China's so-called Century of Humiliation. The US will have to sort out its trade deficit by different means. Meanwhile, China is fastidious in trying not to be humiliated again. The analyst we just mentioned says it's time to rethink this business relationship and continue trade and economic activity beneficial to us and to discourage any part that is not. The trade imbalance needs to be balanced, he said. But what's going to happen when China's population decreases? Will the US already have fixed this imbalance? What will happen to the rest of the world that relies on Chinese goods? China's so-called demographic time bomb will be felt the world over. Prices of many things you buy might inflate. Will countries look to trade with other Asian nations whose populations are set to fly, such as India and Indonesia? Southeast Asia is also predicted to shine in the near future. One analyst said the ability of the Chinese economy to be the engine of global growth that it has been in the past looks increasingly in question. So, who will fill China's shoes? Some indeed said India will be the next China, but India is a long way behind China as a manufacturing power, and analysts say it'll stay that way for many years. Still, who knows what'll happen in 2 decades? Another analyst said China's demographic and economic outlook is much bleaker than expected. China will have to adjust its social, economic, defense, and foreign policies. In Washington, words like those are music to the ears, but they know China's banking on switching from a labor-intensive economy to a much more high-tech one. That's why pundits are saying the only way to stop China's rise is to cut it off technologically. Still, as some countries talk about raising the retirement age, some US lawmakers are thinking about raising the age from 66 or 67 to 70. China's retirement age is 50 for women and 60 for men. With such a low retirement age, could China really be feeling that desperate? And what if it makes the retirement age higher? It's looking like it might have to, but this might lead to some of that social instability we talked about earlier. One prediction states that by the year 2100, China's population will only be 800 million. That sounds bad, but by the time we get there, artificial intelligence will likely be driving you to work, telling you stories, and wiping your backside after you've emancipated some lab-made beef. If the world is still unipolar by then, just be glad we still have a world, and we haven't pushed the go extinct button because we couldn't get along. Today, China is ruled by the Chinese Communist Party and has been for a very long time. The 1949 Chinese Communist Revolution brought the group to power under the ruthless eye of Mao Zedong, and they've not even come close to surrendering power since. While the party is moderated in some ways, including opening its economy, the party is infamous for cracking down on dissent and suppressing any threat to its power. So, how did the CCP get this strong, and how did we get here? The Chinese Communist Party might have ruled for a long time, but they're newcomers compared to who was ruling China until 1911, the Qing dynasty, the latest and last imperial dynasty. This Manchu-led group began its reign in 1636 and began as a regional dynasty in Manchuria. 8 years later, it had seized Beijing and soon ruled all of China and expanded the country's territory. The dynasty was known for modernizing China and building one of the largest empires in the world. But as the 20th century dawned, trouble was brewing. Western countries were increasingly interested in China, and Japanese expansionism was posing trouble, and the Qing dynasty was seen as unready to tackle these major threats, and that meant revolution was brewing. The Qing dynasty had suffered a series of military defeats against the West, and so the successive emperors started to invest in military infrastructure. But with the Qing dynasty still ruling as an absolute monarchy, the government was relatively immune to popular swings. The wars typically ended with China signing unequal treaties with the West, lowering the standard of living. Additionally, a series of civil wars and rebellions in parts of China led to massive casualties and famines. The government hoped this newly modernized army would be able to resist invaders, and then learned a very harsh lesson in the First Sino-Japanese War when Japan thoroughly defeated China. The emperor was ready for a change, but not everyone agreed. The Gongzhou Emperor, the current ruler, was a young man, and his reign had been dominated by regents for most of his life. But he was an adult now and took the advice of reform advocates to institute sweeping changes to the government, economy, and education systems. This massive plan only lasted 100 days until a coup, led by the former regent Empress Dowager Cixi. She had no problem deposing her nephew and placing him under house arrest, whereupon she ruled as an absolute dictator until her death in 1908, no doubt pleased that she had secured the future of the dynasty from reform forces. But she could not have been more wrong. Cixi had a staunchly anti-foreigner policy aiming to repel invasions by targeting foreign traders and Chinese Christians. The result was another foreign invasion in 1900 and another harsh settlement that saw many people have their livelihoods devastated. In the aftermath, groups dedicated to keeping the empress in power were formed, but other counter-revolutionary groups stymied them. The result was conflict but little actual change, followed by another brutal famine in 1906 and 1907. The Empress Dowager Cixi and the Guangzhou Emperor died within 1 day of each other, with historians proving the young emperor was poisoned, and that led to a chaotic power vacuum. and as groups jockeyed for power, an unbeknownst name emerged in the countryside. Mao Zedong was born in December 1893, the son of a peasant farmer who had built a massive landowning empire in rural Hunan. The businessman was a harsh taskmaster who abused his son and siblings, while his religious mother provided what little comfort young Mao Zedong experienced. His father's wealth allowed him to get a good education, although he found little interest in the classic Confucian texts. Instead, he preferred to lose himself in novels. He was forced into an arranged marriage as a teenager, but rejected her and left the family, then helped him to radicalize as he became an activist against arranged marriage and other traditional Chinese practices. Before long, he was developing a taste for revolution, reading the works of classic Western reformers and attending an elite secondary school where he was bullied for coming from a farming family. And this class warfare would become a key part of his worldview, but that was a long time off. In the halls of power in China, powerful pro-reform groups were gaining power. Some were former loyalists who believed change was necessary, while others were young radicals who believed that the entire dynastic system must be overthrown by any means necessary. With no clear successor, Empress Dowager Cixi was replaced by Emperor Dowager Longyu, who was seen as a weak replacement. The actual Emperor Puyi was only 2 years old and wasn't even a figurehead yet, likely more concerned with his rattle than the state of the empire. While the various revolutionary forces clashed with each other, they had one thing in common: strong anti-Qing sentiment and the growing belief that anything would be better than the current state of affairs. But it wouldn't be that easy to turn that into a cohesive revolution. Uniting a group that included royal intellectuals, military leaders, anarchists, nativists, and foreign investors hoping for a more business-friendly climate would not be easy. Complicating things, not all investors in the coming revolution were benevolent. Japanese power brokers wanted to see a revolution happen because they thought it would make it easier for Japan to seize Manchuria. The Black Dragon Society, a far-right Japanese group, was seen as a key player in the revolutionary forces, and in the years before the change in power, many uprisings were common. Very few were successful, but all served to weaken the dynasty's grip on power and the feeling of invincibility. Until the dam broke. On October 1911, a revolt began in Wuchang. But something was different about this one. It was led by members of the New Army, the dynasty's elite fighting force. This led to a series of revolts around the country, and they were all well organized enough that they were able to gain control of the country. The Qing court renounced its absolute power, appointed a prime minister, and sought to broker a peace deal. The new prime minister, Yuan Shikai, was a practical man and hoped to restore order. But it soon became clear that this would be impossible, as revolutionary forces formed a provisional coalition government in Nanjing. Conflict broke out between the North and South over the choice of leadership. Ultimately, it was decided that Shikai would lead China into the future as the president of the Republic of China. But this wouldn't last as long as many hoped. As the empire crumbled and the final young emperor abdicated, China had a new government. But its leader wouldn't be around to see it develop. Yuan Shikai died in 1916, and the fledgling government descended into chaos with warlords seeking power around the country. There was even a brief attempt to put the child emperor back on the throne, making for a very confusing childhood, no doubt. But despite this, the rebellion known as the Xinhai Revolution was successful in ushering in China's first non-royal government in several hundred years. But storm clouds were on the horizon. The warlord era of China lasted over 10 years, with many provinces declaring independence while Yuan's successor failed to reunite the country. However, Chiang Kai-shek would prove to be a different story altogether. A seasoned military leader and believer in a unified China, he sought to shrug off foreign influence and turn China into a world power in its own right, getting rid of his Soviet advisors. Seeing the Soviets' hands in a growing communist movement in China, he killed thousands of activists and set up a new government based in Nanjing. After overthrowing a rival government and unifying the country, Chiang Kai-shek began a decade of vast progress, but also of significant oppression as he crushed the opposition to his rule. But he didn't get all the opposition. Mao Zedong had many opportunities, but he was uninterested in many of them. Instead, he followed his passions, and they led him to the top of the rebel army, where he served briefly as a private soldier. He left after 6 months, discovered socialism after reading pamphlets, and briefly dabbled in police work, law school, and government work. All the while, he kept up with his interest in global literature and philosophy, and soon developed quite the ego. He viewed himself as an elite who knew better than the common folk. His defining principle was that the great men of history were not bound by moral codes, but by striving for a great goal. His interest in philosophy angered his father, who disowned him. Mao eventually chose to enroll in a teaching school where he was increasingly radicalized by his professors and fellow students, and he was watching the events in government closely. As China descended into its warlord years, Mao found himself becoming more and more radical. He developed an interest in socialism during his time at school, before moving to Beijing, where he studied under a devout Marxist named Li Dajiao. This intellectual had been following the Russian Revolution and was one of the first activists to bring those ideas to China. During this era, Mao was heavily involved in protests and became well known as a writer of revolutionary articles. At this point, he was still a little-known figure and would help to found the Chinese Communist Party in 1921. While he wasn't one of the original founders, he would be responsible for launching the Self-Study University, which made access to Marxist literature much easier. The Marxists started small, organizing workers for strikes and protests around the country, and by 1927 the country would descend into war. Chiang Kai-shek's turn against the Communists led to brutal killings, but the Communists were far from just a ragtag group of activists at this point. They were in control of several cities, including Shanghai, and when local governments turned against them and began expelling them, Mao and his units began forming their own peasant militias to defend the cities. But much like many revolutionaries before him, Mao found himself outmanned, outgunned, and overpowered. His attempts to take the city of Changsha failed, and he and his unit retreated into the mountains. He was seen as a radical even by the Chinese Communist Party, which expelled him from their ranks, and he was left to form a base of his loyalists for those who opposed the CCP's increasing attempts to cooperate with the government. His breakaway group trained, forming one of the communist movement's best fighting forces, but ignored orders from the Central Committee, and soon he would be at war with the most powerful communists in the world. The Soviet Union had heavy influence on the Chinese Communist Party, and in 1929 replaced the current leader with two Soviet-loyal members. Mao was opposed to the new leadership and broke away further, forming his own government in southwest Jiangxi. Some of his members accused him of being too moderate and attempted to overthrow him, to which Mao and his loyalists responded with a brutal purge. As Chiang Kai-shek continued his targeting of Mao's armies and the calendar ticked into the 1930s, the Red Army led by Mao and his ally Zhou Enlai continued to advance. But a much bigger threat was looming. Chiang Kai-shek viewed the Communists as China's biggest threat, but he couldn't have been more wrong. China had been dealing with an increasingly aggressive series of incursions by Imperial Japan, and by 1931 they occupied Manchuria. Even after this takeover, Chiang Kai-shek refused to declare war on Japan, viewing it as a distraction from the more pressing threat of communism, and this outraged the generals so much they staged a coup, arresting Chiang Kai-shek and forcing him to sign a ceasefire with the Communists that would dissolve the Red Army and form a unified Chinese military to combat Japan. Not surprisingly, given the start, the results would be mixed. China fought back against Japan, but they were heavily outgunned. Additionally, conflict between the two armies continued, with Chiang Kai-shek ordering his nationalist forces to attack one of the communist armies for insubordination. In some ways, this might have been good for the war effort because it essentially ended any collaboration between the two forces and thus reduced the risk of conflict. Both the communists and the nationalists had the same enemy at the moment, but they all knew that this was only a ceasefire, and Mao would take full advantage of the situation. The Second Sino-Japanese War was a horror show for China, with Japan committing some of the worst war crimes in human history against the civilian population of places like Nanjing. While Chiang Kai-shek's army was seen as a bulwark against the invaders, they were also seen as ineffectual in stopping the advance of the Japanese. The suffering of the people opened many minds to Mao's teachings, and as the Red Army spread through the countryside to fight the Japanese, they left their teachings in their wake. Mao was a savvy campaigner and worked to organize the people and make land reforms along the way. The war would last a horrifying 8 years and end with the defeat of Imperial Japan at the hands of the Allies. And in the aftermath, the conflict in China would renew itself once more. China was liberated with the defeat of Japan, but the war would leave lasting scars. China suffered massive casualties in the war, with at least 20 million Chinese citizens dying fighting in the Japanese massacres and families. As the war ended, China's economy had been devastated, turning its economy into a slim fraction of what it was before the war. But don't worry, the US is here to help. The Allies flooded the market with cheap American goods, which served as a band-aid on the gaping wound. This resulted in an economy where the value of the currency dropped fast, the poor got poorer, and the rich got richer. And as Russia had learned decades earlier, this was a recipe for only one thing: Mao Zedong had been biding his time since the war with Japan broke out. He knew time was on his side and Chiang Kai-shek would face the wrath of the public for his failings in the lead-up. Mao's support was growing in the countryside, and he even began winning the loyalty of armies previously aligned with the government. Soon, Mao commanded armies of more than 1 million Chinese people, a powerful force against a government only starting to recover from a brutal war. And many of the areas previously occupied by Japan had been liberated by the communists. And when the communists liberate something, they don't usually leave. The communists considered areas freed of the Japanese army to be their liberated zone and essentially controlled the area's governments. They had a key advantage, concentrating their efforts on rural areas where the Allies weren't as concerned with fighting the Japanese during the height of World War II. They allowed Mao to recruit loyalists and consolidate territory with little opposition, giving him a powerful base of support if the Cold Civil War was going to turn hot again. And Mao's support base was about to get shaken up. While Mao was gaining support in China, the situation for him in the global scene was less favorable. Mao's relations with the Soviet Union under Joseph Stalin were chilly, and the Allies had ceded parts of China to the Soviets in the final peace deal at Yalta. And all the Allies, the Soviets included, recognized Chiang Kai-shek's government as the legitimate government of China. Now that the war was over, the United States and its allies were turning toward viewing the communists as the main threat to their coalition. That left Mao the distinct underdog in the battle for China. But Mao was about to get an unintended assist. As Japan surrendered and the Soviets invaded Manchuria, Chiang's obsession with defeating the communists led him to make a risky decision, asking the Americans for assistance to prevent the communists from consolidating power in areas they liberated. He even ordered surrendering Japanese troops to not surrender their arms to communist forces. This made many Chinese citizens feel like they were under military occupation once again, and the American forces were caught in scandals that only exacerbated those negative feelings and created a powder keg of resentment, one that Mao was all too ready to exploit. Soon, open conflict between the nationalists and the communists would begin once again, this time centered in previously occupied Manchuria. The United States tried to force both sides into a coalition government, but resentments were rooted too deep, and both sides mostly used the period of American occupation to arm themselves and plan for war. By 1946, the communists were well armed and deeply entrenched in Manchuria. When the nationalists made their move, they were initially able to push the mostly civilian army back until the Soviets made the dramatic decision to give captured Japanese weapons to the communists. Suddenly, Mao's army was transformed from a scrappy army of millet plus rifles to a fighting force. This would be the beginning of the end for Chiang Kai-shek's government. The battle of the communists versus the nationalists was now a full-fledged war, with the US backing the nationalists and the Soviets the communists, but both superpowers were cautious to not get directly involved. As the foreign troops withdrew, the skirmishes turned into all-out conflict, and Mao's forces found themselves facing a massive nationalist surge. The Chinese Communist Party had radicalized, with those wanting to take over all of China winning out. But they knew they couldn't take the nationalists into a conventional war. Instead, they developed a passive defense strategy where they abandoned territory as needed to prevent heavy losses and continued to recruit in the countryside. When they saw an opportunity, they counterattacked, and soon China would be divided. Now calling itself the People's Liberation Army, the Communists made a big move in 1948, capturing the major northern cities of Shenyang and Changchun. A brutal siege of the latter city between the two armies led to 6 figures in deaths, mostly from starvation. But this had a side effect. The nationalist armies had a reputation for harsh treatment of its recruits and bare rations, while the communists at this point offered more egalitarian treatment of low-ranking soldiers. And as the war raged on, more and more of Chiang Kai-shek's soldiers began defecting to the communists. This would turn out to be the decisive factor in the war. As the defectors came, so did their arms. First it was guns, then it was tanks and heavy artillery, and soon the Communist Army looked a lot like their opponents. While the People's Liberation Army ground for every inch of land they had, they replenished their own forces with defectors and recruits from the countryside. But the war only seemed to be going in one direction, with the Communists gaining strength and Chiang Kai-shek's forces looking more spent with each passing day. It was starting to look like Mao would win the day, and that made even Stalin nervous. With the Soviet dictator attempting to broker a coalition government, it failed, and soon the nationalist forces were reduced to a mere corner of the country. A new government was ready to take control. It was October 1st, 1949, when Mao Zedong stood in Tiananmen Square in Beijing and proclaimed the founding of the People's Republic of China. Beijing was to be the new capital, and the country's founding was accompanied by a massive military parade. It was the largest communist victory since the October Revolution in Russia brought Lenin to power, and the entire world viewed China's change in power with nervousness. However, the conflict may have been won, but it was far from over. because Chiang Kai-shek still stood, and he intended to keep it that way. The nationalist leader, far from a Democrat but still favored by the West, fled to the island of Taiwan with over 500,000 nationalist troops and more than 2 million refugees. For all practical purposes, Taiwan was now separate from China, but the People's Republic claimed it was still a Chinese province that needed to be liberated. Not to be outdone, Chiang Kai-shek established his own government in Taipei and declared himself to be the leader of the Chinese government in exile and the rightful authority over all of China. The war was over, but the conflict was still raging. Skirmishes between the communists and the nationalists continued on the mainland, although the communists were mostly just putting down the last remnants of opposition. They soon turned their eyes to expanding their territory, with the Kingdom of Tibet falling with relative ease. China still occupies Tibet today, with little global opposition remaining, but other attempts to expand would be trickier. Taiwan was too well defended to fall easily, with Chiang Kai-shek turning the small island into a veritable fortress and ruling it until his death in 1975. While he was known by many as the man who lost China, the ruthless military leader was seen by others as a hardline anti-communist, which helped him maintain support in the Western world during the Cold War. But a new war was about to break out. In 1950, a civil war exploded in the Korean Peninsula, bordering China, and it would parallel the one in China proper in many ways. On one side, a revolutionary communist force led by Kim Il-sung, backed by the Chinese Communist Party. On the other side, a military dictatorship in the south standing up to the forces of communism and backed by the United States. While the political climate was similar, the stakes were different. And after seeing what had happened in China, the US was not taking any chances. It soon became a larger war with direct US involvement. In the end, an armistice was brokered between North and South Korea, with the divide remaining to this day. But perhaps more significantly, the United States stationed its 7th Fleet in the Taiwan Strait, essentially forestalling any open war between the two Chinas again, a frozen conflict that continues to this day. And the Chinese Communist Party's power was about to be locked down in a major way. The development of nuclear power changed the face of the world, with one country after another claiming their own piece of the nuclear pie. The United States was followed by the Soviet Union, the United Kingdom, France, and then in 1964, China, after an extensive project that heavily benefited from Soviet help. While relations between China and the Soviets broke down extensively in the decades after the revolution, they were both staunch opponents of the United States, and China was a valuable part of the Soviet Union's plan to check the power of their arch-rival. And in China, Mao was taking measures to ensure he would never face a challenge to his leadership again. Now that Mao's war for control of China was over, he turned his attention to domestic affairs, targeting his political opposition in a series of harsh measures known as the Cultural Revolution. This targeting of dissidents and restructuring of China's entire social and economic system resulted in millions of deaths, many from famine, and hollowed out any opposition to the Chinese Communist Party. Mao was able to rule largely unchallenged until his death in 1976. While his successors were seen as more moderate by comparison, by the time he was finished, there was little in the way of opposition in China, at least any opposition that was alive. And that would be Mao's legacy, considered by many to be the worst mass murder in human history, but no one can deny his success in keeping the CCP in control of China. The Chinese Communist Party has outlasted the Soviet Union by several decades, although it's only ostensibly communist now. Not bad for a revolution that started in the wake of the collapse of a 4th-century empire, and might not have happened if some schoolboys had more respect for their peasant-born classmate. Can you really be executed for messing with a panda in China? What has China done about citizens who totally ignore people dying on the street after an accident? Can you legally eat your wife in China? All will be revealed in the show today. Number 15. Love in the Time of China. In 2010, China banned online dating in the armed forces. The military said that everyone in its 2.3 million strong People's Liberation Army should quit their hunt for love, or at least where outsiders were concerned. An army spokesperson explained, "People with ulterior motives may make use of the soldiers' personal information and pose a threat to the safety of the army. It seems ambitious to think you can hold back millions of people from dating." Still, the military said that it was introducing dating blogs and websites for the soldiers to find a date. So long as both parties were in the military, officers were told that part of their duty was now to act as matchmakers for the soldiers. That might sound strange to you folks outside of China, but just wait until you hear about paying for a wife. Number 14. What's in a name? In 2007, the Ministry of Education in China published a paper titled "Building a Harmonious Linguistic Life." Only China, or perhaps North Korea, would say something like that. It explained that a couple had tried to name their child the @ sign, but the government told them this was illegal. Now when you say "at" in English, it sounds like a word in Chinese that means "love him." So the couple said, why not name their child that? The father told the press, "The whole world uses it to write emails." The government fired back, saying you can't register that name since the new database won't accept it. A local newspaper at the time wrote, "It is understandable for parents to want to give their children a good name, but it must not be outrageous." Something similar happened in 2009 when a boy named C in China's Jiangxi province took the local government to court because he'd been refused a new ID card. He said he'd had his name for 23 years, too. He told the press, "I like my name, it's easy to remember, and my classmates called me Cici." He lost the case and had to change his name. A professor explained that it was more than just about an ID card, saying people's names should be in line with their nation's culture. In 2017, the Communist Party banned a whole bunch of names it said were extreme. These were 32 Muslim names and included Islam, Quran, Jihad, Saddam, and Muhammad. If that's not crazy, at the same time China introduced laws against veils and abnormal beards. The government said this was about countering religious extremism. But human rights advocates said it was the suppression of rights to freedom of belief and expression. This next law is broken by many millions of Chinese people on a daily basis. Number 13. Adult entertainment. In 2009, reports stated that 5,000 people were arrested in a big swoop, all charged with breaches of China's pornography laws. The creation and distribution, not merely watching the stuff. 9,000 websites were also closed down in the sting. When the arrests were made, the government said it was purifying the internet environment in the name of long-term state security. More recently, in 2019, it was reported that China's anti-porn task force arrested 20 people for running a naughty live streaming site. It's a big risk for creators, but the rewards are pretty amazing. The media said the site had 900,000 users and in just 5 months had already generated a whopping $2.3 million. If you look at pornography statistics, it's easy to see why they made lots of money. Many consumers like, actors from Asia. In 2018, the government department named Clean the Pornographic Strike the Illegal reported it had closed down 22,000 sites in China. 9.8 million different videos were taken down. One guy got 7 years in prison. One of the ways Chinese citizens get around the law these days is to make the content in other countries. In 2022, it was reported that Chinese nationals were arrested in Thailand after the Thai police raided their studio. The actress told the cops she'd been paid about $600 for her part in the movie, a paltry sum when you consider the money in these films. Distributors in China can actually get life in prison and a huge fine, and even consumers can receive a prison sentence and a fine. Still, chances of a mere consumer being arrested are very slim. In a swoop in 2010, 4,965 people were arrested and 60,000 websites were taken down. 1,332 people were punished by the law and 58 were imprisoned for 5 or more years. China calls porn spiritual pollution. But you think the government is fighting a losing battle, seeing as about 70% of Chinese men aged 18 to 29 enjoy polluting their minds while working out their biceps. China has one of the highest rates of VPN users in the world, at around 31% of the internet-using populace, only beating India and Indonesia. Another source said there are 878,354,000 VPNs installed on Chinese devices. Now for something that could one day save your life in China. Number 12. Zebra crossings. If you browse the internet, as you know, a lot of what you see is not true, or at least it's only partially true. So when we saw a website reporting that it's illegal to stop at a zebra crossing in China, we were suspicious, as that just doesn't sound true, even though you'd think it were true if you visited China and experienced trying to cross the road. The website said the rule is stated in Article 40 of Beijing's traffic law. This is what Article 40 says. When the lane is rather free and the visibility is good, motor vehicles shall keep on passing through the road at high speed in accordance with the provisions of road traffic safety laws and regulations and shall not hinder the passing of vehicles behind. It just means don't stop in the street, which is pretty standard. It certainly doesn't mean you can't stop at a zebra crossing. In fact, China's Ministry of Public Security introduced the Yielding to Pedestrians campaign in 2018, reminding cars to stop for pedestrians at all crossings. If the cameras caught them going through, they risked a $32 fine. If you've ever been to China, or for that matter many parts of Asia, you might have found out the hard way that people often don't stop, even when you're partly across the zebra crossing, never mind just waiting. It's very annoying and very dangerous if you don't know the way of the streets. In 2023, 5 people were mowed down on a zebra crossing in the city of Guangzhou alone. Many Asian nations don't seem to have gotten the memo about stopping at crossings. If there's anything weird here, it's that people in China just don't follow the rules, and so the government has to crack down on them. A Western tourist wrote in a web forum, "I watched for 5 minutes as an old lady wandered across a 6-lane intersection and not one vehicle honked or stopped. They all simply went around her without even blinking an eye." That's not strange in China and elsewhere in the region. This one leads to the next story, an exceptionally dark series of real-life tales that will make you question your belief in human goodness. Number 11. Good Samaritan Laws. To understand China's new Good Samaritan laws, you must first understand a few things about incidents that have shocked both Chinese people and people abroad. Many Chinese people are afraid that they'll get scammed if they stop their car and get out to help someone. Over the years, cameras have picked up a video of people obviously setting up an accident so they can later claim compensation or extort the driver right away. The practice is called pengqi, or porcelain bumping in English. Since fake injured people know the courts might take their side, scammers have tried to claim that they were hit when they weren't, and sometimes they've even won their case. It's created a lot of fear in China, and it's a reason people might be hesitant to stop their cars, or why bystanders might ignore someone injured or dying on the street. In 2015, a driver that was speeding hit a 2-year-old girl. According to Slate magazine, her grandmother screamed, "Stop, you've hit a child!" The driver, a woman, waited for a while, had a thought, and then reversed over the girl, then went forward over her one more time and got out of the car, telling the elderly lady, "Don't say that I was driving the car. Say it was my husband. We can give you money." There are many reports about people doing this, hitting someone and then driving over them to make sure they're dead. There was another case in 2008 involving a VW Passat. It hit a 64-year-old grandmother, stopped, and carried on, rolling over the woman. An expression in China says, "It's better to hit to kill than to hit and injure." But why? In the case of the girl, the driver, like many Chinese drivers in the past, didn't want to pay disability fees for the rest of the girl's life. It's happened a lot, and even if people see it, they tend not to get involved. In 2010 in Xinyi, a man in a BMW was seen hitting a boy, reversing over him, then getting out of the car to check if he was dead. He wasn't, so the guy got back in his car and drove over the boy who was stuck under his wheels. He was charged with the accidental cause of death, not murder. The father later said, "The driver killed my son intentionally." Chinese people on forums were fuming about this, and this certainly wasn't a one-off. Death by reckless driving might cost someone $30,000 to $50,000, but rendering someone disabled might cost millions over the victim's lifetime. Also, since bystanders often don't do anything, they can kill the person and get away with it. Dead people don't tend to remember license plate numbers. In the past, Good Samaritans have ended up paying fines when they've had absolutely nothing to do with the accident. That's why so many people don't get involved. As for drivers, even if it's not their fault, they might not trust the legal process. After all, there are so many scammers around, so they often drive away and leave someone dying in the street. In another well-known case in 2011, someone hit a girl, then stopped, but drove on, crushing her. As she lay dying in the street, 18 people who saw it did nothing. She was hit again and later died. Chinese people, or many of them, said they felt ashamed of this. They asked what had happened to people's morals, but others explained that Good Samaritans in the past have indeed been sued for helping people, such as the university student who had to pay an elderly woman's medical bills after she claimed he pushed her when he obviously hadn't. All he'd done was pick her up. Thankfully, all these cases led to changes in various Chinese provinces. In 2012, Guangdong province introduced the first Good Samaritan laws. It stated that now the law would penalize people who fail to help in a situation of this type and indemnify them from lawsuits if their efforts are in vain, so they could get involved and not get sued in the process. A year later, a similar law was introduced in Shenzhen. In 2017, a national Good Samaritan law was introduced. China's streets have experienced anarchy for decades, but it seems now there's a semblance of law and order. Okay, so what about wife eating? Number 10. Cannibalism. Is cannibalism illegal around the world? Unless you're in Idaho, there's no law in the USA against cannibalism. However, there are plenty of laws about killing people for meat, selling human meat, or desecrating a body. In China, a country whose provincial archives show how people during the Great Leap Forward sometimes resorted to eating each other, the laws are similar. Under Chairman Mao and his disastrous policies, millions of Chinese people died. Many ate tree bark, some boiled leather to make it barely edible, while others ate the dead or even killed for a meal. There's a story in the archives about a criticism rally in front of the Shangjiang Town Hall in Sanli District that happened on July 10, 1968. Some of the protesters were beaten to death. The official Cultural Revolution Annals of Wuzhan County said this happened next. Their bodies were stripped of flesh, which was taken back to the front of the brigade office to be boiled in 2 big pots. 20 or 30 people participated in the cannibalism. Right out in the open, they boiled human flesh in front of the local government offices. With that in mind, you'd think China would have some serious laws against cannibalism. The really strange thing is the only law we can find in China about cannibalism says a man is not allowed to eat his wife. No kidding. So what about eating a girlfriend or a son or a neighbor who plays League of Legends all day with the volume turned up to full? In that case, there is no law. But just like in the US, you can't kill people for meat. And China also has laws about the desecration of human corpses. So cannibalism is out, especially where wives are concerned. We guess that law must go back to the days of the famine. Talking about video games, China has a hard line against many of them. Number 9. Banned. It's not just pornography that corrupts the youth, according to the Chinese Communist Party. Video games can do that too, even if they're deemed harmless in much of the rest of the world. In 2005, there was another one of China's famous crackdowns, and this one included 50 video game titles that the State General Administration of Press and Publication said were now illegal. The reason was partly about pirating, but also because the department said it wanted to create a good environment for Chinese youth. One game called Hearts of Iron was banned for distorting history and damaging China's sovereignty and territorial integrity. China didn't like that the game made some territories sovereign when China claims those territories. The game Project IGI-2 Covert Strike was also banned. As the gung-ho mercenary in the game kills a lot of people, it makes China look bad, according to the censors. In the game Battlefield 4 China Rising, an out-of-control Chinese general tries to topple the Chinese government. The US then comes to China's aid. It's obviously just a game, but China said it was a threat to national security and tarnished the country's image. In the most recent ban, China made the game Plague Inc. illegal, even though it might have had educational value in relation to a pandemic. It seemed China thought it was too close to home and too close to the bone since it was experiencing lockdowns at the time. The game had millions of players in China, and then when the coronavirus outbreak hit, it was banned outright. And if you think that's ridiculous, this is worse. Number 8. Buying a wife. In 2023, it was reported that in the city of Jiangxi, a province in eastern China, officials had come up with a way of finding a lover for lonely Chinese folks. It created a free app for everyone, designed to help people find a date. China's birth rate was 6.77 births per 1,000 people, down from 7.52 births in 2021. These were record lows, and China is very concerned, like many nations, about having too many old people and not enough young. Hence, there's been a push to get people married. China hasn't said people need to use the dating app by law. The law part is related to people paying for their brides. This is an old practice that's now against the law, but it seems that people still do it in the countryside, even after crackdowns in which thousands of wife dealers were arrested and tens of thousands of women were rescued. Jiangxi is fighting back, telling people it's better to use the app than to buy or sell women. Chinese law forbids the exaction of money or gifts in connection with a marriage. But as we said, some stubborn people cling to outdated ways. Brides aren't cheap either, with estimates for one woman said to be about $50,000. On the topic of relationships, what has China got against gay people dating? Number 7. Grinding in China. The hard-working Chinese might be familiar with what we call the grind, but one thing they may not be familiar with is Grindr, an app mostly used by the LGBTQ community. While China is making apps for soldiers and trying to hook up people in cities, it's outlawed Grindr. China decriminalized homosexuality in 1997, but gay marriage is still not legal. Today, the government's stance has been said to be no approval, no disapproval, no promotion. It seems strange that China would ban Grindr, especially as the country has other LGBTQ dating apps, but it seems the concern here was about data privacy, not, as some people first expected, old-fashioned values. This next one, we assure you, is true. Number 6. Smoking yourself to death. Looking at global smoking rates for 2020, China certainly seems to have a lot of people who enjoy a cigarette or two. It's thought that 49% of adult men smoke, but only 2% of adult women smoke, making China one of the smokiest countries worldwide. For instance, only 18% of women and 28% of men smoke in the US. The strange law we're talking about, in fact, no longer exists in China, but we're mentioning it because it's too good to miss and shows how different life can be in a communist nation. In Gong'an County in rural Hebei province, the local government ordered citizens to smoke 23,000 locally made packs of cigarettes a year, which it hoped would bolster the local economy. The entire number of smokes was worth $586,700. Even worse, people who didn't meet the smoking quota or smoked cigarettes made in other provinces could be fined. According to Reuters, there was a public outcry, and in 2009 the order was dropped. Now let's look at an issue that has made some Chinese people hit the roof. Number 5. Scalping for healthcare. China has a vastly improved healthcare system compared to the past, but one perhaps strange thing about it is that you require a ticket to see a doctor. You get the ticket, and when your time comes, you can go in. But the problem with this is scalpers get a hold of the tickets and sell them to people who can afford them, and that means the poor are left waiting and waiting and waiting. China's tried to crack down on these scalpers, but the practice persists. In an article by Reuters, a spokeswoman for the Peking Union Hospital said, "Scalpers are a real headache for us. There's a crackdown on them, but it's a hard problem to cure." She said the hospital isn't involved, although a viral video showed a young woman getting very angry at a hospital as she accused the scalpers and the hospital staff of being in cahoots. Someone wrote in Chinese below the video, "I really like people who dare to say this. This is China now." The video is a few years old, so maybe China has a handle on scalpers now, or maybe it doesn't. And going to the doctor can still feel like trying to get a ticket to see Beyoncé on her Renaissance World Tour. That young lady had taken her grandmother hundreds of miles, much of the journey with her grandmother on her back since the old lady couldn't walk. If they'd had paid a scalper $685 for a ticket, they would have been able to see a doctor right away, but they'd only paid the standard $45, so they had to wait at the back of the queue, paying for a hotel in the meantime. It's reported that these hotels near hospitals are full of people with serious diseases waiting their turn. This is why the woman was angry. It wasn't a fair system to the poor. She screamed, "You guys are outrageous. This is Beijing. I tell you, the society is hopeless. This is Beijing. This is the capital of China." The question is, did she break the law by staying in another city? Number 4. Stay where you are. Despite reforms over the last few years, China still has what's called a hukou system. In short, this means people should stay where they are born, which means rural folk should not move to the cities. And that's why the law has been criticized as a kind of caste system, which it certainly was in the past. Every person in a household must be registered, which means accepting a certain status. If someone spends more than 3 days outside their designated location, they have to apply for a temporary residency permit. Human rights advocates have called this a form of apartheid, since rural people don't have the chance to move to the big city and make money there. Still, some of these rural folks have said that they don't want to leave, even though the government has lowered the threshold regarding converting to another status. The reason they might not want to leave is that their rural status grants them land. And as China sees more and more urbanization, their land might be worth quite a lot of money. Even so, many people are still trapped in poverty and they don't have many options to move despite the reforms. This next law is kinda nice. Number 3. Help the aged. As we said earlier, China is one of those countries that'll soon have a massive population of people over 60, and it might not have the infrastructure to take care of them. Meanwhile, all the young folks have left home and are trying to earn some money. So, who will take care of the old-timers, many of whom are reportedly already suffering from neglect, disrespect, and isolation? This is why in 2013, China introduced the Protection of the Rights and Interests of Elderly People, which by law says young people have to support parents over the age of 60. The law states that young people must visit them regularly, send greetings on a regular basis, and try to take care of their parents' spiritual needs. The problem so far has been that enforcing this law has been a challenge, and the law also doesn't stipulate what the punishment will be for lawbreakers. Now let's look at that time China tried to ban a popular flower. Number 2. Jasmine. In 2011, China experienced pro-democracy protests, also called the Jasmine Revolution, after something similar happened in Tunisia. The crackdown was imminent and included the government banning any mention of the word jasmine online. Why? Because it was under threat. One of the protesters shouted, "Our country has no proper legal system. It's a one-party dictatorship, a tyranny that suppresses the citizens. There's also land eviction. Many people are beaten to death in many land eviction cases." These were strong words, but strong words are generally not acceptable in China if they go against the government. People got arrested, and the government maybe went a bit over the top when it banned the sale of jasmine at local markets. For some people, this was their way of making a living. We don't think anyone was executed. Something we'll now explore. Number 1. The flexible death penalty. Think about this. China has one of the lowest murder rates in the world, at about 0.5 murders per 100,000 people. Sure, China might underreport the murders, but if you've been there, lived there, you'll know murder isn't very common. China's mostly safe streets make some parts of the USA's big cities look like the zombie apocalypse. So why does China execute so many people? After all, most of the USA's executions are for murder. If we look at data for the most confirmed executions in 2021, according to Amnesty International, China was top. However, the total number was said to be thousands because China is often secretive about executing people. It should also be said, China says the West exaggerates the number, but who knows? In 2021, Iran was next with 314 plus executions, Egypt followed at 83 plus, and Saudi Arabia came after at 65. Amnesty International said besides China, North Korea, Vietnam, Oman, and Belarus also keep their execution data to themselves. Okay, so this is why China kills so many criminals. There are 46 capital offenses in China, which cover a lot of areas. In 2007, a man named Xing Xiaoyu was executed by lethal injection. He'd been found guilty of corruption when he was the director of the State Food and Drug Administration. He did cause a lot of harm, accepting bribes for greenlighting unproven and unsafe medicines that caused death and illness. Still, his execution would likely not have happened in other countries. You can also be executed in China for committing crimes against national treasures, so don't ever think about hurting a dear old panda. Some men did that recently, and even though they could have received the death penalty, they got prison sentences. Still, killing pandas could get you executed. Starting a rebellion in China could also get you killed, as could sharing state secrets, as Edward Snowden did in the US, collaborating with the enemy, arson, sabotaging electricity, hijacking an aircraft, stealing firearms, selling counterfeit medicine, escaping from prison, and embezzlement. In the military, refusing to pass orders, cowardice, or surrendering all could get you executed. In 2007, thousands of residents in Guangdong, including kids in school uniforms, were asked to go to a local stadium to see 10 men receive the death penalty. The men were sentenced in front of the crowd and then taken away and later executed. The event was all about creating fear in the populace. 7 of the men had been convicted of drug crimes and the others robbery and murder. With a 99.9% conviction rate in China, it's not as if you're ever going to beat your case. The good news is that lately, some criminals who were wrongly convicted were released and have now received compensation. With that conviction rate, you'd think many of the 1.7 million prisoners in China are innocent. That is a big number, by the way, if you compare it to the rest of the world. China just beats the USA for prison population numbers, although its incarceration rate is much lower. A man is standing in the train station after just being told he's not allowed to board a high-speed train. Standing opposite him is a woman with a gadget in her hand and something on the screen blinking red. She points to an image and he thinks, "You have got to be kidding me," as he stares at a cute Shih Tzu dog over which there's a large red X. The guy almost falls over when he sees a picture of himself wearing pajamas in public. Again, it's marked with an X. Can you guess what he's done wrong? We doubt you can, because it's not the kind of thing that would naturally spring to mind, certainly not in the Western world. We'll explain this man's transgression soon, but for now, let's just say he's been a bad boy, and his citizen score is less than admirable. In China, Big Brother is always watching. If you want to rank your citizens, you have to keep an eye on them constantly. So first of all, let's see how China does that and compare it with the West. The study we found revealed that for China's 1.4 billion plus population, there were around 200 million CCTV cameras. That works out to just over 14 CCTV cameras for every 100 people. We should add that there are lots of similar studies about China's surveillance, and they all report unique data. Another study says China has 540 million CCTV cameras, and that's quite a difference. From what we can see, the 200 million number is probably too low. If the 540 million figure is correct, that would be about 38 cameras for every 100 people. All the studies we found agree that China has the most surveilled cities on the planet, with the UK and the US also appearing in the top 10 lists of CCTV surveillance. Some studies suggest the US has anywhere from 47 to 70 million CCTV cameras, but the Bureau of Labor Statistics said the number's closer to 85 million for the 336 plus million people in the US. That would work out to be about 25 cameras for every 100 people. The UK is also very high, with about 7 million CCTV cameras for its 67 plus million people. That's close to 10 cameras for every 100 people. Although other sources say this number is way too low, while researchers can't seem to agree, many say in China, the US, and the UK, there is 1 camera for every 3 or 4 people. But in a world where it seems like there's a camera for every few people, isn't it fair to ask, who's watching the watchers? Well, we got a solution, and it comes from the sponsor of today's video, Private Internet Access, the world's most transparent VPN provider. Boasting over 30 million downloads, PIA truly stands for user privacy. It hides your IP address and keeps your digital life cloaked, shielding it from prying eyes, whether that's your ISP, network admins, or even the government. Using the internet without PIA is like showering in a room with no door. Everyone can hear your bad singing skills. PIA has also proven its no logs policy in court battles and with an external audit from none other than Deloitte, one of the biggest and most trusted accounting firms in the world. But PIA isn't just about protection, it's also about giving you freedom. Whether you're in Shanghai, London, or New York, it makes all major streaming services accessible, with its servers located in 84 countries and in every US state. Also, PIA VPN is one of the few VPNs that supports P2P file sharing, giving you even more access to content. PIA runs seamlessly across platforms: Windows, Mac OS, Android, Linux, iOS, and many others. With a single subscription, you can protect an unlimited number of devices simultaneously. But hold on, it gets even better. We have a special offer for our viewers. Just go to piavpn.com/geopolitico and get an 83% discount on private internet access. And if that didn't convince you yet, subscribing to private internet access is completely risk-free. They have a 30-day money-back guarantee, and if you ever need help, their 24/7 customer support is ready and waiting. So go try private internet access right now. After all, your privacy deserves no less. But as we were saying, while researchers can't seem to agree, many say in China, the US, and the UK, there is one camera for every 3 or 4 people. The saying that comes to mind is, it's what you do with it that counts. In the US, CCTV cameras are often used for policing and security, but not for invasive surveillance. In China, that's the standard. Chinese cameras are often hooked up to a high-tech surveillance system. What is also important is online surveillance, something we can get a good idea about from how many official data requests there are from law enforcement to tech companies. We know the numbers in the West, but unfortunately, China doesn't share such data. When it comes to data reports from Google last year, the US was easily the highest in the world outside of China, at over 72,000 in the first half of 2022. India, 32,000 plus, was next, followed by Germany at over 25,000, Brazil over 11,000, and the UK over 9,000. Given the small populations of Germany and the UK, these numbers are relatively high. Still, it's probably nothing compared to how many data requests the Chinese government makes from China's answer to Google, Baidu. Big tech firms in China have no choice but to share data with the government. Some of those big companies are Alibaba, Baidu, ByteDance, and Tencent. Under the Chinese cybersecurity law introduced in 2016, the Chinese government made it legal to conduct checks on any tech company's data anytime it wanted, all in the name of national security. To give you an example of how strict the government is, China's Cyber Administration ordered ByteDance to close a popular social media platform not long ago because it said some of the jokes and conversations amounted to improper public opinion. Not hate speech, just speech the government didn't like. Can you imagine Twitter being shut down for allowing improper public opinion? Actually, there's a story here, but we'll return to this controversial matter at the end. Article 28 of the Chinese cybersecurity law states, network operators shall provide technical support and assistance to public security organs and national security organs that are safeguarding national security and investigating criminal activities in accordance with the law. It basically means when we come a-knockin', you have to open the door. When someone says something the government finds distasteful, the companies, by law, have to give up that person if there is a request. Big Brother is watching you in China more than other countries, which is why China has been described as a giant panopticon. The panopticon was a prison concept created by Jeremy Bentham, the British philosopher behind utilitarianism. If Bentham could see the world in action today, he'd look at China and probably think, yep, that's the way to do it. His theory was that if people understand they're being watched all the time, they'll be motivated to do the right thing. Chinese people know that they're being watched. It's taken for granted, so the theory goes that because they assume they're being watched, they will police themselves. In countries such as the US and UK, people kind of assume they have some privacy, not so much in China. China's Great Firewall blocks various internet sites and ensures lots and lots of information isn't even searchable. There is constant government monitoring of what people look at and post online. There are all those CCTV cameras too, but there's also facial recognition technology. China is leading the way in this field. The US has developed some very advanced facial recognition tech too. Still, we'll show you later, Americans have been fighting back in regard to their faces being scanned. The Chinese government tells the Chinese people that facial recognition is beneficial to them. Some people agree, but this is controversial at the moment. A recent survey by a Beijing research institute revealed 74% of respondents said they'd rather have traditional ways of identifying people than tech scanning them everywhere they went. Even though 57% of people in the study said they were concerned about such tech, 60 to 70% agreed that it leads to less crime. That's because when a criminal is caught using facial recognition, the public often hears about the good news on TV. When a heroin dealer was arrested in the city of Zhangzhou not long ago, the news said the cops spotted the dealer with their new facial recognition glasses. They scanned the guy in the street, the facial recognition got to work, and the dealer was subsequently arrested. The deputy chief of police told the media, "In the past, it was all about instinct. If you missed something, you missed it." Chinese citizens might have heard that on TV and thought facial recognition is indeed for the public good, although some of them might not have thought about the implications you're going to hear about later. In another case, over 20 people were arrested at a beer festival in Qingdao. CCTV powered with AI was the reason they were caught. Their faces were in a database, and when the cameras picked them up, the cops were alerted. In Wuhu, cops arrested a guy who was on a murder charge after CCTV saw him buying some dinner from a small food stand. In a study on facial recognition, China was said to be the leader of the world when it comes to countries currently employing it. Russia was second, the United Arab Emirates was third. Next in order were Japan, India, China, Brazil, Australia, France, Hungary, Malaysia, the UK, Argentina, the US, and then Mexico. China was easily at the top. It's partly because facial recognition is being used to shame people, not just arrest them. In Suzhou, if people left their home in their pajamas, facial recognition picked them up, and then they appeared on the city's WeChat account. This wasn't against the law, but it was supposed to make them think twice about leaving the house not properly dressed. The program was supposed to expose uncivilized behaviors and improve citizens' quality, but the city later admitted that it went too far and apologized. They wrote, "We wanted to put an end to uncivilized behavior, but of course we should protect residents' privacy." A park in one city used the technology to stop people from stealing toilet paper. Some schools have also tried that out. It was employed to spot kids who weren't paying attention in class. So yes, facial recognition tech is now everywhere in China. But today we're talking about social credit, a person's citizen score. Facial recognition is helping with this. As we just told you, sometimes the people in the wrong appear online or have their picture printed somewhere. There are many reports of walls of shame harkening back to the days of Chairman Mao's Cultural Revolution. In 2018, it was reported that in Anhui there were giant billboards featuring the names and faces of people who hadn't paid their debts. According to South China Morning Post, there were 10.5 million people who were publicly listed in China for being in debt. To address the problem of debt, the People's Court of Hejiang County in southwest China's Sichuan province showed moviegoers trailers in the theater featuring debtors. Can you imagine that? Sitting down with some popcorn to watch Fast and the Furious 25, and you star in the trailers. This is what social credit scores are sometimes about, shaming people so they'll do the right thing. It really is the digital panopticon. It works too, or at least it has worked in some of the stories we read while doing research for the show. At a busy intersection in the city of Shenyang, jaywalkers and fast drivers used to cause chaos, so the city used CCTV cameras with facial recognition cameras and installed a giant screen. Soon, lawbreakers' faces appeared on the screen with their names and other details. This was not just about fining people, it was about shaming them. Jaywalking rates soon decreased, but was all that spying a good thing? Some people thought so, especially when they heard bicycle thefts also decreased in some cities. Ask a Brit about bicycle theft. In the UK, they'll say, if it's not nailed down, someone will take it. But would they want China's kind of surveillance? We'll come back to that at the end. This all still sounds very dystopian, like something from an episode of Black Mirror. It sounds like a life where you might constantly be trying to do good things to accrue more points for more freedom and benefits. It also sounds like George Orwell's book 1984, which is where we get the Big Brother concept from. That's how the Western press has generally painted China's social credit system. But the Western press has sometimes been known for spreading anti-Chinese propaganda. The Diplomat in 2023 said, "Anti-China rhetoric is off the charts in the Western media, calling it hysteria and bias." It is true, on any given day you can find a certain hysteria regarding China and how awful it is. Sometimes the criticism is definitely warranted, but the many social credit system articles in the media were and are in fact wildly exaggerated. To give you an example, in 2018, Vice President Mike Pence said, by 2020, China's rulers aim to implement an Orwellian system premised on controlling virtually every facet of human life, the so-called social credit score. In the words of that program's official blueprint, it will allow the trustworthy to roam everywhere under heaven while making it hard for the discredited to take a single step. While China's surveillance is shocking, nothing like the dystopian reality many viewers have discussed is true. No one in China has ever been barred from the cinema at 20 for kicking a dog in high school. There's never been a national database full of people's scores. People are not watched all day, all night, so they'll always do the right thing. You won't get penalized because you decided to read books by George Orwell. The social credit system was never about controlling every facet of human life. The system was set up in various Chinese cities, that much is true, but it was mostly about getting people to pay their debts or about folks being a public nuisance and doing things like stealing bicycles. What the Western press usually left out was that the cities testing it often asked people to volunteer for the scheme. In fact, in many places, the system was there to expose public officials who'd been corrupt. In other cases, you could receive a bad score for not paying your debts, and while you might appear on a national database, this wasn't much different from the credit scores you get in most Western nations. Rather than this being something the Chinese people were worried about all the time, most folks never gave it a second thought if indeed they knew such a system existed in their city. It was an experiment in most places, often only involving businesses. For instance, if a business kept ripping people off or selling dodgy equipment, it might appear on a list. Some people, of course, appreciated this. That's not what we heard, though. A spokesperson for the U.S. National Broadband Task Force for the FCC under Obama said that this would be the end of freedom in China, explaining China would not only become a totalitarian police state that monitors its people, but one that completely evades users' privacy. He added all forms of activity and interactions, online or otherwise, will be rated, available to view, and stored as data. Such words sparked outrage and fear. There were subsequent discussions in the US with people saying just because you play many hours of video games doesn't mean you're idle, and just because you don't have kids doesn't mean you're irresponsible. Some people said there's nothing wrong with having a beer after a hard day's graft. Not all keep fit fanatics are good people, said others. For God's sake, Ted Bundy worked on a hotline for vulnerable women after working out in the gym. But none of these conversations were relevant to anything. China wasn't trying to score people's lives, to put them in the good or bad camp. As the fear in the West was spreading like the Black Death, Chinese people might have read Western media and thought, what in Confucius's name are they talking about over there? Sure, Chinese people, or most Chinese people, know they live with a lot of surveillance. Some of them have protested against it in the street, just as surveillance technology was trying to track their masked faces. When some people protested against China's pandemic policies, facial recognition recognized them, and soon the cops were at their door. Nonetheless, Chinese people would probably still look at you with a funny expression on their face if you asked them what their entire life social credit score was, or if you told them to go easy on the beer lest they get denied entrance to the panda enclosure at the local zoo. The main point of the system in most places where it was trialed was to cut down on corruption and business fraud rather than prevent children from seeing pandas at the zoo because their father played League of Legends for 8 hours straight. People know they're surveilled, make no mistake, but the 1984 reality that was portrayed in some parts of the Western media was unknown to many Chinese citizens. A senior research fellow at Yale Law School's Paul Tsai China Center in Beijing explained to Wired, the system as it exists today is more of a patchwork of regional pilots and experimental projects with few indications about what could be implemented at a national scale. I really think you would find a much larger percentage of Americans are aware of Chinese social credit than you would find Chinese people are aware of Chinese social credit. In many places, the schemes were more like loyalty reward programs. In other cities, if people had a good credit rating relating to their finances, they might later be trusted to defer paying some medical expenses. They were never about tracking or recording someone's entire life. As of 2022, it's thought there were 62 such systems in towns and cities throughout China. In many cases, people chose to take part because they wanted the rewards. People would gain points and get a free health checkup or a discount on a bike hire, or they could get fast-tracked for a visa application. In the experiment so far, in some cities at least, only between 1.5% and 15% of residents agreed to take part. They were also told their score only worked in that city, since other cities often use different systems. There have been blacklists and red lists for businesses, with the businesses on the red lists being the ones that haven't breached any industry regulations. These regulations were already there in Chinese law, but now there was a website where people could find businesses that had violated the regulations and ones that hadn't. So the point system was there to help people find a business they could trust. In other cases, you could end up on the list if you didn't pay a fine. This does indeed sound a bit dystopian, but it's still not quite Black Mirror-esque. If people were on a court's blacklist, they might not have been able to buy a high-speed train ticket. There are reports of parents not paying their debts, ending up on a blacklist, and their children being denied entrance to a school or a university. There was the case in which a guy's children were not allowed to enter a certain school because of his debts. Then he paid them and the kids were good to go. In another case that will resonate with Americans, especially New Yorkers, Beijing introduced a point system for its rapid transit system. You could lose points for being a nuisance on the train, such as eating, blasting music, drunkenness, smoking electronic cigarettes, acting threatening, or anything along those lines. Breaking the law was breaking the law, but smaller acts of misbehavior meant bad social credit. In the city of Guangzhou, the local government said you could appear on a blacklist system if you didn't pay your bills, insurance, taxes, or utility fees. The scheme also made it so that if young people cheated on their exams, they could end up in the database. A local government announcement explained, "The public credit information of natural persons cannot be seen by everyone and can be queried at will, but can be disclosed through inquiries and the sharing of government affairs and is generally not publicized." In a case we mentioned at the start, one city thought about a law concerning pets. That's because the city had problems with people abandoning their dogs and cats when they became bored with them. So, in the proposal, a man said, let's dock them points for doing that. It didn't mean they'd go to jail, but they might find out something became unavailable to them. Reports state that the Chinese government has prevented over 20 million people from buying plane tickets because they're on a blacklist for the things we've described. To most Westerners, this might sound nightmarish, and for a good reason, but the social credit system still wasn't as bad as reported. That doesn't mean it's not oppressive, though. The surveillance in China to most Americans does seem horrific, given that Americans value their privacy and independence arguably more than other countries' citizens. The US came second after Israel in a World Population Review study of the most individualistic countries. In another study, the US came in first, followed by Australia and the UK. China ranked near the bottom. Americans might not like it if the US government awarded people points for eating healthy so as to cut down on obesity, one of the US's most costly and deadly issues. For most Americans, that's way too much government in their lives. The UK government has actually mulled over a privacy-busting app to fight the obesity crisis. This was indeed a kind of social credit scheme. People would be awarded points for eating the right foods. Remember, people these days pay for things using their phones, so it's easy to track what they eat. In 2021, the gov.uk website wrote, "Pilot scheme will motivate people to make healthy changes to their lifestyle." It added the government is committed to helping people lead healthier, happier lives by making it easier for people to make healthy choices. You can't argue that people need to eat better to live better lives, on average anyway. Still, the age-old question arises, how much government do people need in their lives? Some people argue that Britain, remember, a country where you're almost always on CCTV, could be the next country to initiate some kind of social credit system. In 2021, the Spectator newspaper wrote, "We need to act now to block Britain's social credit system." This was mostly about the pandemic and vaccine passports, but the article added, "The government is planning to introduce a health app in January which will monitor our shopping, our exercise levels, our intake of fruit and vegetables, and reward us with virtue points which we can exchange for discounts, free tickets, and other goodies." Virtue points, said the article, sounds a lot like China. China is leading the way in surveillance, but are other countries trying to catch up? The UK just introduced a highly controversial police act that'll make it harder to protest. There are recent reports of people being arrested for what Orwell would have called a thought crime. Police arrested people for embracing their freedom of expression online. While these instances might have offended someone, they only involved citizens airing opinions. The cops called these non-crime hate incidents. Critics pointed out that this was quite an Orwellian expression. People were contacted and put on the blacklist because of the possibility of committing a crime in the future. Over in the US, the Twitter files showed the government agencies were able to tell Twitter executives to shadow ban or block stories they thought were dangerous misinformation. Turned out to be true, and in fact, never even looked like misinformation to a discerning eye. This was very much in-your-face censorship, said many people. It was the government shaping narratives, they said. It turned out people were being watched for what they said and put on blacklists even if they had a very valid opinion. This is absolutely normal in China, but not in America. Some people or groups in the West worry about being blocked from using financial transaction systems. A free speech advocate writing in The Hill said, "This could create a system in which individuals who do not hold certain political views could be blocked from polite society and left unable to make a living." If people fear not being able to get money, will they stay in line and say the right thing? This is why some people worry about such things as the digital dollar, similar to China's digital yuan. Many Westerners fear all currency going digital in case they're frozen out of their money. 60% of transactions in China are already cashless, but other countries, including the US, are also much more cashless these days. What if PayPal locked you out, or a government threatened GoFundMe for no rational reason, and that prevented you from getting much-needed funds? This is one of the reasons the American Civil Liberties Union said in 2019, "Say no to the cashless future and to cashless stores." A writer for CNBC called it a huge threat to our freedom because it'll permit governments to exercise incredibly powerful control over all human behavior. Statistics show that the Asia-Pacific region leads for the number of cashless transactions, followed by Europe and then North America. In terms of what people want, 77% of South Koreans said in a survey they prefer cashless. Sweden was next at 74%, then came Russia, 72%, UK 70%, France at 67%, China at 67%, Spain at 61%, Japan at 60%, and the US at 58%. This was a big study featuring 676,000 people. In a Privacy HQ poll, 47% of Americans were actually for some kind of social credit system. 14% were neutral, 39% were against it. Gen Z was the most up for it. The older people were the least in favor, with the middle-aged in the middle. Uber and Airbnb already have such a system. Social media sites also sometimes have a strike system. So in some ways, we already have a social credit system. Still, in that poll, lots of people said they feared the loss of freedom to speak, too much government control and bias in the system. People worry about living in a world where they're watched and recorded at all times, where their faces are analyzed by AI, perhaps while protesting about controversial government measures. You need top-class facial recognition to do this. Studies show in 2008, China wasn't really selling its surveillance tech anywhere in the world. Now, over 80 nations have imported Chinese surveillance technology. Some cities in the US, including San Francisco, have banned the use of facial recognition by police. In the state of Illinois, the Illinois Biometric Information Privacy Act prevents cops from scanning faces. Many people feel this way in the US. Some companies, such as Microsoft and Amazon, scaled back development after a public outcry. Many Americans are not too keen on going down the Chinese route of mass surveillance. Facial recognition and social credit scores might be coming, never mind what happens, if it can be shown it worked well at some point or another, especially where violent crime is concerned. Maybe some people will still say it's going too far and embrace what Confucius once said, "Cultivate the root, the leaves and branches will take care of themselves." Do we really need a panopticon? China's social credit system may not have been as bad as we were told, but it did point to a new reality in which people are watched all the time that they're out in public. China is a country with infamously harsh laws. There are a lot of things that can get an unsuspecting foreigner into trouble. One wrong move and you could find yourself in prison for a very long time, or more likely, traded in a prisoner exchange eventually. But did you know there are some things that are legal in China but not in the US? Here are 5 areas where China looks at the US and goes, "Lighten up, man." Number 5. Counterfeiting. Kind of. China is a popular location for major corporations who want to take advantage of the cheaper production and labor costs available in the country. So much, in fact, that it's hard to find a product without "Made in China" on the label. And if you can, the odds are good it might come with a premium price tag. But that's been changing a bit in recent years, with many companies shifting production to other Asian nations like South Korea, India, and Vietnam, and some to Mexico. And there is one big reason for this: intellectual property rights. It's been one of the biggest challenges for manufacturers in recent years. They develop a hot new piece of technology, they troubleshoot it in their American labs, they perfect the design, and then they send it overseas to be mass-produced in Chinese factories. The product hits the market, shortly followed by the Chinese knockoff, which might not have all the features and might break unexpectedly, but it's close enough to take a bite out of the company's profits. China is a massive hub for the manufacture and trade of counterfeit goods, and stopping the flow has been a major challenge. So, is counterfeiting legal in China? Not exactly, but the country's focus on this is very different from what you would find in the US. United States intellectual property laws are designed with the business in mind, with the government serving as an enforcement arm to ensure that the company's holdings are protected. China, however, has a state-run economy. While the country isn't really communist anymore, with a robust private sector, all companies operating in China's border answer to the government. Thus, intellectual property rights, which do not have a long history in China, are narrowly based on promoting socialist legality with Chinese characteristics. That makes it an uphill battle for any foreign corporation to enforce its intellectual property rights in Chinese territory, and the result has been a counterfeiting boom. In January 2023, a report was released by the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative that identified China as the world's largest purveyor of counterfeit goods. In fact, the U.S. revealed that around 75% of all counterfeit and pirated goods seized by U.S. Customs could be traced back to either China or its reincorporated province of Hong Kong. With few options for enforcement allowed in Chinese courts and Western corporations often facing a hostile environment if they challenge Chinese authorities, companies are usually left to try to stem the tide of counterfeit products by stopping the import of goods via customs. But as the problem gets worse, some Chinese companies are trying some new techniques. Diplomatic pressure from powerful trade partners of China has led Xi Jinping to promise a crackdown on counterfeiting. He's made noises toward improving intellectual property rights, but so far that hasn't amounted to much. And while big companies have had the clout to influence policy, small businesses don't, and often they find themselves on their own. One woman who invented a device to help children taking violin lessons hold their bow properly tried to crack the Chinese market, only to quickly find her niche device had already been cloned and sold as a bootleg in China at a fraction of the price she set. Making it worse, the counterfeiters had stolen her patent and registered it in China. Fortunately, she had a lawyer who could go to court in China and show proof of a fraudulent patent, but it didn't take long before the duplicates emerged again, a process she described as like playing whack-a-mole. And those bootlegs make their ways overseas as well. The best attempt to stem Chinese counterfeiting might not be in China, but might come from multinational tech companies. Sites like Amazon, eBay, and other e-commerce sites frequently bring in Chinese products, and that means the bootlegs often wind up there. The Trump administration scored a win in the battle against duplicate products when it threatened those companies, which forced them to develop better enforcement procedures of counterfeits. But that's just a small part of the larger problem. The only way to stem a tide of counterfeiting at the core is to cooperate with Chinese authorities, hope you have the money and resources to fight a long legal battle and political battle, and bring some good lawyers to secure your trademark. And be prepared to fight that fight as many times as it takes. Doing business in China can be a thorny affair, but so can dining, because you won't believe what's on the menu. Number 4. Eat anything? The year was 2020, and a deadly new virus was spreading across the world. Global lockdowns, millions of dead, and several furious new political movements later, everyone was searching for one thing: someone to blame. As conspiracy theories swirled around, the fact that the virus had seemingly originated in China led to a common theory, that the virus had jumped from animal to human at one of the country's famous wet markets. These traditional markets sell meat, produce, and many other perishable goods that you might find at a farmer's market. They're common in urban areas of China, especially those with a lower average income where supermarkets haven't taken over yet. So what's the big deal? Sounds like standard food shops, except that the offerings at these tend to get a little exotic. Many wet markets sell only standard regulated goods, but many also have a thriving black market where just about any meat is available. This can include local wildlife, imported meat, and even urban animals commonly considered pets. If this sounds unsanitary, it is. Chinese authorities have technically banned the sale of wildlife at these markets since 2003 and the SARS outbreak, but the massive overpopulation in many Chinese cities means a thriving black market exists, and enforcement is difficult, to put it lightly. And this has led to some unexpected guests at the market. The most common suspects for the animal that was infected with the virus that jumped to humans included bats, pangolins, and raccoon dogs, all of which are rather cute animals who suffered a massive PR blow from the virus. Was any of them actually to blame? It's not clear, as China's research into the virus origin is heavily classified, and relations between China and the US are at a low point, so no extensive cooperation has been done on the subject. In the aftermath of COVID-19, China did regulate wet markets further and release a list of animals that could be legally sold, primarily common food animals like cows, pigs, chickens, and fish, but the Chinese laws are still far more liberal than those in the US. Animals like alpaca and deer are commonly on the menu, including a beloved animal in America, the noble horse. China is one of the world's top consumers of horse meat. But does this include man's best friend? It's unfortunately one of the most common stereotypes regarding Asian people, that they eat dogs and cats. But dog meat did commonly show up in wet markets in China for many years, as one of the many animals that wound up on the menu of people looking for some or any meat. Dog did not wind up on the approved list of meats when China revised its regulations in 2020, but there has been no widespread attempt to crack down on the practice. It is likely that the consumption of rare animals in China, including wildlife and those commonly considered pets in the West, is more of a product of widespread poverty than any special sort of tradition in Chinese culture. But there is no question that a visit to a Chinese wet market could be a massive culture shock for any American with less than adventurous tastes. And it's not just that China's standards are loose, it's that the US's standards are unusually high. The U.S. Food Regulation Agency is one of the strictest in the world, especially when it comes to imports. As such, some of the most beloved foods around the world are banned in the United States. These include authentic Scottish haggis, because it contains sheep lung, as well as desserts like cognac-based jellies because of the choking hazard. And even traditional Kinder eggs because the plastic toy contained within could be hazardous if kids swallow it. So, for those looking to broaden their culinary horizons, China might be a better destination than the United States. However, don't be surprised if you get more than you bargained for. It's not the only area where animals might be backing away slowly. Number 3. Trade in endangered species. They're some of the most magnificent creatures in the world and some of the most endangered. The powerful rhino, its sharp horn at the ready to gore any predator that threatens it. The fearsome tiger, one of the world's best hunters with its majestic striped coat. And of course, the largest living land animal, the massive elephant. All of them are stunning to look at, but they're also relentlessly hunted for sport and for valuable parts of their body. As their populations dwindle, with all 3 endangered and several species of rhino going extinct, the world has taken measures to protect them, banning trade of products made from these animals. But that doesn't always work, especially when not everyone's on board. When people think of who's hunting endangered animals, their mind might go to rich Americans coming over to Africa to trophy hunt. But these prominent cases, like the infamous dentist who killed the beloved Cecil the lion, are often the outliers. Not only are they a small portion of hunting incidents, but they're often legal. Organized trophy hunts that cull older animals to provide money to the locals. The vast majority of hunting is done by local poachers and often well organized and heavily armed. These groups are often composed of young men who seek one of the few reliable income streams in the area, because they're the seller, but the buyer is elsewhere. China is one of the world's top locations for exotic wildlife trade. Because some animal parts have roots in traditional medicine in the country, it's long been believed in Chinese culture that both rhino horn and tiger bones have medicinal qualities, and that means those who still subscribe to the old ways will pay a premium to get their hands on the dwindling supply. The poachers hunt the animals wherever they can be found, usually butcher the animal and collect the parts for easy transport, and then send them to China where they can be covertly sold. The sort of professional poaching for profit is considered the largest contributing factor to the possible extinction of these animals. And the world is taking action, but China is proving to be a spanner in the works. The United Nations has a multilateral treaty called the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, also known as the Washington Convention, which aims to prevent extinction as a result of international trade. Almost every country is a member of it, with only a few small exceptions like North Korea. China does participate in the treaty, but with some major caveats. Much like with the wet markets and counterfeiting, there's a massive black market in China, and it's made easy for illicit trade in wild animals and endangered species to run rampant without the government cracking down. But it's not all under the table anymore. Wildlife conservationists were shocked in 2018 when China announced that it was legalizing medicinal trade in both rhino horns and tiger bones, overturning a 25-year-old ban. This didn't throw the floodgates open, it imposed stricter regulations, such as only allowing the products to be used in medical research or by accredited doctors in hospitals, or to trade in antique parts. Tiger and rhino parts currently owned can be kept, but not sold privately. But conservationists pointed out one problem with this: there is no proof of any sort of medical benefit to using either of these products. While they're common in folk medicine, most analysts believe them to simply be very expensive placebos. But China might have an ulterior motive for this. While the rhinoceros is mostly hunted in the wild, China does have a tiger breeding program on farms, and these tigers are regularly slaughtered for meat, skin, medicinal product, and even wine made with tiger bones. The new regulations led many people to think that this was a way to stimulate that local industry. Some argue that this is a way to control the poaching that endangers the species, while others say it would be far better to just control the flow of products altogether and choke off the supply. But the news isn't all bad when it comes to endangered species in China. Tigers and rhinos are two of the three prongs of the wildlife trade, with the third being elephant ivory. Unlike tigers and rhinos, China has cracked down harshly on the illegal ivory trade since banning it fully in 2017. This resulted in the arrests of many criminals trying to sell jewelry and other items made from ivory. But while the government has cracked down on the trade, a massive illegal market still exists. And China is one of the easiest places to find products made from endangered animals in an everyday market square. Sometimes it seems you can trade in just about anything in China and with just about anyone. Number 2. Sanctions? What sanctions? In the United States, trade with many countries is an everyday affair. The US is part of a global economy and trades with just about anyone. Despite tensions being high as ever with China, the two remain among each other's top trading partners. However, that doesn't mean the US is trading with everyone. There are several countries that the US doesn't trade with and has strongly suggested that others shouldn't either. These include the Hermit Kingdom, North Korea, for its nuclear program, its hostage-taking, its human rights violations, and its funding of terrorism. It also includes Iran, for many of the same reasons, as well as smaller countries like Venezuela and Syria. Most famously, it includes Russia, primarily for the country's brutal ongoing invasion of Ukraine, which has left it a global pariah. And China is joining forces to sanction none of them. While China and the US are not officially enemies, the two are just short of Cold War at the moment. China sees itself as a regional power and a rising superpower, making it the closest possible rival to the US. As such, it's trying to form a coalition with nations that might be out of the US's orbit, both those that aren't committed to either side and those who are actively opposed to them. That's led China to keep its options open, refusing to sanction most global pariah nations and even becoming the chief supplier for many of them. But each situation is a little bit different and sometimes volatile. In the case of Russia, China plays a key role, but maybe not the way Russia wants. The term BRICS has been all over the media in recent months, referring to a supposed alliance of China, Russia, Brazil, India, and South Africa. Of course, these 5 countries aren't actually aligned, and the entire terminology stems from a Goldman Sachs investment report about rising economies. But as Russia finds itself increasingly isolated, China has become one of the key suppliers of domestic goods and military supplies like body armor, as well as being an important importer of Russian goods, many of which are under embargo. However, it's held off in one key area: it won't sell Russia weapons for the war in Ukraine yet. This is likely because it doesn't want to be targeted by secondary sanctions, as well as because right now, Putin's war looks like a loser and she doesn't want to bet on losers. But in other cases, China's looking for more direct ways to poke at the US. China and the Islamic Republic of Iran have a long history, with relations between the two dating back to 1937. But in recent years, as Iran's nuclear program gained steam and disputes between the country and the United States increase, China's made an effort to pull Iran into its orbit. In March 2021, the two countries signed a 25-year cooperation agreement that includes increased strategic and economic arrangements. However, much like with Russia, China isn't looking to give Iran everything it wants. It's not clear if China actually wants to aid Iran's nuclear program or if they're simply willing to let the chips fall where they may. And of course, there's no country where relations are thornier than with their neighbor to the east. North Korea might be the most isolated country in the world, both by choice and by sanctions. The highly secure nation has been dominated by one family, the Kims, since the Korean War, and still only has an uneasy armistice with its southern neighbor. But while the dictatorship is sanctioned by most of the world, its neighbor is more than willing to help it out. The two countries have a mutual aid and cooperation treaty since 1961, and China is North Korea's main source of luxury goods. The two have regular diplomatic relations, and while trading with these three countries could be serious legal trouble in America, it's everyday business in China. But does China have sanctions against any country? Yes, but that depends on who you ask. China has imposed sanctions on Taiwan as part of its campaign against the island nation. Of course, if you ask Chinese leadership, that's not sanctions against an enemy country. It's an internal political matter involving a rogue province. Sanctions are ultimately more of a political matter than a moral or legal one, and that means if anyone has dealings they want to accomplish with Russia, Iran, or North Korea, China would be a good home base. But of course, none of the countries are particularly safe travel or business destinations. Meanwhile, there's one more thing you can do in China, but not in the US. But only one person has done it, and he's not giving it up anytime soon. Number 1. Be president for life. Politics in China is very different from the United States. While leaders are technically elected, they're picked not by a general vote, but by the Chinese Communist Party leadership. They pick the ruling party's representative, vote for him to take the position, and then he's usually rubber-stamped in elections with little to no opposition. There have only been a few people to hold these leadership positions, with Xi Jinping being the latest. Typically, these politicians serve a 2-term period before being term limited out and replaced by the next functionary. But Xi Jinping isn't like most politicians. He doesn't seem to view himself as a soldier of the CCP, but rather a powerful dictator in his own right. He wanted more power, and he got it. At the annual sitting of the National People's Congress in 2018, the delegates voted to remove the term limits, allowing Xi Jinping to run for a 3rd term, and possibly much more. While he isn't officially president for life, he was granted a 3rd term by the acclamation and has steadfastly refused to elevate any potential successors. Given his tendency toward authoritarian rule, it's highly unlikely any potential successors will stick their neck out and challenge his leadership, and so the next term may be a formality as well. No doubt many politicians want this in the US. That's why they can't have it. For the first 150 years of the United States, there were no term limits. George Washington simply bowed out after 2 terms, and everyone else held themselves to that standard. While Abraham Lincoln might have wanted a longer tenure to see Reconstruction through, an assassin's bullet left that question unanswered. It wasn't until Franklin Delano Roosevelt, in the middle of the Great Depression and World War II, that a president decided to go for more than 8 years. He got 4 terms before dying in office. And soon after, Congress and the states passed a constitutional amendment saying 8 is enough. While the idea of repealing the amendment has come up a few times, especially from a certain TV host turned politician, it seems like anyone who wants to be president for life is going to have to head abroad. Is China actually more liberal than the US in these areas? Not exactly. Most of these areas where the laws are stricter in the US are a product of centuries of the culture moving in different directions and different values. And one thing is for sure, no one is getting that president for life title out of Xi Jinping's hands. Are you a true believer in China's global reach? Check out China's plan to take over the world for a look at the best-case scenario for the powerhouse nation, or watch China's World War III plan for another look at how things could get out of control.